Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 251. It can't be finished. It can't be finished at all. The 5 Kage summit has finally come to an end. There is no need to go to the front line in the following days, so Jing'ai can stay in the village and rest with peace of mind. Next, all we have to do is wait for the Cloud Village and the Mist Village to send money, and wait for the Sand Village and the Rock Village to send ore. You will soon be able to live a life of financial freedom and be in a good mood when you are quiet. On the 3rd day after he returned to the village, envoys from the Cloud Village and the Mist Village arrived and handed him colorful bills. In order to prevent himself from having evil thoughts, the 3rd Hokage did not meet the messengers from the 2 villages. Even the envoys from the Sand Village and the Uegakur who arrived shortly after were not seen. Save yourself from feeling bad. With money in his pocket and plenty of materials, Jing'ai no longer needs to worry about the materials for the puppets. The ores sent by the Uegakur and Sand Villages alone are enough for him to make many puppets. It is only a matter of time before one person becomes an army. A few days passed by unknowingly. During these days, Jing'ai lay at home to rest, and went to the 2nd floor balcony to bask in the sun when she had nothing to do. Unfortunately, the comfortable life did not last long and was broken by the angry Nara Shikashin. "Senior, do you have something to ask me?" Looking at Nara Shikashin, whose face had the word anger written all over it, Jing'ai didn't understand how he had offended this old senior. It's okay, I just want to ask, Deputy Minister, when can you come to the Umbu base?" Nara Shikashin had a fake smile on his face and said sarcastically, "The minister's office is piled high with documents." "Are there mountains of documents piling up at headquarters?" Jing was stunned. "Didn't Tsunade go to work?" "You're so ashamed to ask." Nara Shikashin resisted the urge to punch Jing'ai and shouted angrily, "I haven't seen her for several days. You two, a minister and a deputy minister, both threw the affairs of the Umbu to me. Is this Umbu opened by my family?" The more Nara Shikashin spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, and the more sad he felt. "You two did this on purpose. Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to use them like this. Do you want to tire me to death?" Being tired is fine, but the key is that there are some important matters that he, Nara Shikashin, has no right to deal with. As a result, Tsunade and Shizuichi never showed up, and Nara Shikashin, who could no longer bear it, had to go and block them off. "Good guy." Jing kept shouting, "Good guy." In order to make money, this crazy woman Tsunade treated Konoha Hospital as her own home. "Not only do we have to eat and drink in the hospital, but even the Umbu doesn't care about us." This led him to think that Tsunade would go to the Umbu regularly to handle official business, so he lazed around at home for a few days. As a result, Nara Shikashin came to block the door. "Senior, this is really not my fault. I just came back from the Iron Country. I need to rest for a few days. Is that okay?" Jing'ai explained helplessly. Nara Shikashin's face fell and he said, "You talk, I'm listening. What about Tsunade, is she going to take a few days off as well?" "Tsunade?" Jing'ai had no choice but to tell Nara Shikashin what happened a few days ago. Now it was Nara Shikashin's turn to be confused. Just to make money, he didn't even go home? Is money really that important? Well, it is important indeed. Completely defeated, Nara Shikashin could only warn Jing'ai, "Come with me to the headquarters base immediately. If you don't go, I will take sick leave starting tomorrow. You can do whatever you want. Either you follow me obediently and work in the Umbu, or I will take a vacation starting tomorrow. I'm old and have many old illnesses, so I need to rest." Under the threat of Nara Shikashin, Jing'ai could only go to the Umbu base obediently, sit obediently in the director's office, and then stare at the piles of documents in a daze. "How long have these been unprocessed?" Nara Shika considerately brought Jing'ai a cup of coffee and gave him an encouraging look. "Ever since Hokage-sama left the village to go to the Land of Iron to attend the 5 Kage summit, Tsunade has not returned since she went to help out in the Hokage's office building. Come on, I believe you can do it." Jing'ai's face twitched a few times. He felt like he had been cheated. "Am I born to be a hard worker?" Jing'ai picked up a document and read it carefully. "Intelligence processing on the front line?" Throwing the document aside, Jing'ai picked up the next document and said to Nara Shikashin, Senior, if there is such a thing in the future, send it directly to the intelligence department and let the people in the intelligence department handle it. Umbu intelligence is also handled by the intelligence department. Nara Shikaksen widened his eyes in surprise and said, You are kidding, right? The Umbu has its own intelligence system, so why should the intelligence department handle the Umbu's intelligence? Are they worthy? Cough. Jing'ai coughed lightly and gave Nara Shikashin a suggestive look. Just slip it in when you're busy. I'm sure the intelligence department will thank us. After all, we are sharing intelligence, aren't we? Cough cough. Nara Shikashin even opened his mouth wide. The people in the intelligence department will scold you to death. But, it seems to make sense. When you are busy, you can just leave the trouble to the intelligence department to deal with. When you are not busy, you can deal with it yourself. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. Intelligence department, what's wrong with you taking over the mess and helping to deal with intelligence statistics? It's such a happy decision. Jing'ai made this decision happily. As for whether the ninjas from the intelligence department would be exhausted to death or curse their mothers, Jing'ai didn't care. Anyway, the blame had been thrown out and you couldn't refuse to take it. From now on, the important intelligence will be handled by the secret department themselves, and as for those trivial things, they will all be handed over to the intelligence department. After they have counted and sorted them out, they can send someone to get a report back. Simply kill two birds with one stone. How much time can be saved? So with the help of Nara Shikashin, the two quickly picked out all the intelligence documents and scrolls that needed to be sorted and counted, and sent people to deliver these documents and scrolls to the intelligence department. The ninjas from the intelligence department almost popped their eyes out when they saw what the Umbu sent. What the hell? How come all of them were sent to the intelligence department? Don't you organize the intelligence in the Umbu department yourself? Since when will the intelligence department be able to interfere with the Umbu's intelligence? After handing over all the trivial matters to the intelligence department, Jing'ai found that the things he needed to deal with were reduced by more than half. As for those important intelligence, they must not be handed over to the intelligence department. The Umbu can handle it themselves. Then, the intelligence department, who were forced to take the blame, reported the matter to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the Umbu did this on purpose, deliberately sending all kinds of messy and unorganized information to the intelligence department, making our work more difficult. It can't be finished. It can't be finished at all. Chapter 252 The Third Hokage Showdown. The head of the intelligence department could never have dreamed that one day he would have to go to the Hokage's office to file a complaint. In the past, he always dreamed that he could integrate all the village's intelligence systems into the intelligence department. Unfortunately, although the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Because the Umbu doesn't care about the intelligence department at all. Who do you think you are, trying to get our information? Now that the Umbu had stuffed all sorts of messy information in his hands, the head of the intelligence department realized that he was like a fool. This is not something to be happy about at all. The Umbu's intelligence system still has nothing to do with the intelligence department. The Umbu does not allow them to interfere with important intelligence. Only the messy information was stuffed over and sorted out by the old man in their intelligence department. Once everything is sorted, the Umbu will send someone to take the documents away and that's it. What is this? You, the Umbu, don't handle your own affairs, but throw them to our intelligence department. After we have worked hard to sort them out, you send someone to take them away without even saying thank you. The head of the intelligence department was so angry that he almost vomited blood, so he reported it to the Hokage's office. After hearing this, the third Hokage was also speechless. Didn't you want information about the Umbu very much before? Now that others have given it to you, you come here to complain out of grievance. Well, the Umbu simply passed the troublesome work to the intelligence department. As for the Umbu's intelligence system, the intelligence department has no right to interfere at all. You can't even interfere with the Hokage's office. What the hell is your intelligence department? After a round of consolation, the people from the intelligence department were finally sent away. The third Hokage could only send someone to the Umbu base to ask Jing'ai to come over. Regarding the matter of the Umbu throwing the troublesome work to the intelligence department, the third Hokage wanted to have a good discussion with Shizuka. This kind of blame-shifting behavior is unacceptable. How long was the last time I came to the Hokage's office? Jing'ai almost forgot about it. Standing in front of the Hokage's office, Shizue knocked on the door before opening it and walking into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, do you want to talk to me about something? The real owner arrived, and the third Hokage put down the documents in his hand. Jing'ai, someone from the intelligence department just came to complain to me, saying that your Umbu sent all the messed up intelligence to them and asked them to handle it. Is this true? Yeah, what's the problem? Jing-ai nodded calmly and admitted it, and gave a reasonable explanation. After I came back from the Iron Kingdom, I found that the Umbu's intelligence documents and scrolls were piled up like mountains. They couldn't handle them at all. The Umbu didn't have enough manpower to handle them, so they were forced to hand them over to the intelligence department. As the department responsible for intelligence, isn't it their responsibility to handle these matters? Is there something wrong? No problem. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched violently twice. He was also impressed by Jing-ai. He could actually make such a shameless statement sound reasonable. Jing-ai, the Umbu has its own intelligence system. The third Hokage wanted to remind Shizuka that the Umbu has its own intelligence system, but you, the Umbu, are dumping messy information to the intelligence department, which is not fair. Unless the Umbu transfers the intelligence system to the intelligence department, you will have no problem passing the buck. I know. Jing-ai pretended that he didn't understand. The Umbu has its own intelligence system, but the Umbu is short of manpower, so some unimportant information can only be troubled by the intelligence department. We are all working for the village. I believe that the intelligence department can understand us. If they understood, they wouldn't come to complain. Your Umbu is short-staffed, but does that mean the intelligence department has more people? The third Hokage inexplicably began to have a headache. Forget it, let's add some manpower to the intelligence department. After thinking about it, the third Hokage decided to send more people to the intelligence department. Jing-ai was pretending to be stupid with him, which made it clear that he didn't want to take over these troublesome jobs. The third Hokage took out his pipe, lit it and took 2 deep puffs, then exhaled heavily. Jing-ai, since the Umbu is short of manpower, I will send more people to the intelligence department. In the future, some unimportant intelligence from the Umbu can be handed over to the intelligence department. Are you satisfied with this result? Ugh, are you serious? Jing-ai was a little surprised. Is this still the third Hokage he knew? Satisfied, very satisfied. No matter what the third Hokage thought, the trouble was thrown away, and Jing-ai was very satisfied with the result. It meant that there would be less things to do in the Umbu in the future, and less things meant that Jing-ai Hayaga would have more time to rest. Jing-ai, I hope to have a frank talk with you. The third Hokage suddenly uttered these words. The smile on Shizue's face faded and he pulled up a chair and sat opposite the third Hokage. Shizuichi, who was sitting in a chair, asked, "What would you like to talk about, Hokage-sama?" "Let's talk about Shimura Danzo." The third Hokage silenced Shizue as soon as he spoke. Jing-ai didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Danzo Shimura couldn't hold it in any longer and was eager to be released, but the third Hokage didn't dare to release him easily, otherwise the village would be in chaos again. But Danzo Shimura knew something about him, and the third Hokage did not dare to push him into a corner. Such a situation where both sides suffer the consequences must never happen. Maybe the net won't break, but there will be some holes in it. The third Hokage did not want this to happen in the village, as it would be a heavy blow to his reputation and credibility. I have done some wrong things in the past, and Danzo is an insider. He threatened me that if I don't do what she wants, he will make these things public. Since we want to have a frank talk, let's just be straightforward and honest. This was the choice made by the third Hokage. Now it was Jing-ai's turn to be surprised. The third Hokage even said this. Danzo Shimura had some leverage against the third Hokage, so the third Hokage was controlled. So what made the third Hokage so passive? What's the price? Hokage-sama, what price are you willing to pay to release this troublemaker? Jing-ai did not suddenly explode as the third Hokage had worried, but instead asked these questions calmly. If you want to release Danzo Shimura, you'll have to pay a price. You can't let someone go just by talking. I won't agree to that. What do you want? Not being rejected, the third Hokage felt something in his heart. If you are not rejected forcefully, it means that the matter can be discussed. As for why Jing-ai was not angry and was even willing to talk to him, the third Hokage didn't know. Fortunately, as long as there was a play, it was fine. As for why Jing-ai was willing to talk, he would just have to investigate it slowly later. What do I want? Jing-ai didn't think that the third Hokage could come up with anything that would satisfy him. As for Shimura Danzo, Jing-ai used to hope that this guy would be locked up forever, but now, to be frank, even if this troublemaker comes out and dares to cause trouble against him, Jing-ai can crush him to death with just one finger. Why bother about whether a small insect that can be crushed to death at will is locked up or released? It's just that little bugs might do some disgusting things, so some unpleasant words must be made clear first. What am I lacking? Chapter 253, The Unexpected Hokage Candidate. It seemed like there was nothing missing. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. Seeing Jing-ai thinking and shaking his head, the third Hokage's heart was in his throat. He thought Jing-ai would refuse. How about the Hokage candidates? After thinking for a while, Jing'ai realized that the third Hokage really couldn't come up with anything to attract him, including the secret techniques of the Sarutobi clan were useless to him. In that case, we might as well strive for something valuable and useful. For example, the Hokage candidates. You want to be the Yondaime? The third Hokage stood up in shock. It's no wonder that the third Hokage had such a big reaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man who coveted the position of Hokage. He would not give up his position unless it was absolutely necessary, not to mention that Shizuichi had the ability to threaten him. No, it's not me, it's Tsunade. I have no interest in becoming Hokage. Jing'ai immediately made his position clear. Be a Hokage? Being a Hammer Hokage. It would be better to give this position to Tsunade, although she is not the most suitable candidate. You want me to announce to the public that Tsunade will be the candidate for Hokage and become the next Hokage? The third Hokage understood what Shizuichi meant. Tsunade was announced as the candidate for Hokage. As long as anything unexpected happened to him, Tsunade would be the one to become Hokage. Correct. Jing'ai snapped his fingers and said bluntly, you don't trust me, and I don't trust you either. As a teacher, you know Tsunade's character very well. Unless you take the initiative, Tsunade will not take the initiative to kick you out of this position if she becomes the candidate for Hokage. Although Tsunade is not the most suitable candidate, she can make the third Hokage feel at ease. If it were someone else, the third Hokage would have to worry about whether the other party would take the initiative to cause trouble, squeeze him out of the position of Hokage, and take the position himself. But Tsunade wouldn't, absolutely not. Shizuichi believed that Tsunade would not do that, and the third Hokage also believed that. Because of trust in Tsunade, such conditions could be negotiated. If Jing'ai mentioned other people, I'm afraid the third Hokage would not be able to sleep well, such as a certain Konoha big white snake. Not to mention, as long as Orochimaru doesn't do some weird research to ruin his reputation, Orochimaru is more suitable to be Hokage than Tsunade. The little yellow-haired one is also good. The grown-up little yellow-haired boy seems to have a sunny smile on his face, but he is not a kind person. He can be gentle when he needs to be, and much more cruel than the third Hokage when he needs to be cruel. But the little yellow-haired boy is still young, and it is impossible for Jing'ai to pull him up and make him a candidate for Hokage. Only Tsunade is the most suitable. Because Tsunade can reassure the third Hokage, her identity and status can also make other people who have ulterior motives completely give up the idea. Compete with Tsunade for the position of Hokage? If you eat a few peanuts while drinking, you won't have such outrageous thoughts. Hokage candidate. The third Hokage didn't want someone of that status to exist in Konoha at all, but did he have a choice? No. If you want to release Danzo Shimura, you will have to pay a sufficient price. Think of it another way, let Tsunade become the candidate for Hokage, and then release Danzo Shimura. It seems that he will not lose out. From now on, he just needs to keep an eye on Danzo Shimura and don't let him cause trouble again. Judging from Shizuo's attitude at this time, he doesn't take Danzo Shimura seriously at all. The third Hokage believes that as long as his old partner makes trouble again, Shizuo will kill him without hesitation. Make a deal. In a short period of time, the third Hokage thought about a lot of things in his mind, and finally he agreed to Jing'ai's conditions. After Shizuka left, an announcement was issued in the Hokage office building. The content of the announcement stated that after consultation between the Hokage office and the elders, Tsunade was designated as the candidate for the village's Hokage. After the announcement was made, everyone in Konoha started to watch. This news came somewhat suddenly to everyone. Suddenly an announcement was made, announcing that Tsunade had become the candidate for the village's Hokage. Unless there were any unexpected events, Tsunade would become the next Hokage sitting in the Hokage's office. The candidate for Hokage is Tsunade-sama. I thought Whitefang-sama would be the next Hokage. What, Lord Whitefang? He just received the award of Hokage half-sleeves. The Hokage office building did not recognize him as a candidate for Hokage. Tsunade-sama has become the candidate for Hokage, the next Hokage. Who has any objections? Everyone in Konoha could accept the announcement from the Hokage's office. After all, Tsunade's identity and status were there, and her prestige in the village was also very high. No one would have any objection to her becoming the next Hokage. Lady Tsunade. Big event, big event. The door of the lounge was kicked open and Tsunade, who was sleeping on the table, was startled. What a big event. Tsunade, in a daze, glanced at the person who rushed in, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and wanted to lie down again and sleep for a while. In recent times, Tsunade has been spending the whole day in Konoha Hospital, even taking on the night shift. This has caused her to be severely sleep-deprived, and she doesn't look very well due to lack of rest. It's hard work, but the rewards are great. Lady Tsunade, you are going to be the next Hokage. Oh. Tsunade, who was lying powerlessly on the table and wanted to continue sleeping, responded casually and closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, Tsunade's eyes suddenly opened, and her whole body jumped up like a spring. What did you just say, the next Hokage? The medical ninja who woke up Tsunade smiled and said, yes, the Hokage office building just issued an announcement. After consultation between the Hokage and the elders, you have been selected as the candidate for the village's Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, Princess Tsunade will become the next Hokage of the village. Hokage candidate? The next Hokage? What the hell? I've been sleeping for so long that I'm hallucinating. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tsunade laughed it off. She knew the character of the third Hokage. He wanted to nail her to the throne of Hokage, so how could he possibly come up with a candidate for Hokage who posed a threat to him? Besides, when did Tsunade ever say that she wanted to be the next Hokage? There are many people who dream of becoming Hokage, but Tsunade is not one of them. But the announcement? Forget it, I'll go take a look. In order to figure this out, Tsunade cheered herself up, left Konoha Hospital and headed towards the Hokage's office building. The Hokage's office was extremely busy at this time. Yutain Koharu had an argument with the third Hokage. As for Mito Kato-en, he used to like to be a peacemaker, but now he sat calmly aside drinking hot tea, although he was also very curious about why the third Hokage chose Tsunade as the candidate. But he will not continue to help Koharu Yutain clean up the mess. Be a peacemaker? Impossible. Hiruzen, why didn't you discuss this important matter with us? Yutain Koharu was very angry. She felt betrayed. Chapter 250 For the balance point between me and Jing-1 can only be you. It would have been fine if the third Hokage had come up with a candidate for Hokage without saying anything, but the key point was that this candidate was Tsunade, who had always been at odds with her. How could Yutain Koharu accept this? He's just a candidate for Hokage. He doesn't mean anything. The third Hokage gave his explanation while smoking a cigarette. It doesn't mean anything. Yutain Koharu felt like she was going crazy. Hiruzen, don't you know what the Hokage candidate means? If nothing unexpected happens, Tsunade will become the next Hokage. And you made the announcement. Can't Tsunade be the next Hokage? The third Hokage did not indulge Koharu Yutain this time, and turned around to question her. Tsunade has all the status, strength, and prestige in the village. That's not what I'm talking about. Yutain Koharu yelled excitedly. You should have discussed this with us. Even if you liked Tsunade, you shouldn't have chosen her as the candidate for Hokage so hastily. Of course, Yutain Koharu knew that Tsunade was the most suitable candidate to be Hokage, but she just didn't like Tsunade. Not to mention, the third Hokage issued the announcement without even consulting her. Hiruzen, you've changed. Enough. Yutain Koharu's words became more and more unpleasant. Feeling that he was being questioned, the third Hokage angrily slammed the desk. Shao-chun, I am the Hokage. I have the ability and qualifications to decide all this. I am optimistic about Tsunade, so I choose her. You. Yutain Koharu stared blankly at the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you really have changed. You actually yelled at me. And you, Menyen, you didn't even try to help and give some advice. Noticing that Yutain Koharu's eyes were on him, Mito Kato-en pretended not to notice and continued drinking his tea. No one helps me, and no one cares about me. Yutain Koharu feels like a clown. Just don't regret it. After saying this, Yutain Koharu left angrily. After the angry Yutain Koharu left, Mitaman-en calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Hiruzen, can you tell me what you think? Shao-chun is becoming more and more unreasonable. After complaining for a few words, the third Hokage explained helplessly. Danzo is getting more and more impatient. He gave me a deadline. If I can't get out of prison, some of the things that happened in the past will spread to the village. There is no doubt that he has the ability to do so. For Danzo? Mizuto Kato-en understood why the third Hokage suddenly chose a candidate for Hokage, decided on his own without notifying the Council of Elders, and even issued an announcement directly. It's no wonder that Yutain Koharu is so angry, because the elders are qualified to participate. But the third Hokage chose to exercise absolute power without informing the Council of Elders, let alone negotiating with them. Putting down the pipe in his hand, the third Hokage continued, I had a frank talk with Shizuka about this matter. Shizuka said that as long as Tsunade becomes the only candidate for Hokage, he will agree to let us release Danzo. As long as Danzo does not provoke him in the future, he will not take the initiative to target Danzo. And Tsunade is the perfect candidate, isn't she? Ah. Mizuto Minen nodded slightly. Putting aside Danzo Shimura, from the perspective of village development, Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. She has strength, status, ability, and prestige. In addition, Tsunade has a good relationship with the Daimyo Mansion. If she becomes Hokage, the Daimyo Mansion will definitely increase its support for the development of the village. This is a shining point that no one else can possess. Vitamin N smiled and teased the third Hokage. You didn't inform the elders because you were afraid of Xiaokun's opposition, right? Even if we reach a cooperation with Jing'ai, it is not a big deal to notify the elders and discuss it. But the third Hokage didn't. Why? Because he didn't want to quarrel with Koharu Utane. Since you guessed it, why do you still say it out loud? The third Hokage stared at Mito Kato N with resentment in his eyes. Vitamin N couldn't help but laugh. Soon, the smile on his face faded. You're right. Xiaokun's personality is becoming more and more unreasonable. She's too difficult to deal with. As he spoke, Mizuto Minion subconsciously raised his hand and touched his injured face. Although there are no obvious scars, the facial nerves are not as good as before, which makes his smile look very stiff. I hope that Danzo can be more peaceful after he comes out, otherwise if he gets into trouble, you might suffer as well. I hope so. Will Danzo Shimura be obedient? Even the third Hokage himself wasn't sure. Bump. The door of the Hokage's office was pushed open, and Tsunade, looking unhappy, strode in and asked loudly, "Old man, what the hell is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly choose me as the candidate for Hokage? Don't you know that I have no interest in becoming Hokage?" In response to Tsunade's angry questioning, the third Hokage simply replied lightly, "This is Jing'ai's decision." Tsunade was like an active volcano, the flames went out in an instant, the anger disappeared without a trace, and the whole person shrugged his shoulders. Well, what kind of deal did you make with him? Jing'ai's decision? That's fine. This damn kid didn't even notify me. I'll make you look good tonight. Unable to resist, he picked up the pipe and put it in his mouth. The third Hokage explained. You became a candidate for Hokage, and he had no objection to releasing Danzo, that's all. You. Tsunade suddenly felt that the third Hokage had a hard time too. He had always been eager to get Danzo Shimura out. There must be something mixed up in this that had nothing to do with friendship. Forget it, I'll go find Jing'ai. As long as you two can reach an agreement, I don't want to worry about it. What Hokage candidate? Damn it, can't you guys change someone else? Orochimaru is good, Jiraiya is also fine. Listening to Tsunade's frantic complaints, a smile appeared on the third Hokage's tense face. This is also why he was at ease with Tsunade. Because you are the balance between me and Jing'ai, it can only be you. Balance of shit. After cursing, Tsunade turned around and left. She was going to find trouble for Jing'ai. Tsunade came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Looking at the door that closed again, the third Hokage sighed, if it weren't for Tsunade, I really don't know who else in the village could restrain Shizuka. Mizuto Minion gave him a strange look. When you are in trouble, there is a big sister who is not gentle but treats you well, teaches you various medical ninjutsu, and is your backer. She encourages you and helps you. When you grow up, will you abandon her? What a ridiculous description. Tsunade is your disciple. Although what the third Hokage said was true, Mito Kato-en felt uncomfortable all over after hearing it. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are still that unreliable old fellow. Chapter 255 Jingwon. I really look forward to Shimura Danzo's targeting. Giving the third Hokage a look of contempt, Vitamin N stood up and left decisively. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind the third Hokage. You take care of yourself, Koharu. As for Danzo, never mind. I won't go see him. I don't want to have anything to do with him right now. He was already badly screwed over by Koharu Utane, and now Danzo Shimura is here. Is there any hope for his survival? So Mizuto Minen decided to pretend not to know. Stay away from these two bastards in the future to avoid being cheated. Instead of hanging out with them, you might as well go find the fat guy Chiyo Dao Chufeng to exchange food experience. The third Hokage couldn't help but sigh when he was the only one left in the Hokage's office. Mito Kato-en was right to worry. Utane Koharu alone was already enough of a headache, and now even Shimura Danzo had come out. If these two got together, it was obvious that nothing good would happen. In addition to being worried that Shimura Danzo would work with Shizuka to attack the outside world, he also had to curb the other party's ambitions. You have to know that Shimura Danzo's desire for power is no less than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If we don't let Shimura Danzo out, something bad might happen. Even if we release Danzo Shimura, something might still happen. However, the third Hokage did not have much choice. After some thought, he decided to have a talk with Jing'ai, and then pay a certain price to release Shimura Danzo, the troublemaker. As for Tsunade becoming the candidate for Hokage, it doesn't have much impact on him. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Tsunade hurried back home, but did not see Shizuka's shadow. So she turned around and went to the Umbu base, and found Jing'ai in the director's office. Jing'ai, what the hell are you doing? What the hell is this Hokage candidate? Why didn't you discuss it with me? Tsunade slammed the table hard, and the poor table made a sound as if it could not bear the weight and it could collapse at any time. Jing subconsciously raised her legs and crossed them on the chair. This would prevent the table from falling apart due to Tsunade's terrifying force. It would be interesting if you got hit on the foot without knowing it. You're hiding in Konoha Hospital and trying to make money. You don't go home or work in the Embu. How can I discuss this with you? But you can't. Tsunade was suddenly speechless. Recently she has been almost crazy about making money. Fortunately, the effect is good and she has some extra money in her pocket. It's a pity that Tsunade is not happy with the money. Because she doesn't want to be some stupid candidate for Hokage. Can't what? Jing-ai blinked. Tsunade was furious. You can't make me a candidate for Hokage. You know I have no idea of becoming Hokage. I know. Jing-ai answered as a matter of course. Then why are you still making a deal with the old man? Tsunade almost vomited blood. Knowing that you're still doing this? After taking a look at the table that was not falling apart, Jing-ai calmly leaned his hand on the table and explained to Tsunade. Our Hokage, your teacher, can no longer suppress the man in prison. If he is not released, some extremely unfavorable news to the Hokage may spread in the village. So he took the initiative to find me. There's such a thing? How come I've never heard of it? Tsunade couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Does Danzo have any leverage over the old man? But she had never heard of it. Tsunade said she knew nothing about this. What if even you knew about this shady secret? Jing-ai smiled and tapped the desktop with her hand. Tsunade, don't I know that you have no interest in becoming Hokage? Hokage-sama knows that too. That's why he is confident in choosing you as the candidate for Hokage. If it were someone else, such conditions would not be possible. Since I have no ambition to become Hokage, you should be relieved, right? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a good plan. Don't forget, Shimura Danzo has always dreamed of the position of Hokage. It really is. Tsunade knew this. Danzo Shimura had always been competing with the third Hokage, but he was always one step behind. In other words, Danzo Shimura was not suitable to be Hokage. Even if he had not bowed his head cowardly, Tobirama Senju would not have given him the position of Hokage. There were only two people that Senju Tobirama had been seeing, one was Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other was Uchiha Kagami. However, Uchiha Kagami is a member of the Uchiha clan, and Senju Tobirama would never allow an Uchiha clan member to become Hokage, so Sarutobi Hiruzen became the only choice. As for Danzo Shimura, Orochimaru was right when he said that a snake in the gutter can never become a Hokage. Okay, you are right and I can't argue with you. It's just a title anyway. The Hokage candidate is the Hokage candidate, and Tsunade will accept it. Aren't you afraid that Shimura Danzo will come out and continue to target us? Not afraid. Jing-ai suddenly laughed. Because I needed to hide a little bit before, but now, I hope he can target me, so that I can crush him like a bug. Killing a village leader innocently, even if you don't have to bear the blame, it won't sound good if it gets out. It will have a great impact on our reputations. But, you don't need to worry about these things when fighting back. Tsunade. Good guy, so you are expecting the thing I am worried about to happen? But it seems pretty good to just kill Danzo Shimura with ease. Locking up this kind of bird is just a waste of food. It would be easier to just crush it to death. But if there is any accident, then Tsunade is still conflicted. Being a candidate for Hokage is not just talk. The announcement has already been released, which means that soon people in the Land of Fire and even the entire ninja world will know that Tsunade has become a candidate for Hokage and will become the next Hokage of Konoha. If anything unexpected happens, she will be the Hokage. You don't need anyone's support or selection, just sit on it. And it is reasonable and legal. If there is any accident, then you can become Hokage. As long as you and I don't take the initiative to fight for it, when the time comes for you to become Hokage, can you run away? Shizuka yawned and waved at Tsunade. So just be content with it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yes, when the time comes that I must become Hokage, I will be Hokage even if I don't want to. In this case, why worry or be bothered? Just don't actively strive for it. Chapter 256 Hiruzen, what does Tsunade becoming the candidate for Hokage have to do with you? Taking the initiative will make the third Hokage feel threatened, but being passive will be different. At that time, Konoha will face two situations. Either the third Hokage died, or the third Hokage disappointed everyone to the point where he had to give up his position. At this time, it is reasonable for Tsunade to become Hokage. After hearing what Jing-ai said, Tsunade finally felt relieved. You and the old man are really something. You didn't even discuss such an important matter with me. I'm scared to death. By the way, how about having barbecue later? Tsunade felt very tired and exhausted after relaxing, and she might fall asleep at any time. She's been working overtime so much lately that she's almost going crazy. Your treat? Jing-ai asked. Ahaha. Tsunade responded to Jing-ai with a series of yawns. Jing-ai, I knew that Tsunade was just trying to take advantage of you by wanting to eat barbecue but not spending any money. Forget it, since you've been looking for so much trouble, I'll treat you to some barbecue. The news that Tsunade became the candidate for Hokage quickly spread throughout Konoha, and spread towards the Land of Fire with Konoha as the center, and then spread step by step to other countries and villages. No one in the ninja world was surprised by Konoha's announcement. Just as the third Hokage said, Tsunade is more than capable of becoming Hokage in terms of strength, identity, status, and prestige, and is the least competitive one. Even if other people have the dream of becoming Hokage, they can only give up regretfully when they meet a rival like Tsunade. The cooperation was reached. The third Hokage came to the prison and met Danzo Shimura. I have reached a cooperation with Hyuga Shizuka. If I release you, they will not object, nor will they take the initiative to target you, but Tsunade will become the candidate for Hokage. As soon as they met, the third Hokage told Danzo Shimura this heartbreaking news. This news may not have much impact on other people, but for Danzo Shimura, who dreams of becoming Hokage, it is like a bolt from the blue. His dream of becoming Hokage seemed to be shattered. With thunder rumbling in his mind, Danzo Shimura froze in place. Not only is the third Hokage still in his prime, he will not give up the throne of Hokage at least in the short term. After he gives up the throne, Danzo Shimura will also be quite old. Then Tsunade will become Hokage, which means that Danzo Shimura's dream of becoming Hokage will be completely shattered. By the time Tsunade is old and has to give up the throne of Hokage, the grass on Danzo Shimura's grave will probably be several meters high. Bump! Just as the third Hokage had expected, after a moment of silence, Shimura Danzo, with a red face, angrily slammed against the cell fence, holding the fence tightly with both hands, and yelled at the third Hokage, Sarutobi, "Why did you agree to their unreasonable conditions?" "Why? Because I think Tsunade is suitable." The third Hokage replied calmly. Danzo Shimura was devastated because if Tsunade was chosen as the next Hokage, he would have no hope of becoming Hokage. He would only have some hope if Tsunade died suddenly after the third Hokage abdicated. However, the hope of causing Tsunade to die suddenly is somewhat slim. What about me? What about me? Danzo Shimura felt like he was about to lose his mind and kept yelling. The third Hokage just watched him make a fuss. He even wanted to say to Shimura Danzo, "Danzo, you can never become Hokage, give up." Considering that these words would irritate Danzo Shimura, the third Hokage held back. He was afraid that Danzo Shimura would not be able to withstand the stimulation and would eventually do something that no one could accept. Because the third Hokage understood Danzo Shimura, and knew that this old friend would dare to do anything when forced into a corner. In the original time and space, Danzo Shimura once sent people to attack the third Hokage, wanting to kill the third Hokage who was going to the daimyo mansion, but unfortunately his attack did not succeed. Danzo, Tsunade becoming the candidate for Hokage doesn't seem to have much to do with you. The third Hokage reminded him that this was not your concern. It has nothing to do with you. Shimura Danzo, who was furious just now, suddenly froze. There is nothing wrong with what the third Hokage said. Whether Tsunade was chosen as the Hokage candidate or not has nothing to do with Danzo Shimura, so his anger is puzzling. Sarutobi, you're going to regret this. Shimura Danzo gripped the fence so tightly that veins on the back of his hands bulged. Maybe. The third Hokage has heard this sentence for many years. Whenever Danzo Shimura encounters something unpleasant, he will say this. The third Hokage was already accustomed to this. After you get out, don't bother Tsunade and Shizuka anymore, and don't have any ideas about Kushina anymore. Humph. Shimura Danzo walked out of the cell and snorted coldly. So, where will you assign me to work? What about my position? I will first appoint you as the captain of the Hokage Guard. As for the appropriate position, I will arrange it for you when there is an opportunity. At this time, it was really difficult for the third Hokage to assign a position to Danzo Shimura. Given Danzo Shimura's personality, he would definitely not take up some unimportant positions. But the important positions are already occupied, and we can't just kick anyone out. Who can I kick? Shimura Danzo has a big appetite, and the positions he wants are all in the high-level circle. There are only so many positions in this circle, and it's hard to create a vacancy. The logistics department is out of the question, and the medical system department is even less likely to work, otherwise Koharu will explode. The Ministry of Finance cannot be handed over to anyone for management and can only be held in hands. The same applies to the Embu. Tsunade and Shizuchi will not allow anyone else to enter the Embu. After all this, there was only one position left that could satisfy Shimura Danzo, and that was the position of leader of the Jonin squad. But the third Hokage did not dare to give this position to Danzo Shimura. Judging from Shimura Danzo's ambition, God knows how much trouble he would cause if he were to sit in this position. You have to know that the leader of the Jonin squad has considerable power. This is a position with real power. can directly and indirectly command many Konoha ninjas. So I can only let Danzo Shimura bear with it for now, and find a chance to find a suitable one for him later. For example, Hokage assistant. Currently, the village's assistant Hokage is the fat man Akimichi Norifuge who doesn't care about anything. He has no power and is just an idle position. Akimichi Norifuge doesn't need to go to the Hokage office building to work. He can just stay at home and study food all day. However, this position belongs to Tsunade and her faction, so it is not easy to get it. At least it requires paying a certain price. Even if it is a sinecure with no power, it is one of the few positions in the high-level circle and it is impossible to give it up casually. Chapter 257 Konoha F4 completely falls apart. Are you kidding me? Let me be your Hokage guard captain. The look that Danzo Shimura gave the third Hokage was filled with anger. The third Hokage, who was well prepared, comforted him. Danzo, the important positions in the village are all occupied. I can't just kick them out, right? I want to be promoted to the position of leader of the ninja squad. Shimura Danzo's ambitions are as great as ever. Impossible. The third Hokage would never give the position of leader of the Jonin squad to Danzo Shimura, even if it was to be reappointed by someone from the Nara clan. Then give me a chance. I want to form a special department, similar to the Umbu. Without the Umbu, I guess you have been restricted in what you can do. After being rejected, Danzo Shimura chose to give in. There's no hope of becoming the squad leader of the Jonin squad, so let's just form a route. He believed that the third Hokage would support him. Because the Umbu is not in his hands, the third Hokage will be checked everywhere. As the Hokage, there are many things that cannot be seen in the light and need to be handled by others. So this newly formed department can become a sword in the hands of the Hokage, just like the Umbu in the past. I'll think about it, old man. Danzo Shimura was right, the third Hokage was indeed moved. But Zindon cannot act immediately because he needs Jingai's permission. Otherwise, if this department is successfully established, what will happen to the Umbu? Give me a reply ASAP. After walking out of Konoha prison, Danzo Shimura left without looking back. He needed to return to his family to recuperate for a while. After being locked up in prison for so long, he couldn't stand even the good food and drink. An organization similar to the Umbu? Danzo, you really know how to find trouble for me. Danzo Shimura was released, but this incident did not cause any waves in Konoha, because Danzo Shimura could no longer stand out openly. He would never be able to wash himself clean for attacking ninjas from the same village and betraying the interests of the village. Unless he can make great contributions to the village and clear his name. Danzo Shimura has come out, and Tsunade is worried that this troublemaker will continue to cause trouble. Fortunately, the third Hokage had a private talk with Tsunade and he would not let Danzo Shimura come to the fore, which made Tsunade feel relieved. Danzo Shimura, who is not up to the mark, is not much of a threat at all. She herself is not afraid of being targeted, and Shizuka is even less afraid, and even hopes that the targeting will come sooner. Then only Noeki, Kushina and Minato are left, but these three are protected by puppets sent by Shizuka, so Danzo Shimura will not have any chance to attack them. A simple internal party, but the only person who came was Yutain Koharu. The third Hokage was very busy and had no time to deal with Danzo Shimura. Midaman N has already put them both on the blacklist, and it is impossible for him to get along with these two bombshells. Therefore, Mido Kato N chose to ignore Shimura Danzo's invitation. So the situation happened that only Yutain Koharu showed up for the appointment. There was another person who chose to ignore the invitation, and that was Akimichi Tofu. What is Shimura Danzo? I am not familiar with him, not at all. No need to wait, Hiruzen and Minion won't come, fatty. Tenkin Koharu said sarcastically. He's afraid Tsunade will misunderstand, so he's even less likely to come. Are you laughing at me? Danzo Shimura looked at Koharu Yutain coldly. However, this trick can scare others, but not Yutain Koharu. Not to mention, Danzo Shimura needs her help, so it is impossible for him to attack her. Yutain Koharu ignored Shimura Danzo's threat. He said nonchalantly, since the last revenge mission ended, Menyen has become a different person. Not to mention you, he doesn't even want to see me anymore. That's because you're stupid. Shimura Danzo mocked without hesitation. You clearly had the chance to evacuate quickly, but you insisted on seizing that opportunity and opening up a third battlefield. Who do you think the third Kazekage is? If Menyen hadn't saved you, you probably wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and speak today. Shimura Danzo, what do you mean? Yutain Koharu's hair instantly stood up as if the tail was stepped on. I said you were stupid. Shimura Danzo sneered, if you were not stupid, you would not be provoked by that damn brat, and you would not carry out a revenge mission like a fool. It wouldn't have ended up like this today. Roll. Naoko was so angry that Koharu Yutain was in pain. She felt that it was a wrong decision for her to come to see Danzo Shimura. After this bastard came out of prison, his words became even more infuriating. You are awesome, I'll just stay away from that old lady, okay? Looking at Yutin Koharu, who left without hesitation, Danzo Shimura couldn't help but fall into silence. What he wanted was not to scold the other party. The reason why he spoke foul language was because he wanted to intimidate the other party and then convince the other party after shocking him. What he didn't expect was that Yutain Koharu was a little sensitive about this, and she would just run away if she said something wrong. There was no chance or time for him to convince others. Danzo Shimura had used the same method many times in the past. But in the past, Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato would always endure it patiently, and would not get too angry even if Shimura Danzo spoke unpleasantly. Unfortunately, after experiencing a series of changes, both Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato have changed. The fact that Mitaman N doesn't even want to meet Shimura Danzo is enough to prove this. As for Yutain Koharu, she was already polite by not cursing at you on the spot. Was she waiting to be scolded by you and then convinced by you? Convince your uncle. I can't afford to offend you, but I can still hide from you. You, Shimura Danzo, have completely turned into a sewer bug. Why are you still putting on airs? Do you really think everyone will spoil you? This is what it means to have a bad start. I wanted to win over 2 helpers, but one of them didn't show up, and I offended the other one with just a few words. The third Hokage walked slowly into the yard and said with a strange look on his face, I reminded you that Xiao-chun has been in a bad temper since he was injured. Don't you think there is something wrong with the way you speak? Are you here to laugh at me? Shimura Danzo had a gloomy face. The third Hokage shook his head. No, I'm not here to laugh at you. I just came to take a look and bring a message to Menyen. Menyen said that he doesn't want to have too much entanglement with you anymore. He hopes that you won't go to him next time. He won't give you any help. Remember, it's anything. The third Hokage had something in his power that Shimura Danzo had, but Mito Kato didn't. Although he had done a lot of bad things, at least Mito Kato had nothing to do with any of them, so he was not afraid of Shimura Danzo's threats. Humph. Shimura Danzo said dissatisfiedly, if you have time to talk nonsense here, why don't you think about how to set up a new department, how much funding it will take, and how many people it will recruit? I will prepare it, but it will take some time. After all, setting up a new department requires high-level meetings to make decisions. After giving Danzo Shimura an answer that was not very satisfactory, the third Hokage turned and left. Chapter 258 The Umbu changes to the Ministry of Finance. Will you change? This was obviously his excuse. Because it is impossible for Konoha to set up any new department in a short period of time. After all, Konoha is still at war, and the war has lasted for nearly 3 years. Konoha does not have the spare energy to set up any new departments. The high-level meeting is just the first step. Even if the high-level meeting passes it, the subsequent steps will not be easy. A new department will require a lot of money. The village's finances are currently tight, and it is still unknown how much money can be squeezed out. Secondly, there is the issue of manpower. When setting up a new department, you can't just create an empty shell. Konoha suffered heavy losses during the war and needs support for the front lines at all times. How can we transfer people to the new department at this critical juncture? Who to select are the issues. First of all, rule out Inoshikacho. Even if Inoshikacho doesn't stand on Tsunade's side, it is impossible for her to join some shady department. Secondly, families like the Uchiha and Hyuga will be excluded. There is no way the Hyuga would get involved in this kind of thing, Uchiha. Not to mention that the Uchiha are unwilling. Even if they are willing, Shimura Danzo may not want their people. If all the major families of Konoha are excluded, there will be fewer targets to choose from. Choose from among civilian ninjas? I'm afraid there won't be many suitable people to choose from, unless we ask ninjas from families like Sarutobi and Shimura to join. Trouble. The third Hokage got a headache the more he thought about it, but he still had to do it. So a high-level meeting about the new department was held in the Hokage's office. Not many people attended the meeting. There are 2 advisors from the Council of Elders, Shizuka, and the third Hokage, a total of 4 people. In fact, the person who should have attended the meeting was Tsunade, but unfortunately, when Shizuka was in the village, Tsunade simply left the Umbu to him and stayed on duty in the hospital all day. So Jingai could only attend this meeting on behalf of the Umbu. Seeing Shizuichi coming as a representative of the Umbu, the 3 people in the Hokage's office had no objection, except that Yutain Koharu looked at Shizuichi with a somewhat unfriendly look. After all, she was badly cheated in the previous mission. If Jingai hadn't deliberately provoked her, she would not have agreed to carry out any revenge mission. As a result, she couldn't control her temper and got herself into trouble. Walking into the Hokage's office, Shizuichi sat casually on the sofa. Like Tsunade, Shizuoichi also liked to sit on the sofa instead of a hard chair. Is there something important in the village that requires a high-level meeting? Jing'ai didn't know why the third Hokage asked him to come over. Mito Kato En and Yutane Koharu were also unaware of the inside story, and they both looked at the third Hokage at the same time. The third Hokage waved his hand to signal them not to rush. After the Hokage's guards poured the hot tea and walked out and closed the door, the third Hokage took the pipe out of his mouth. As he grew older and the pressure from work gradually increased, the third Hokage's smoking addiction became more and more serious. He used to smoke occasionally, but now he almost never puts down his pipe. I asked you to come here today to hold a high-level meeting for one thing. After giving the opening remarks, the third Hokage paused for a few seconds and then continued. Since the Umbu was separated, I found that there are some things that are not too important but need to be dealt with immediately. It is too troublesome to hand them over to the Umbu, so I want to set up a new department. Hiruzen, you want to form a second Umbu? Midaman En frowned. He did not quite approve of the third Hokage doing this. The village already has an Umbu, so why set up another similar department? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Yutane Koharu also couldn't understand what the third Hokage was thinking. Only Shizuka guessed that the new department mentioned by the third Hokage should be the route formed for Danzo Shimura. I object because the village already has an Umbu. Jing'ai was the first to state his position. In fact, whether the route department is established or not has little impact on the Umbu. As long as the people of the route do not do things under the banner of the Umbu and do not wear the Umbu equipment to cause trouble, there is not much connection between the two. But as a member of the Umbu, Jing'ai must show an attitude representing the Umbu. Now that we have the Umbu, do you want to set up a similar department? Impossible. The Umbu disagreed. Hokage-sama, you promised not to weaken any of the Umbu's rights. After the rejection, Jing'ai did not forget to remind the third Hokage not to cause trouble. I don't care whether you want to form the route or not, the privileges of the Umbu cannot be touched. Are you going to use a knife against the Umbu? Mizuto Minion was slightly startled. This was not a good sign. On the contrary, Yutane Koharu was eager to try. She wished that the third Hokage would strike at the Umbu as soon as possible and cut off their privileges. It would be disgusting if this department is not under control. They can just walk around in front of you for no reason and tell you openly that they are patrolling and protecting you, not monitoring you. Damn, this isn't surveillance? The rights of the Umbu will not be affected in any way. The third Hokage quickly assured. I will not set up a second department like the Umbu. According to my expectation, this new department is actually an expansion of the Hokage Guard to form a unique department that specifically obeys the command of the Hokage. This department will not affect the operation of other departments and will only hide in the dark. I object. No matter what the third Hokage says, Shizui's principle is that I oppose it. No matter whether you are forming a root or forming a dick, the attitude of the Umbu is to oppose it. If Hokage feels that the Umbu are out of control, I can negotiate with Tsunade and return the Umbu to the Hokage's office. Hokage doesn't need to go through so much trouble. The Umbu will be returned, and the finance department will be divided out, so that no one will suffer any loss. The limit is 1 for 1, do you want to change? As long as you are willing, I am willing. I'm changing my ass. The third Hokage's face turned black. The Umbu was separated out only because they were restricted and it was inconvenient for them to do things. If the Ministry of Finance was separated out, his neck would be completely strangled. No matter how important the Umbu is, it cannot compare to the Ministry of Finance. You know how to say no. Midaman En looked at the third Hokage with sympathy. Got killed. What's the expansion of the Hokage Guard? Isn't it just an alternative Umbu? It would be strange if Hinata Shizuka, who represents the Umbu, could agree to it. If you really want to set it up, we have no objection. Just hand it over to the Ministry of Finance. It's a very simple matter. Chapter 259, 4 people held a meeting, 3 people opposed. Yutane Koharu, who wanted to say a few words for the third Hokage, shut up obediently after seeing this. She thought it would be better for her not to speak. As long as the medical system is not involved, this would avoid a fight between the Umbu and the Hokage's office, in which case she would be the one to suffer. Look at Midaman En, he is calm and composed, saying nothing, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As long as it doesn't affect the logistics department, you can do whatever you want. Yutane Koharu just has a bad temper, she's not stupid. Jing'ai said nonchalantly. The village already has an Umbu, so there is no need for a second Umbu. Secondly, the village is still at war, and the manpower and material resources consumed every day are not small. At this time, you are still thinking about setting up a new department. Are you trying to delay the war, Hokage? I don't have any. The third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, this is just a negotiation. Even if everyone thinks it is feasible, this department will not be established immediately. Since it's just an idea, it's better to kill it as soon as possible. During a war, the cost is huge. Jing'ai kindly reminded the third Hokage, the pressure after the war will not be small. The compensation for various losses will be enough to make the Ministry of Finance bleed. Lord Hokage will not forget these, right? To be honest, the village does not have the spare capacity to set up a new department. The finances do not allow it, and it is not convenient to transfer personnel. Unless the families behind you are willing to select people to join this department. As soon as these words were spoken, Mizuto Minion immediately became alert. He himself is unwilling to get involved, and the family behind him is even less willing to get involved. He just hopes that the village can maintain the status quo instead of setting up any new departments. Hiruzen, you need to think about this. If you want to set up a new department, I won't object, but if you target the family behind me, that won't work. God knows what this department is used for. What if you accidentally bring trouble to your family? Originally, only Shizuka was against it, but after some words were spoken, even Midaman N and Utane Kohara began to oppose it. The third Hokage felt inexplicably tired. How come it is so difficult for me, a Hokage, to do anything? This one opposes, and that one opposes too. No privileges at all. I will seriously consider it. For people held a meeting, 3 of them opposed it, so the third Hokage had to put the matter on hold for the time being. The meeting ended here. After the meeting, Jing'ai got up and left. He needs to inform Tsunade about this first to avoid a real commotion. Tsunade is still confused, so why didn't I know this? What Jing'ai didn't expect was that Mizuto Minion quickly followed. He even took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Jing'ai, why do you think Hiruzen would choose to set up a new department during this sensitive period? Ever since Mito Kato and took the initiative to back down and show goodwill, Shizuichi and Tsunade have not targeted him again. But after all, we are not on the same path, so it is impossible to build a relationship. Therefore, Jing'ai was somewhat surprised that Mito Minion took the initiative to approach him. The guy in prison has been released. He has a lot of black spots and charges. He can't come out in the open, so he can only take other paths. Jing'ai did not hide anything and leaked some key information to Midaman Yen. He believed that as long as Mizuto Kato and remained neutral, the information would be leaked and Mizuto Kato and would take the initiative to stand on his side and oppose the third Hokage's establishment of the route. For Danzo? As expected, Mizuto Minion lost his composure on the spot. Didn't you, Shimura Danzo, just get released? Why, are you so impatient to climb up? Since they can't come out in public and have no position in secret, so they specially set up this department. It's just nonsense. You think about it yourself. Jing'ai smiled and turned away. The third Hokage has been persuaded by Danzo Shimura to find ways to form the route. The route department will appear sooner or later, but it's not that easy. Anyway, don't ask. The answer is that the Umbu are against it. The third Hokage also knew that it was not easy to convince others to agree, so he was not in a hurry. As for Danzo Shimura, we are already trying our best, don't worry, just wait and take care of it at home first. Don't worry. As the end of the year approaches, Konoha is once again covered in thick snow. Jing'ai came home from the market and saw someone lying on the sofa. She was surprised and said, "It's rare that you're not on duty." Ah. Tsunade turned over and sat up, looking up proudly, revealing her slender neck. Sis has money, and she's still on duty. As long as you are happy, I hope you can keep this money in your pocket for more than 3 days. Shizuichi didn't want to discuss this with Tsunade, because if Tsunade keeps her money in her pocket, it will bite her thigh, and she can't keep it in her pocket, and she will give it all away sooner or later. So it's better not to waste your saliva. What are we eating today? Jing'ai ignored her, and Tsunade didn't care. She ran to the kitchen door in her slippers and peered into the kitchen. Isn't this chicken too small? 3 chickens that looked a little malnourished were placed on the cutting board, which Tsunade disliked. You know nothing. This is a pheasant. It's only this big. Jing'ai chopped the chicken skillfully and said unhappily, "We'll have chicken stewed with mushrooms later. By the way, your teacher held a high-level meeting earlier, but Fatty didn't attend." "Oh, what does he want to do?" Tsunade yawned and showed no interest in this. To her, the high-level meeting was not as attractive as the chicken stewed with mushrooms that she was about to eat. He wanted to set up a department that was similar to the Umbu, but different from the Umbu. However, I opposed it. The 2 elders were worried that the family members would be betrayed, so they rejected it with a strong attitude. This matter should be related to Shimura Danzo. I knew that this old guy would come out with no good intentions. You shouldn't have agreed to the old man. Tsunade was indignant. Even if you don't agree, Shimura Danzo will come out. Shizuichi didn't argue with Tsunade. While Shizuka and Tsunade were eating chicken stewed with mushrooms, several special guests came to the frontline camp. Why special? They are from the Sand Village. but under the banner of an envoy group, they are preparing to cross the war zone, enter the land of fire, and then go to the fire country daimyo's mansion. After thinking for a while, the third Kazekage finally made up his mind to negotiate. But they cannot talk to Konoha directly, otherwise the sand village will be cut into pieces and bled. First, send an envoy group to the fire country daimyo's mansion to meet the daimyo and negotiate in the name of the wind country daimyo. After we have dealt with the daimyo of the land of fire, we will use the daimyo's name to negotiate with Konoha. The main point is a roundabout way. During this period of time, Konoha has been covered with heavy white snow, not to mention the land of wind. Even in the desert, it will snow, and the temperature will be even lower, with scorching sun during the day and freezing cold at night. In addition to the temperature, the villagers' hope for a peaceful and lively new year, coupled with the soaring prices of food and other supplies, became fundamental factors in promoting peace talks. Chapter 260 Kushina, Big Fox, Let's Talk. For the wind country, which has to buy most of its food, war will only lead to rising prices of materials, causing most people to live in difficult circumstances. Let them go. Orochimaru doesn't care what these people are planning. Regardless of whether the war ends through peace talks or not, Orochimaru's contributions are there and no one can take them away. Therefore, it makes little difference to Orochimaru whether to defeat the Sand Village directly or to end the war through peace talks between the two villages. He already had what he wanted. Even if there is no peace talks and the fighting continues, Orochimaru believes that the Sand Village will not be able to hold out for much longer. So Orochimaru did not make things difficult for the envoys and chose to let them go. Of course, after they are released, someone will be sent to follow the envoys to the daimyo prefecture in order to prevent these people from tearing off the identities of the envoys after entering the land of fire and causing trouble everywhere. Do you want to inform the old man? If he doesn't notify them, the old man will probably be pissed to death when the people from the Sand Village come close to negotiate. Although I really want to see the old man get furious, Orochimaru thought about it and decided to send a message to Konoha to inform the third Hokage that the Sand Village wanted to negotiate. But there was bad news, because the Sand Village did not intend to negotiate directly with Konoha, but instead planned to go through the daimyo's mansion to negotiate. Prepare yourself mentally. If we take the daimyo route, if successful it will mean that Konoha will face considerable losses. It would be difficult to extract a large amount of war reparations from the Sand Village. After all, peace talks and negotiations after defeat are not the same concept. He did what he was supposed to do. As for the rest, it was not something Orochimaru could consider. Anyway, the war had not ended for a day, so he had to continue fighting. Even if the peace talks were successful the next day and both sides stopped the war, they would still fight the same way as they did the day before. The news spread quickly, and the ninja hawk flew to Konoha that night. The third Hokage successfully received the message sent by Orochimaru. Damn. After reading the message sent by Orochimaru, the third Hokage was so shocked that he stood up and couldn't help but swear. The Sand Village does not want to fight this war, and the third Hokage is mentally prepared for this, because the war has been going on for almost 3 years, and the Sand Village's foundation has been almost exhausted. In addition, the new year is approaching, and the third Kazekage will face exponential pressure. It is normal to want to end the war. However, the third Hokage did not expect that the third Kazekage was so cunning. He wanted to end the war but did not want to admit his defeat, so he took the route of peace talks with the daimyo prefecture. Knowing that if they took Konoha's route to negotiate, Konoha would not offer very harsh conditions, the Sand Village directly took the Daming Road route. Are you stupid? I want to end the war, but I won't talk to you about it. At this moment, the third Hokage felt like he was being bullied and felt extremely depressed. But he couldn't stop the Sand Village envoys from going to the daimyo's mansion, because the other party did not go to the daimyo's mansion under the banner of peace talks, but only said that they were going to meet the daimyo of the fire country with greetings from the daimyo of the wind country. Even if you and Konoha want to stop this, aren't you meddling too much? Besides, everything is just speculation. Without solid evidence, why should you stop others? It's so frustrating. He knew very well that the other party was going to negotiate with the daimyo, but the key was that he couldn't stop them. The third Hokage felt a lump in his chest and felt very uncomfortable. Go and notify Xiao-chun and Minion to come over. Oh, and the fat guy Akimichi Takao, and Tsunade. Wait, Tsunade is not necessary. Tell Hinata Shizukeki instead. The Sand Village has already shown signs of peace talks, so the village must make corresponding preparations. A high-level meeting is inevitable. But when the personnel were being notified, Tsunade was replaced by Shizue. Tsunade has been staying in Konoha Hospital for some time recently, so it would be better to go directly to Shizuka instead of looking for her. Yes, Hokage-sama. At the Hokage's command, the Hokage guards immediately got busy. The Umbu squad in the Hokage's office building, which used to be an assistant, seemed to be protecting the Hokage's safety, but in fact they were helping to escape. Now, the job of escaping has all fallen on the shoulders of the Hokage's guards. The Hokage's office wants you. Shizue pushed Tsunade. Tsunade, who had her eyes open in the previous second, closed her eyes in the next second, turned her body and rolled herself in the quilt, and then snoring sounds came from under the blanket. Jingai. Wow, you fell asleep in seconds, right? You are hopeless. Standing up, he kicked Tsunade, who was curled up on the sofa, then put on his coat silently and left home with an unhappy look on his face. Sister Tsunade, it's so late, what does the Hokage want to see you about? Kushina put down the book in her hands and yawned loudly. Tsunade, who was snoring just now, sat up and pinched Kushina's face with a grin. You are wrong. You are looking for Shizuoichi, not me. Didn't you hear what the Hokage's guard said? Master Shizuoichi, the Hokage wants to see you. Looking at Tsunade, who was imitating the speech of the ninja from the Hokage guard, Kushina distanced herself a little with disgust. It sounds awful. You stupid girl, you still despise me, right? I don't care about you anymore, go to sleep. Tsunade was so sleepy that she didn't even bother to go back to her room and just fell asleep on the sofa. Back in the room, Kushina sat on the bed and said distressedly, Big Fox, when do you think I can help Jingai? Compared to Jingai, I feel so weak. Little devil, as long as you seal, The foul-mouthed nine-tailed fox was just about to say, as long as you remove the seal, I can increase your strength, but just as he opened his mouth, he found that the chains on his body began to tighten. So Jue quickly changed his words, as long as you follow the method I told you and train hard, your strength will improve soon. Kushina brat, you are very talented. Don't underestimate yourself. Don't forget that I am here to help you. You just want to trick me and run away. Kushina stared at the Kyuubi expressionlessly. Nine-tailed fox. Damn, it's so hard to fool kids nowadays. Kid, don't you want my power? I am the Nine-Tails, the strongest tailed beast. Seeing that coaxing failed, Kyuubi began to roar loudly. Unfortunately, this trick is useless against Kushina, at least it has no effect on Kushina now, because Kushina has become immune to it. She knows that this big fox can only roar a few times but can't actually do anything. I want to, too, but you won't cooperate. Jingai said that as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I will definitely be able to use your power with peace of mind. Big Fox, let's negotiate. Kushina looked up and spoke seriously to the Nine-Tails. Chapter 261-9 I seem to have been tricked by the little girl, but I have no evidence. Nine-tailed fox. Are you serious? Mito Uzumaki used the Nine-Tails chakra completely by force. Although Kushina could do it, she couldn't draw too much, after all, her strength was not good enough. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is so domineering. But Jingai said that as long as she could gain the recognition of the Nine-Tails and use its power without any obstacles, then Kushina would be one of the strongest people in the ninja world. This is not a joke. Half of the Nine-Tails can make Naruto fight against everything. Kushina, who is quite talented, plus the complete Nine-Tails, once both sides recognize each other, letting Kushina activate the Nine-Tails chakra mode is exciting just to think about. Hell, little devil, do you think I will believe you? Kyuubi laughed disdainfully. You just want to borrow my chakra, you are deceiving me. Over countless years, the nine-tailed fox has become accustomed to humans breaking their promises. In addition, after being sealed for so many years, the nine-tailed fox's heart has been filled with resentment. I did not lie to you. Kushina said sincerely, Big Fox, think about it carefully, except for the time when you tried to break free from the seal and foul mouth, at other times, did I strangle you like Grandma Mito so that you couldn't even move? And I won't forcibly drain your chakra like Grandma Mito did. Nine-tailed fox. This seems to make some sense, but it also feels wrong. What is wrong? Kyuubi was a little confused. Compared with Uzumaki Mito's tough attitude, Kushina is indeed easier to talk to than Uzumaki Mito and is not so targeting it. Except when it mocked Kushina with foul language and tried to break free from the seal, Kushina's suppression of the nine tails was not that severe at other times. At least compared to Uzumaki Mito, Kushina is truly kind. Of course, he can't be compared with Naruto. After all, Naruto can't suppress the nine tails with the blood seal. Compared to the nine tails tied up with chains, the nine tails sleeping in the sealed space is simply too happy. Big Fox, I really want to negotiate with you. I hope you can feel my sincerity towards you. Is it? Kyuubi sneered, baring his teeth and opening his mouth wide. Then you should untie these chains first and let me see your sincerity. Big Fox, you're going too far. Kushina frowned. Ha 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 ha, see, I knew it, you little brat have no good intentions. Don't you want to negotiate? Come on, I want to see if you are really sincere. If you are really sincere, what's wrong with me negotiating with you? Ha ha ha, you little. Kushina's reaction made the nine-tailed fox laugh wildly. It felt that its guess was correct and Kushina was just lying to it. As a result, as he was laughing, Kyuubi suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Because the chains on his body were really slowly loosening and then slowly being taken away, Nine-Tailed Fox, who was used to being tied up for a long time, found that the chains on his body were gone, and was a little overwhelmed for a while. There was no more sarcasm and ridicule in Kushina's big eyes, only astonishment and confusion. Does this little devil really want to reconcile with me? After loosening the chains, Kushina raised her head and smiled happily. She raised one hand, clenched her fist and shouted to the nine tails. Come on, big fox, I have completely removed the chains as agreed. Now it's your turn. You are the strongest tailed beast, so you shouldn't lie to a child, right? Bah, I certainly can't lie to you. Cheating is what you humans are good at. Kyuubi couldn't help but curse. Then let's reconcile. You set the conditions yourself. Kushina still had her hands raised. Did I say that? Kyuubi blinked. Wardfa, what did the old man say? No, you must regret it. Wait, I, Kurama, am the strongest tailed beast. If the news that I deceived a child gets out, how the hell can I still be a tailed beast? What about your face? Do you still want it? Kyuubi raised his paw and slapped himself. You are so mean. I let you be so mean. Now you feel embarrassed. Reconcile with Kushina? The Nine Tails was extremely unhappy, but the words had already been spoken. The strongest tailed beast deceived a child. If the other tailed beasts knew about this, the Nine Tails would be laughed to death. Especially that bastard Yaiwei. To go back on your word would mean to lose face. I want to negotiate, but I don't want to. What should I do? Kyuubi was in deep turmoil. After waiting for a while, Kushina sighed in disappointment. Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. As expected, the tailed beasts also have the potential to lie. People and tailed beasts are the same. They can't be trusted. Alas, the strongest tailed beast deceived a child. Forget it, just assume that I misjudged you. And many more. Seeing Kushina sighing and about to leave, with disappointment written all over her face, feeling cheated by a big fox, Nine Tails became anxious on the spot. I, Kurama, am the strongest tailed beast. How could I lie? And you cheated on a little girl? Am I so shameless? What? Are you trying to trick me again? Kushina looked up unhappily. Bah, I didn't lie. Jue cursed angrily. I jest. It's over, it's over, it's over. Kyuubi didn't know how to explain. Breaking the promise, or truly negotiating. I'm just not mentally prepared yet. Wait for me to think about it for 2 days. Forget it, that's not necessary. Jing'ai said that if the other party doesn't keep their word, then the best way to deal with it is to delay. Kushina smiled carefreely. Just think of it as me trusting the wrong person. No, I trusted the wrong tailed beast. Big fox, let's go. I'm going to bed. Jing'ai said, early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. Why don't I like to hear this? I have said that I have not gone back on my word, nor have I lied to anyone, and I will certainly not shamelessly deceive a child. In a hurry, Kyuubi roared, little devil, stop right there. I am willing to reconcile with you. Really? You won't lie to me again? Kushina asked happily. I am so. When did I lie to you? Do you know how to use words? Holding his breath, Kyuubi suppressed his anger, opened his mouth and promised. I will never lie to you again. No, I will never lie to you. Bah, I don't lie. Seeing the Nine Tails who was so angry that he was incoherent, Kushina wanted to laugh. Reconcile. I have reconciled with you. He raised his giant hand and bumped it with Kushina's tiny fist. After Kushina left happily, the nine-tailed fox sat dejectedly in the sealed space, with its 2 big ears drooping listlessly over its eyes. Something is wrong. Something is absolutely wrong. But what's wrong? I'm not the kind of person who would be provoked. A fox, right? Is Kushina trying to piss me off on purpose? Chapter 262. The sincerity is too great. The nine-tailed fox subconsciously looked outside and found that not only had Kushina withdrawn all the chains, she also did not prohibit it from exploring the outside. Nine-tailed fox. This kid is really willing to reconcile with me. Shizuichi, who had already gone to the Hokage's office building, didn't know that Kushina had already started to coil the nine tails. If you knew, you would die of laughter. The nine-tailed fox has a deep hatred for humans. Even though it has lived for countless years and seems very smart, in fact, a tailed beast is always just a tailed beast and can never compare with humans in terms of means. It's easy to fall into a trap. Well, as long as we lift the nine-tailed fox up to a high enough height at the right time, we can make it unable to get down from the stage. Take the initiative to show goodwill and say nice words at critical moments. Whether it is a human or a tailed beast, they are willing to hear nice words. Moreover, Kushina has always emphasized that her child's identity put herself in a weak position, which directly caused Kyuubi to fall into deep entanglement. He felt that he should not deceive a child, deceive a little girl, a child who was willing to treat him sincerely. The seal has been loosened, allowing the nine-tailed fox to explore the outside world. Isn't this the greatest sincerity? Unfortunately, what Kyuubi didn't know was that the sealed space had been resealed by Jing'ai. Even if the chains of the Uzumaki clan were loosened, the nine-tailed fox would not be able to cause any unrest. At most, it would howl helplessly and furiously in the sealed space. Besides, even if the chain is loosened, it can be tied back again at any time. It's just a matter of thought. If the nine-tailed fox falls into the trap, everyone will be happy. If the nine-tailed fox doesn't fall into the trap, we can think of other ways. If it really doesn't work, just forcibly extract chakra and use it. Uzumaki Mito can do it, and so can Kushina. Plus, the Nine Tails compared the methods used by Kushina and Uzumaki Mito against it, and it immediately felt the benefit given by Kushina. Sometimes happiness comes from comparison. When they were about to reach the Hokage's office building, Shizuichi ran into Akimichi Take's, whose body had rounded twice more. If the previous Akimichi tofu was a big bucket, the current Akimichi tofu is much bigger than this. It's simply a super big balloon. When Jing'ai saw him, she felt inexplicably happy. Senior Qfeng, although your family's secret technique is quite special and the fatter you are, the stronger you are, but you are so fat, is there really no problem with your body? Would you like me to check it out for you? I've gained a little weight recently, so I researched some delicious food. Chiodea Kufeng didn't care about Jing'ai's teasing at all, and instead issued an invitation. Someday when I have time, I'll make some and invite you to be my guest. Okay, then I'll wait for your invitation. You can prepare more, after all, there are several hungry children at home. Jing'ai laughed. Chiodea Kufeng suddenly stopped laughing. That's too much. I invited you to be my guest, but you even included the hungry children at home. Wait a minute, are you kidding me? Do you have hungry children at home? They just know how to bully honest people. Akimichi Tofu decided not to talk to Jing'ai anymore. This guy is very bad. The two walked into the Hokage's office building together, and when they went up the stairs, Shizue fell decisively one step behind. Just as he had guessed, the stairwell was directly filled with Akimichi Take's bloated body. His body width is at least 3.5 times that of Jing'ai. Looking at Chiodao Qfeng's big belly, which was wider than several people's shoulders, Jing'ai couldn't help but sigh, what a talented person. It is difficult to even climb the stairs. The secret techniques of the Akimichi clan are truly amazing. After finally climbing the stairs, I encountered some trouble when entering the Hokage's office. Fortunately, as a certain saying goes, as long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Since you can't enter from the front, just go in from the side. So the third Hokage, Yutin Koharu, and Mito Kato-en, who were sitting in the Hokage's office, looked at Akimichi Tofu who had squeezed in sideways with great effort with frowns on their faces. How fat are you? Hey, I'm late. Just continue. Don't worry about me. Smiling and waving his hands, Chiodao Chufeng sat down on the floor. Fatty, eating is important, but your body is important too. The third Hokage helplessly reminded Akimichi Tofu to take care of his health. Don't eat yourself to death. After all, Akimichi Tofu's figure was seriously oversized at this time. This is no longer a question of whether it is a secret technique or not. If there is something wrong with your body, no matter how powerful your secret skills are, they will be useless. Mizuto Minen smiled but said nothing, while Yutain Koharu turned her face away in disgust. Then Shizuka walked into the Hokage's office and glanced at Akimichi Take's who was sitting on the floor. She thought that this fat guy had some self-awareness. He knew that the chair in the Hokage's office could not accommodate his huge body, and he was afraid that the sofa would fall down if he sat on it, so he just sat on the floor. Closing the door casually, Jing'ai walked to the sofa and sat down comfortably, leaning back twice after sitting down. Boy, who are you trying to show off to? Chiodao Qfeng was speechless. This kid did it on purpose to provoke him. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start today's meeting. The third Hokage spoke decisively, interrupting Shizuichi and Akimichi Tofu who were staring at each other. Everyone. Picking up a scroll from the table and shaking it in his hand, the third Hokage said with a serious expression. This is the news Orochimaru sent today. He said that there is a delegation of envoys from the Sand Village going to the camp to apply to enter the Land of Fire. Their target is the daimyo's mansion. According to Orochimaru's speculation, these people are heading for the daimyo in order to negotiate peace. My guess is similar to Orochimaru's. The Sand Village can no longer bear it. This 3-year-long war has exhausted the village's resources. They want to negotiate, but they are unwilling to negotiate directly with the village. Instead, they turn to the daimyo's mansion. This is not nonsense. Yutain Koharu was the first to slam the table and curse. The Sand Village bastards, they wanted to start a war and provoked us everywhere. Now they can't stand it anymore and want to end the war, but they are unwilling to negotiate with us. What does this mean? Do they not take us, Konoha, seriously? Or do they think the daimyo has the right to directly interfere in the war? The village and the daimyo's mansion have a cooperative relationship, not a hierarchical relationship. The daimyo's mansion provides money and the village trains ninjas to protect the security of the Land of Fire. The relationship between the two parties is equal. It's just that the development of the village requires a lot of funds, and the daimyo is responsible for providing part of the funds. Over time, the village becomes dependent on the daimyo's government, which directly leads to the daimyo's increasingly high status. There were vague signs of sitting on top of the village. Every village knows that this phenomenon is very bad, but there is nothing anyone can do about it because you need financial support from Daming Prefecture. Chapter 263 Jingwan. Don't ask, I just don't know. According to the original agreement, the daimyo prefecture could not interfere with the village's military operations, any military operations, and the village cannot interfere with the taxation of the Daming Prefecture. Therefore, the Sand Village's behavior of bypassing Konoha and going directly to the daimyo's mansion was undoubtedly a slap in Konoha's face. This is also the reason why Yutain Koharu was so angry. The daimyo does not have the right to directly interfere in the war, but the daimyo can put pressure on us. Mitaminyan calmly took over the conversation and reminded Yutain Koharu, after 3 years of war, the village needs a large amount of capital injection, and most of the funds come from the daimyo. The daimyo cannot interfere in the village's military operations, but he can choose not to give you money. I can't say that I won't give you anything. Giving you a little bit of token of appreciation will be enough to make you suffer. Not to mention, there are also missions commissioned on which the village depends for its survival. These are the confidence of the daimyo. Let's not talk about the daimyo for now. The third Hokage interrupted Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and pointed out the key point. What we need to discuss now is whether the war should continue. As long as Konoha does not agree to peace talks, the daimyo can do nothing. But, should this war continue? This is the point that the third Hokage was struggling with. Chiodao Qufang was thinking seriously, while Jing'ai leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs and yawned out of boredom. This kind of meeting is the most boring. Are you feeling bored, kid? The third Hokage's eyelids twitched when he saw Shizuka yawning. Jing'ai, do you think it's necessary for the village to continue fighting this war? Why are you asking me here? Jing was stunned for a moment, then kicked the ball out. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but the Umbu cannot interfere in war decisions. Whether to continue fighting or not is a matter for the Hokage's office and has nothing to do with the Umbu. The Umbu cannot cross the line and make decisions. In a word, don't ask, you won't know even if you ask. At least in principle, Jing'ai's answer is correct. It is enough for the Umbu to attend the meeting. As for the decision-making power, it has nothing to do with the Umbu, so you decide for yourselves. A slippery boy. After hearing Jing'ai's words, everyone present knew that even if Jing'ai was there, he was just here to take advantage of the situation. As for the question of whether or not the war should continue, he did not interfere at all. Fatty, what do you think? Jing'ai was passing the buck here, and he had very good reasons, so the third Hokage had no choice but to drag Akimichi to take the wind. The fat man was very surprised and pointed at himself. After the third Hokage nodded in confirmation, he smiled bitterly. It's not a good idea for you to ask me this question. After all, I don't care about the matter. Whether the war should continue depends on the decision of the three of you. Ahem, this fat guy is a talented person. Jing'ai really wanted to laugh. The corners of the third Hokage's mouth began to twitch. Mizuto Minion was also speechless. Yutain Koharu's look of disdain was not concealed at all. Fatty, that's enough. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little bit wrong, Chiodao Qufang knew that he couldn't avoid it, and he had no choice but to express his analysis. First of all, whether the village can still support the continuation of the war is very important. The Sand Village has reached its limit, what about us? Secondly, the Sand Village went to the daimyo's mansion. It's obvious that they want to use the daimyo's hand to put pressure on us. They don't want to fight anymore, but they are unwilling to accept defeat and bear the heavy war reparations. If you want the daimyo not to interfere, the best way is to keep fighting. Akimichi Tofu caught up with what Yutain Koharu said. Koharu is right. The daimyo cannot interfere with the village's military operations. As long as we continue to fight, even if the daimyo is not happy, we can only maintain the status quo. If the war continues, the Sand Village will surely lose. At that time, the negotiation will not be up to them. When both sides no longer want to fight and are holding peace talks, that is called peace talks. When one side can no longer bear it and cannot continue fighting, that is called defeat negotiations. Do you, the Sand Village, still want to take advantage of the loopholes? Don't we, Konoha, have any respect? But there is one important point. Perhaps because he was too fat, after talking for a long time, Chiodaya Kufeng was a little out of breath. The daimyo cannot interfere in a war. The problem is that if we choose to continue fighting, we will inevitably offend the daimyo. The relationship has been explained. As for how to choose, it's up to you. I, the fat guy, won't join in on the fun. The hot potato returned to the hands of the third Hokage. Obviously, the third Hokage also didn't like this hot potato. He didn't want to make peace with the Sand Village. His idea was to defeat the Sand Village directly and negotiate with the Sand Village as a winner. The problem is that if they ignore the daimyo and continue the war, the Sand Village will definitely be defeated, but it will be difficult to explain to the daimyo. It is to take the risk of offending the daimyo and win the war as a victor. It is better to suffer a little loss, accept the goodwill of the daimyo, and accept the peace talks with the Sand Village. This was the choice faced by the third Hokage. The former can boost the prestige of the individual and the village and vent their anger, while the latter can receive more financial assistance from the daimyo prefecture. After all, Konoha has given the daimyo enough face and agreed to peace talks with the Sand Village. So in terms of funding allocation, shouldn't you, the daimyo, pay a little more? If you give too little money, you will feel bad about it. What do you two think? The third Hokage decided to see the attitudes of his two old partners first. Hit. Yutain Kohara said this word with a gloomy face. Although her attitude towards the outside world is not as extreme and tough as Shimura Danzo's, she is also a rare hardliner in the high-level circle. Even though she personally does not have much ability, at least the attitude is tough. Compared to Yutain Koharu, Midaman N is much gentler. After thinking it over again and again, he sighed. Maintain the status quo and wait for news from the daimyo prefecture. It is impossible to stop the Sand Village's envoys, but we are reluctant to give up the war and the chance of victory. We also have to consider the daimyo's opinion, which makes it a bit difficult. The only way is to maintain the status quo, fight when necessary, and wait until we get news from Daming Prefecture. The daimyo may not necessarily speak for the Sand Village. Don't forget that when the full-scale war broke out, the Sand Village sent people to infiltrate the Fire Kingdom, making the Fire Kingdom a mess. The daimyo was furious and suffered serious tax losses. Who knows, he might even slap the envoys in the face with a big bag. The attitude of Daming Prefecture is very important. After the meeting, it was already late at night. Shizuichi and Akimichi Tofu left the Hokage office building together. On the way, Chiodao Chufeng asked curiously, "Why are you so quiet today? This is not like your style. In a meeting targeting me, I will definitely be tougher. As for today's meeting, why should I worry about it? I'm not the Hokage. It's so torturous. No wonder Tsunade doesn't like attending these messy meetings." Jingaya yawned several times in a row. Sleepy. Want sleep. The condition of the fat guy Akimichi Tofu is not much better. Chapter 264 Jingwon. Even if you are the ninth tail, you can't escape my routine. You should pay more attention and remind Tsunade that Hiruzen wants to be the winner but doesn't want to offend the daimyo. Have your cake and eat it too? They say you can't have your cake and eat it too, but the third Hokage wanted both. The daimyo's aid cannot be cut off, and the stakes must even be increased. As for the village, it would be best to defeat the Sand Village, negotiate as a winner, and gain more benefits. Haha, it has little to do with us. No matter how the war goes on, it is not our turn to worry about it. Orochimaru is enough to handle it alone. But Chiodaya Kufeng is right, it's always good to give a reminder. As for the outcome, that is something the third Hokage should worry about. After returning home, she simply washed up, fell into bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, he was woken up by Kushina before he woke up. Early in the morning, Kushina, wearing pajamas, ran into the room happily, pulled the quilt and shouted. Seeing that Jing'ai didn't move, she even crawled into the quilt and tickled Jing'ai's nostrils with her hair. I'm awake, I'm awake, I'm awake, Aunt, please stop making trouble. Jing'ai, who was sleep-deprived, opened his eyes helplessly. He wanted to take a nap. However, the plan was disrupted by Kushina. Seeing that Shizuka had successfully woken up, Kushina happily threw back the covers and jumped up and down on the bed. Jing'ai, do you know? I have reconciled with the big fox. I will definitely become stronger soon and be able to help you. Really? Upon hearing this, the sleepy Shizue woke up and gave Kushina a thumbs up. Amazing, worthy of being Kushina, but you have to be careful, people like to lie, and so do the tailed beasts. These tailed beasts are old monsters that have lived for countless years, and it is too easy for them to deceive people. Besides, the nine-tailed fox is full of resentment towards the people of the village. I didn't lie. The nine-tailed fox, who was lying in the sealed space looking outside, became so angry when he heard these words. After a night of thinking, Jiwei chose to give up. There is no way. Once words are spoken, they can be taken back. Kushina is just a little girl and she can do what she says. If the Nine Tails goes back on its word, how can it still have the face to stay in the ninja world? Won't you die of laughter when you see other brothers next time? Shizue pretended that Kyuubi didn't know and whispered to Kushina. Kushina, you have to pay attention. If the tailed beast is willing to open its heart to accept you, it will definitely allow you to master the battle mode of the tailed beast's chakra. If the Nine Tails is unwilling to lend you its power and is unwilling to trust you, then it will be difficult for you to enter this mode. Asshole. Kyuubi started to curse. Is the chakra mode difficult? I will definitely keep my promise. Sure enough, except for Kushina, everyone else is a liar. Kushina's good credit was inadvertently raised to a higher level by the Nine Tails because of Shizue's words. In the Nine Tails' heart, Kushina at this point was already considered someone he could trust. Jing'ai, I forbid you to say that about the big fox. It will definitely not lie to me. Kushina put her hands on her hips and said seriously, and I am willing to believe in the big fox. As expected, Kushina trusts me, but why the hell am I feeling a little touched? The nine-tailed fox itself couldn't explain it, but it was very angry when it heard Shizuichi's slander, but it was moved and happy when Kushina defended it. Ahaha, okay then. Jing'ai yawned and waved his hands in boredom, then keep up the good work. Congratulations on mastering the chakra mode soon. Although the Nine Tails chakra mode is only average in strength, it's better than not being able to control it at all. Shizue made a hand gesture that could drive a Korean man crazy and continued to belittle Kyuubi. The Nine Tails chakra mode is just SOSO? Looking at Jing'ai's gesture, Jiwei felt inexplicably angry. This gesture seemed to be humiliating. Damn it, just wait. I will definitely teach Kushina well and try to let her master the chakra mode as soon as possible, and then I will slap you hard in the face. See if you, Hinata Shizuka, are really hard-mouthed. Being belittled one after another, Kyuubi held his breath. It decided to teach Jing'ai a lesson. Kushina, don't argue with this annoying guy. Our special training is about to begin. Believe in me, you will become very strong. Seeing that Kushina was still pestering Shizuichi, Kyuubi began to get anxious. He is questioning me. He is questioning me, aren't you angry? Why are you still pestering him? Hurry up, the special training is about to begin. Okay. Kushina reluctantly left Jing'ai's room. Only then did Kyuubi raise his head proudly. As expected, Kushina will still listen to me. Hinata Shizuka is just a stubborn and annoying guy. Ha ha ha. After Kushina got dressed and left the house, Shizuichi fell on the bed laughing. This big fox is really interesting. With the assistance of the Nine Tails, and Kushina's stronger talent than Naruto, if this combination of man and fox can really cooperate perfectly and enter the Nine Tails chakra mode, wow, it will probably scare countless enemies. Come on, big fox, I'm rooting for you. Jing'ai decided to belittle the big fox every day to give Nine-Tailed Fox a little motivation. Try to let Kushina master the Nine Tails chakra mode as soon as possible. This way I don't have to worry about her safety. How can using a puppet to protect you be as effective as protecting yourself? As long as Kushina masters the Nine Tails chakra mode, sweeping a street won't be a problem. Why would she need someone to protect her? Think too much. Therefore, it is right to stimulate the Nine-Tailed Fox more. Without some stimulation, this Tsundere fox will not actively cooperate with Kushina. Asshole, accept my power. I won't lie to you. Don't you trust me? You lost control of your chakra, you idiot. Stand up right now. Do you have the nerve to think about resting at your age? But big fox, I'm really tired and I want to rest for a while. Damn little devil, stand up. The stimulated Nine-Tails suddenly turned into a hot-tempered teacher. Kushina suffered a lot at the beginning and was scolded by the Nine-Tails all the time. Even though Kushina did a great job and tried very hard, it was still not enough in the eyes of the Nine Tails. Too slow, and not enough willpower, and not enough persistence, just a weakling. Chapter 265. There is a gap between geniuses. Under the whipping of the Nine Tails, Kushina could only helplessly accept the hellish training from the Tsundere Kurama teacher. I am back. That night, Kushina, looking disheveled, dragged her tired body back home. After saying hello to everyone, she walked into the room and fell on the bed. In less than 5 seconds, she fell asleep. Tsunade said worriedly, Shizue, nothing will happen, right? That's the Kyuubi. Don't worry, this is a good thing. The more the Kyuubi squeezes you, the faster Kushina will become stronger. Jing'ai was not worried at all, but thought it was a good thing. Don't underestimate the hot-tempered teacher Gyolama. After all, he has lived for countless years and has a lot of experience that no ordinary teacher can match. Most people may not be able to bear such a torment, but Kushina. Don't forget that the Uzumaki clan is famous for having thick blood. and people with thick blood are suitable for this kind of training method. Instead of worrying about Kushina, why don't you worry about yourself first? I heard that you and Minato have been fighting each other recently. Jing'ai tapped the rope tree with ulterior motives. Xingshu's face turned green on the spot. You really have to bring up something that is not relevant, right? How perverted is Minato? As a teacher, don't you have any idea? For no apparent reason, Xingshu wanted to cry. The little yellow-haired guy is unreasonable. His strength keeps increasing, as if there is no end in sight. Why is it that we all go through the same training, eat the same food, and enjoy the same training treatment, but your growth is so much greater than mine? Unfortunately, even more heartbreaking things are yet to come. After being overtaken by Minato, you can still try to catch up. But if Kushina flies over and steps on you, then, tisk 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 tisk. The little yellow-haired boy had to chase slowly step by step, and finally caught up with the rope tree. As for Kushina, to be frank, as long as she had a basic grasp of the use of the Nine-Tails chakra and simply put on a layer of tailed beast skin, she would be able to beat the rope tree. Not to mention the Nine-Tails chakra mode. As long as the nine-tailed fox does not reject Kushina, and as long as Kushina works hard enough, this man and the fox may really have a great start. What can I do? I'm desperate too. Noeka leaned weakly against the chair. He really couldn't laugh at this moment, and he had no mind to care about Kushina. Because what Jing'ai said was right, he could be stepped on by Kushina at any time and unable to turn over. This is the difference between a genius and a genius. Collect yourself and don't let yourself be discouraged. As an older sister, I should indeed persuade my younger brother at this time. Minato is a genius, and so is Noeki, but there is a gap between geniuses. Some people's natural growth speed can make you feel desperate. Some things cannot be compared. I know, I just feel a little unwilling. Xingshu had no choice but to smile bitterly. Afraid of being surpassed? Then he would just train hard to improve his strength. What else could he do? If he was still overtaken and left far behind after working so hard, he would have to accept it. Sometimes being open-minded and optimistic is not without its benefits. At least it's not easy to get stuck in a rut. If Noeka's personality was as paranoid and extreme as Kakashi and Nabashi, Tsunade, her sister, would probably be so scared that she would tear her scalp off. I'm stuffed. Looking at the back of Noeka leaving, Tsunade asked in a low voice, will this kid be shocked? It's okay, just take a nap and you'll be fine. Jing'ai knew Xingshu's character very well. This guy almost never had the habit of staying up overnight. No matter whether he was angry or hit hard, he would recover the next day. This is also considered the best shining point of Xingshu. That's good. Tsunade nodded, please keep an eye on it for me, I have to work overtime later. Working overtime again, are you okay? Jing'ai, holding the bowl and chopsticks, had a face full of question marks. Tsunade has worked overtime many times during this period. She goes to Konoha Hospital more frequently than going home, and many more. Jing'ai seemed to have thought of something, so he asked, you lost all your money? Tsunade, who had just stood up, suddenly froze. That's right. She had been rolling like crazy during this period and made a lot of money, but within a few days, all the money was sent to the casino, once again earning herself the title of a big fat sheep. Remember to put on more clothes, it's cold at night. Tsunade felt inexplicably relieved that she was not scolded. She grabbed her clothes and walked outside. Where's my sister? Just as Noeka returned to his room to change his clothes and prepare to wash up, he didn't see Tsunade when he came out. I went to work overtime, you know. Understand? How can you not understand? All the money was lost. Xingshu himself was speechless. He was glad that he had no interest in gambling, he just liked to be sour. The distant land of rain. Looking at his three disciples who had grown a lot taller, Jiraiya was filled with pride. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are growing very fast, far beyond Jiraiya's imagination, but this also means that the time for them to separate is approaching. Jiraiya's plan was to teach the three little ones, let them grow up as quickly as possible, have the ability to protect themselves, and live safely in the rain country. In this way, he would have completed his mission and could leave with peace of mind and return to Konoha. After all, he is a ninja of Konoha. It has been so long, it is time to go back. Teacher Jiraiya, is there something on your mind? Konan is still as considerate and sensible as ever. She is not as carefree as Yahiko, nor as dull as Nagato. What Jiraiya is most relieved about is that with Konan around, neither Yahiko nor Nagato will do anything rash. Girls tend to mature earlier than boys, and Konan is more sensible than Yahiko and Nagato who are of the same age. Only with her presence can the small group of three remain solid and inseparable. Ahahaha. Jiraiya didn't know how to answer this question and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. When Konan saw Jiraiya's reaction, her heart skipped a beat. She seemed to guess what Jiraiya was thinking. Sensei Jiraiya is leaving. Although this day would come sooner or later, Zionin never thought it would come so soon. After 2 years of companionship and education, Zionin has regarded Jiraiya as her closest family member and teacher. Now that this close family member and teacher is leaving, Zionin's eyes instantly turned red. Ah! Jiraiya looked at the sky where the rain kept falling, sighed, raised his hand and rubbed Conan's long blue hair. Conan, Jiraiya-sensei is a Konoha man after all. I can't stay in the rain country to accompany you all the time. Besides, the village is at war, so I should go back. But I am very pleased that under my education, you have grown very quickly and have the ability to survive in the rain country and ensure your own safety. Now the teacher can leave with peace of mind. Chapter 266 Don't do things that are thankless. Zionin raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes, Teacher Jiraiya, can't you always be with us? I can't bear to see you leave, and neither can Yahiko and Nagato. The three of them hope to continue living with Jiraiya and do not want him to leave. But this is impossible. It was already great that Jiraiya was able to stay in the rain country to teach and accompany them for more than 2 years. If this happened to anyone else, it would be simply impossible. I'm afraid if I lose contact for a period of time, I'll be recorded in the missing persons record. Jiraiya, a ninja who is not missing but hiding from the village, will be labeled a traitor. Sometimes, silence is the best answer. Seeing this, Zionin did not continue to ask, because she knew that no matter what she said or how hard she tried, Jiraiya would eventually leave. They were not a family and could not live together forever. Yahiko is open-minded and Nagato is taciturn, but that doesn't mean they didn't notice that something was wrong with Conan and Jiraiya. The two children soon realized that Sensei Jiraiya was about to leave. Just as they thought, after helping the three of them replenish a batch of sufficient supplies and leaving some money, Jiraiya simply said goodbye to the three of them. Then, under the reluctant gazes of the three people, he resolutely chose to leave. During this period, Conan chased for a long distance in the heavy rain, but her final effort still failed to change Jiraiya's mind. I haven't left the rain country yet. Jiraiya stopped and looked back in the direction where the three people lived. He was a little worried. I'm not worried that the three children will get into danger, but I'm worried that they will have wild thoughts. Sitting in a hollowed-out tree trunk, Jiraiya stared blankly at the raindrops mixed with snowflakes in the sky. After maintaining this posture for a long time, he took out a puppet. Jing, who the hell is calling me? In the Umbu base, sitting in the director's office, Jing, who was yawning out of boredom, was stunned for a moment. It seemed to be the voice of that idiot Jiraiya. I sensed it and it's true. If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. I don't have time to chat with a missing person like you. Cough cough cough. The puppet in his hand lit up, but Shizue's reply almost choked Jiraiya to death. No way, missing persons? Is the old man so cruel? Jiraiya's eyes widened, unable to believe that he was declared a missing person. What the hell is the difference between this and being sentenced to death? I'm already giving you face by not labeling you a traitor, Jiraiya. What's wrong with losing contact? Jing-ai cursed angrily. The village has been at war for 3 years, but you have been hiding in the rain country with your 3 children for 2 years. You will be criticized when you come back. Ah ha 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 ha, there's nothing I can do about it. Jiraiya's face was full of embarrassment. Give me 3 days, not 2, and I promise to report back to the village. No, you are not a ninja from the Umbu, don't tell me about reporting. If you want to report, go find your teacher. Do me a favor. Ugly rejection. Really? Please help me just this once. The 3 children are still young. I will be worried if I leave like this. Although their strength is enough to protect themselves, Nagato. Sorry, it has nothing to do with me. According to the relationship, these 3 children are our enemies. As a high-ranking member of the Umbu, it's good that I didn't come forward to target them. Jiraiya, people should know themselves and don't do things that make everyone embarrassed. Jing-ai decisively rejected Jiraiya. Help Akatsuki organize the future trio? What does the growth of these 3 people have to do with him? Who knows, this kid Nagato might come to Konoha to carry rice one day, and then we'll have a fight with him. To help future enemies? Go crazy. If you help me, I will stand by your side from now on. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and offered what he thought was the most sincere price. Why should I help you for no reason? I have helped you enough. You are not children anymore, be more mature. So Jiraiya decided to take sides. It's just standing on Tsunade's side, what's the big deal? I believe the old man will understand me. Sorry, no need. It sounded interesting, but Jing-ai still refused. He was not interested in caring about the Akatsuki trio. Don't do things that are thankless, especially because you will be targeted if you do them. You don't know whose eyes Nagato belongs to, but I do. He just ate too much and had nothing to do, so he went to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, which was really asking for trouble. Jiraiya, you have educated them for 2 years. There is only so much you can do for them. If you really can't let them go, then bring them to the village and let them become part of the village. Let the 3 members of Akatsuki organization become the people of Konoha. Wouldn't this be more interesting? Unfortunately, this is impossible. Nagato needs to hide and cannot come to Konoha. Moreover, the 3 of them have a deep hatred for Konoha. That's all. It's almost the new year and I have a lot to do. I don't have time to chat with you. Having said that, Jingai decisively terminated the remote communication with Jiraiya. As for the trio of the Akatsuki organization, he left it to Jiraiya to worry about it slowly. If you like to be a saint, you must be prepared to worry about your life. Jiraiya? Narashikashin asked curiously, is he planning to come back? He should be back soon. As for how he will come back, only he knows. I'm afraid our Hokage must be helpless to have such a disciple. It's quite helpless, after all, a lot of my hair has been pulled out. If it weren't for the 3rd Hokage's efforts to help, Jiraiya's behavior would have been no different from defection. Hey, Narashikashin smiled cunningly. In the past, he thought that by standing on Tsunade's side, Inoshikacho suffered a great loss. Looking back now, was it a loss? It's great to make money, at least I don't have to help the 3rd Hokage worry about the village affairs. It's relaxing, unlike before, when I had to work hard and it was thankless. By the way, Fatty invites you to dinner. No, everyone at home is busy recently, and I need to cook for the children. Narashika didn't believe it, but Jingai really wanted to go back and cook. It's fine if it's just Rope Tree and Little Yellow Hair Curly, but now even Kushina is involved. The daily training is extremely difficult. The training volume is large and the consumption is also high, so the diet needs to keep up, and things like medicinal baths and potions also need to be prepared. Tsunade is busy working overtime, so Jingai can do these things on her own. In addition, Jingai has another arduous task, which is to stimulate the Ninetales regularly every day so that the Ninetales can sincerely increase the strength of Kushina. Try your best to make the man and the fox communicate with each other and master the Ninetales chakra mode. During this time, under his stimulation, Kyuubi became more determined to help Kushina. Chapter 267 How can you have the best of both worlds? Master Shizuichi, the Hokage wants to see you. Looking at the member of the Hokage guard who was in charge of running errands in front of him, Jingai looked at him speechlessly. Are you on duty again today? Yes. The ninjas from the Hokage's guard team smiled awkwardly and secretly reminded Jingai to hurry up as the matter was urgent. Since there was something important, Shizue had to leave a note for Kushina and Noeke, asking them to find a way to get food when they came back, either by cooking on their own or going out to a restaurant. As for the little yellow-haired boy, since he is good at hands-on work, there is no need to worry about the kid going hungry. It's still the same people as last time, but this time, Jingai didn't meet the fat man Chiodea Kufang on the road. When Jingai walked into the Hokage's office, she saw the huge mountain of meat at a glance. Noticing that the people present all had serious expressions, Jingai simply nodded to Chiodao Kufang as a greeting, then sat down on the sofa. After sitting quietly, the 3rd Hokage spoke. Everyone, I have some bad news. The envoy of the daimyo's mansion delivered a letter written by the daimyo himself. As for the content of the letter, I think you all know it. The Sand Village successfully persuaded the daimyo, and the daimyo hopes that the village can negotiate with the Sand Village to end this war. Doesn't he know how much profit the village will lose by doing this? Yutain Koharu was very angry. How did the Sand Village convince the daimyo? These people are so good at talking. Before, he just jumped out and chattered and convinced the other villages, and then organized the 5 Kage summit. Now, it only took a few days to convince the daimyo, so the daimyo agreed to peace talks between the 2 villages. He also wrote a letter to Konoha, hoping that the 3rd Hokage would consider it carefully. How the hell do you even consider this? The lost profits belong to the village, not to the daimyo prefecture. The 3rd Hokage reminded Yutain Koharu, if the interests of the daimyo prefecture were damaged, daimyo would not be so calm. As for the peace talks between Konoha and Sand Village, and how much benefit Konoha lost, it has nothing to do with the daimyo. If Konoha and the Sand Village negotiate a peace agreement that results in the daimyo's mansion losing interests, the daimyo will definitely jump 8 feet high at the first opportunity. Are we going to negotiate with the Sand Village like this? Are you willing? The 3rd Hokage withdrew his gaze. What can you do even if you are unwilling? You have to continue fighting under the pressure of the daimyo prefecture and completely defeat the Sand Village. Then we can talk slowly. As for the daimyo prefecture, let's ignore it for now and talk about it after the war is over. But does the 3rd Hokage have the courage to do so? Jingai knew that the 3rd Hokage's old illness was beginning to recur. The more critical the moment, the more indecisive this old guy becomes. He is hesitant and entangled in various issues. Just like now, he wants to win the war, but doesn't want to offend the daimyo. You can have your cake and eat it too. The question is, are there such beautiful things in the world? It is certain that the Sand Village will lose this war, but no one can guarantee how long it will take to defeat them. As for the daimyo, since the Sand Village successfully persuaded him, it means that the daimyo hopes to stop the war immediately. As long as Konoha does not follow his advice, it will definitely offend him. Hiruzen, we all want to win the war, but you need to consider whether the benefits gained from the Sand Village can compare with the friendship of the daimyo. Mizutoman made a more pertinent comparison. Hiruzen, my words may be harsh, but I still want to say this. Can you really get anything out of the Sand Village? Is there any money in the Sand Village? Don't be ridiculous, they are the poorest. Mito Kato was worried that the village was determined to reject the daimyo, which would offend the daimyo, and then they would grit their teeth and defeat the Sand Village, and the end result would be that nothing would be left. Even if Konoha wants to extract benefits from the Sand Village, it must have talent from the Sand Village. If we can't get any benefit from the Sand Village and even offend the daimyo, is this a worthwhile deal? Having said this, Mizuto did not try to persuade further. As an advisor to the Council of Elders, he had already done what he was supposed to do. As for how to choose, that is up to the third Hokage. He is the Hokage after all. The third Hokage's face darkened. This was a situation he didn't want to see, but Mizuto was telling the truth and he said it for the sake of the village. By the way, the Sand Village still owes me a large debt. Even if I use the ore to pay off the debt, it will be enough to keep them going for at least 2 to 3 years. At this critical moment, Jingai said something fair. The Sand Village has a lot of debts, and I still have a large sum of it. Depend on, what the hell? The third Hokage's mentality exploded. If he just risked offending the daimyo and continued fighting with the Sand Village, and extorted war reparations from the village as a victor, even if he didn't get anything good, the third Hokage would still have some psychological comfort. At least the village won the war, and he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the winner. He did not fail. As for the daimyo, if we have offended them, we will just have to find ways to ease the relationship between the two sides later. As a result, when Jingai's words came out, the third Hokage couldn't hold it anymore. The Sand Village certainly cannot delay paying off the debt owed by Shizuka. So the question is, even if Konoha wins the war, how will the Sand Village repay the war compensation? How many years will it take to repay? This is going to be a huge mess. The third Hokage was completely overwhelmed when he thought about how the village had finally defeated the Sand Village, but ended up with a terrible result. So, we need to accept the daimyo's advice and negotiate peace with the Sand Village. The third Hokage's eyes swept over everyone, and when he came to Jingai, he jumped directly over, because he knew that with Jingai's personality, he would most likely not get involved in the trouble that would follow. These things are the kind that can make one pull out a handful of hair, and they are exactly the kind of troubles that Jingai hates. Therefore, he simply skipped Jingai. Why are you staring at me? Seeing the third Hokage staring at him, Akimichi Norifuge was speechless. Monkey, my thoughts are similar to Minion's. You are well aware of the current situation of the Sand Village. Even if we win, to be honest, the benefits we can get are limited. I don't know if it is worth it to continue fighting and risk offending the daimyo. You have seen the support that the Daming Prefecture has given to the village last year and this year. The amount of funding has always been very high. The more money the daimyo gives, the more significant the daimyo's existence becomes, making it so that people in the village dare not ignore the daimyo's existence. There's no way. Money is really sweet. It costs money to pay compensation to injured or dead ninjas, it costs money to train ninjas, and it still costs money to develop the village. All of them require money, but the daimyo can give Konoha a lot of money. Just for this reason, Konoha cannot ignore the daimyo. Chapter 268 I praised you for your potential to be a Hokage. How could that be considered an insult? By the way, don't you want to set up a new department? Without money, let alone a new department, we'll be lucky to maintain the status quo. When the war is over, the huge amount of pensions will be enough to support the village. I'm afraid you know better than anyone whether the Ministry of Finance can hold on. The money for other things can be less, but the money for pensions absolutely cannot be less. Otherwise, people will be disheartened and no one will be willing to fight for the village in the future. He died fighting for the village, and as a result his family could not survive. In the long run, the ninjas will be afraid of death and will be timid in doing anything. What the hell are you still thinking about a new department at this time? The third Hokage was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes. Mitaminyan said faintly. The logistics department's supplies are depleted very badly. Even if the war is over, we need to replenish them as soon as possible. It's better to be prepared. Otherwise, if a war breaks out, the village won't even be able to get out the war supplies, which is very dangerous. The same goes for the healthcare system. Yutain Kohara thought about it and decided to follow suit. There is a shortage of materials in the pharmaceutical sector. Jing'ai added another blow very appropriately. This can't be blamed on him being hard-hearted and liking to play the last-hit game. In fact, there is a shortage of medicinal materials in the pharmaceutical sector, which means that enough drugs and medicines cannot be produced. This would result in greater casualties in the war on the front lines. Stop. Please stop talking. I beg you, please really stop talking. At this moment, the third Hokage felt like his brain was about to explode. I thought it was just a complicated choice between two options, but after holding a high-level meeting, I found out that I had no choice at all. Give me some time to think about it. The third Hokage was numb. This high-level meeting was simply a nuisance to him. At first glance, there seems to be no problem, but upon closer examination, you will be shocked to find that the village is full of holes and pits that need to be filled. If you want to accomplish these things, you can't do without money. Money. Before this, the third Hokage had never thought of asking Shizuka for money. Now he wished that the money would be used as compensation to the village instead of to Shizuka. If this money is used as compensation to the village, then the village will be able to make a significant comeback. It won't be like it is now, with holes and pits everywhere. Then you should have a good rest. I will go back first. Akimichi Tofu stood up from the ground with difficulty, gave Jing'ai a hint with his eyes, and then left the Hokage's office first. Jing'ai evacuated decisively. As for the headache-inducing things, let the third Hokage worry about it slowly. As for the two advisory elders, it's a good thing that Kohara Tsuchiya doesn't cause any trouble. As for Midaman N, he is now a well-known neutral person who only completes his own duties and basically doesn't care about other things. After Jing'ai and Chiodea Kofeng left, the third Hokage asked unwillingly, Men Yen, do we have to agree to the daimyo's suggestion? Not necessarily. Midaman N was stunned for a moment, then sat back in his chair and analyzed to the third Hokage, even if we don't adopt the daimyo's suggestion and continue to fight the Sand Village, at most we will offend the daimyo. The daimyo will be unhappy, and the support he gives to the village will definitely not be comparable to last year or this year, but it won't stop the village from developing. Between face and substance, the daimyo will definitely choose one. If you lose face, you lose it. There is nothing you can do about it, but you can't lose substance. The village cannot develop and its strength has weakened. If other villages attack us, we will not be able to withstand it. In the end, the daimyo will suffer the most. I believe the daimyo can figure it out. You can definitely continue to fight, but what happens after that? Then be prepared to tighten your belt. Don't ever think about slapping the daimyo in the face and then expecting the daimyo to fully support your development. This is impossible. Besides, we have Tsunade. As long as Tsunade is here, we have a chance to ease the relationship with the daimyo prefecture. The last sentence is also the most important. No matter how angry the daimyo is, he will still give Tsunade's face and not make things difficult for Konoha, but it is not easy to convince Tsunade to do this. Hiruzen, Higashizwichi and the fat man are gone. Tell us what you are thinking. Should we fight or give the daimyo some face? We can prepare for it. Yutain Koharu didn't care about the twists and turns in the story. She just said one thing, do you want to fight or not? Give me a definite answer, and we'll get ready. If we don't want to fight, then we can just wait for good news from the daimyo and wait for peace talks. Mito Kato-en nodded, agreeing with Yutain Koharu's words. Holding the pipe between his lips, he took a deep puff of smoke, letting out a large amount of smoke as he exhaled, causing a thin layer of white smoke to float in the Hokage's office. Do you think the monkey will continue to fight? After leaving the Hokage's office, Akimichi Takao took Jing'ai towards his home. He had agreed to entertain him today, so it just happened to be on his way home. Most likely. Jing'ai thought for a moment and said, although our Hokage has a bad habit of being indecisive, as a ninja hero, he is not old yet and still has some courage. He doesn't want to make this opening. Once he accepts the goodwill of the daimyo mansion this time, if a war breaks out in the future, others can't win and just say good things to the daimyo mansion, and we will negotiate. Then what's the meaning of the village's existence? In the final analysis, it is the same old saying, the village and Daming Prefecture are equal, and the relationship between the two sides is a cooperative relationship. You can't tell the village what to do just because you pay, especially about war. Once this precedent is set, there is no telling how much trouble will be waiting. Well, you have the potential to be a Hokage. Akimichi Kyufeng chuckled and patted Jing'ai's shoulder in praise. No. Jing'ai shook off Chiodea Kofeng's hand. I was kind enough to analyze it with you, why are you scolding me? Did I curse anyone? Having the potential to become Hokage, shouldn't this be considered a compliment in Konoha? Also, you've already put on the Hokage robe, how can it become an insult? You can say anything, but don't tell me I can be Hokage. Jing Ai's expression was very serious, and he was not joking with Chiu Dea Kufeng at all. So serious? Not to the point. Okay, I'm wrong, Fatty, I'm wrong, Ba, Senior, I'm wrong, then please explain it properly. How can this be considered an insult? Chiu Dea Kufeng decisively raised his hands in surrender, and after discovering that he and Jing Ai were not of the same generation, he quickly changed his words. Chapter 269. One sentence successfully ignites the nine-tail. Say what? Jing Ai clasped her hands together and patted the snowflakes on her shoulders. This time you have the potential to be Hokage, but next time it might become you should be the Hokage. Also, please, never tell Tsunade this, or else if something goes wrong, I will push you out to take the blame. If you can't do it, then use your son. If your son can't do it, then use the three families of Zhu, Lu and Dai. Others would think it was a compliment, but Tsunade wouldn't. Tsunade still has objections to the identity of the Hokage candidate. If she really heard such words, she would be absolutely delighted to death. What? From now on, the important task of Hokage will be handed over to you. I believe you can do it. What? No? Then I'll leave and you can handle it yourself. Don't doubt this. After all, if she is pushed into a corner, Tsunade would do such a thing. Is it that exaggerated? Little Tsunade can't be so unreliable. There is no way the position of Hokage can be given up so easily. Ba, what are you thinking? Monkey attaches great importance to his position and he won't give it up easily. Shaking his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Chiu Dea Kufeng smiled, changed the subject, took Jing Ai back to his home, and invited him to taste the latest delicacy he had developed. Pa, you old man, you are so bad. I was wondering why you are as fat as a ball. So sweet. 5 minutes later, Jingy came out cursing with an ugly look on his face. He thought Akimichi Kufeng had prepared some delicious food, probably barbecue or something. After all, the Akimichi clan's secret dipping sauce goes best with barbecue. But when he arrived, he found out that it was a pile of meatballs. It would be fine to eat meatballs, it's nice to change the taste occasionally, but this thing is so sweet that it makes my brain sick. Chiodao Kufeng ate them one at a time with great joy. After Jingy ate one, he felt his stomach churning. It felt like what I was eating was not a meatball, but a piece of extremely pure sugar. When I got home, I saw the food on the table, but the three little ones hadn't started eating yet. Seeing Jingai picking up the chopsticks and eating, Kushina, who still had a tired look on her face, asked curiously, Jingai, didn't the fat man invite you to eat delicious food? Fatty Senior? This name is somewhat strange. Jingai swallowed the food in her mouth and tapped the bowl with her chopsticks. Delicious food? What the hell? That fat guy has been addicted to sweets lately, so he invited me to a delicious meal. I thought it was some newly developed barbecue, but it turned out to be terribly sweet. The meatballs were so sweet that I didn't even know whether I was eating meatballs or candy. Jingai doesn't like sweets, especially those that are too sweet. He just happened to meet Akimichi Tofu, a guy who is obsessed with sweets. It's delicious too. Pooh. Next time if you believe me, I will write the 4 words Hinata Shizuka backwards. It's time to eat. The little yellow-haired boy came out carrying the last dish. As he was good at hands-on work and liked to follow Jingai around, he helped Jingai when she cooked. Therefore, the little yellow-haired boy learned a lot from Jingai's cooking skills. At least many dishes can be served on the table. Teacher. After arranging the dishes, the little yellow-haired boy greeted politely. Jingai waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Don't be so strict with the rules. Let's eat. You should be hungry too. I looked at the 3 little ones, each one was more disheveled than the other. Except for their face and a pair of hands which were clean, the rest of their bodies were covered with dust and dirt. It was obvious that they had gone through a lot of training. There are many footprints on Shaohuangmao and Shenshu. From these footprints, we can guess that they had practiced against each other today. As for the result, Jingai didn't ask. The 3 extremely hungry people also wolfed down their meal. Jingai was not that hungry, but he was fed up with the meatballs made by the fat man Chiodea Kufeng, so he wanted to eat some other flavors to reduce his hunger. I'm going to wash up. After eating 2 bowls of rice as quickly as possible, Kushina put down her bowl and chopsticks and ran towards the room. She was afraid that if she washed slowly, she would fall asleep in the bathroom. Teacher, I'm going back first. After the meal, the little yellow-haired boy chose to leave immediately. So, the job of washing dishes fell to Xingshu. Xingshu sat on the chair and rubbed his shoulders. His face was wrinkled as he looked at the table full of dishes. Don't look so sad. Let me do the dishes today. Wash up and rest early. Jingai patted Shenshu's head. Xingshu was surprised and asked, Really? Can this be false? It's just washing dishes, not being tortured. Jing paused and felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. By the way, your teacher will be back soon. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to arrive at the village tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Jiraiya is coming back, and Jingai chooses to tell Shenshu the news first so that he can be mentally prepared. This prevents Jiraiya from suddenly jumping out and scaring people. The smile on Shenshu's face disappeared in the next second. Humph. Shingshu didn't say anything harsh, he just snorted twice to show that he understood. From his attitude, it can be seen that he is very resentful towards Jiraiya. When Jiraiya comes back, I'm afraid I won't be able to quell Roppoki's resentment without using some means. Kushina, how was your training today? Did you hide the nine tails? You have to be careful. After all, the tailed beasts are much more cunning than humans. After all, they are old monsters who have lived for many years. When Kushina came out of the shower, Shizue started his usual taunting mode. Asshole, asshole. I don't have any hidden stuff. Compared to the treacherous humans, the tailed beasts don't even know what cunning is. Just one sentence successfully ignited the nine-tailed fox's anger, and it screamed in anger in the sealed space. Although the nine-tailed fox has a bad temper, it is generally not easy to anger it, let alone make it so angry that it almost loses its mind. But Jingai can do it and get it done with just a few words. No way, I believe in the big fox. It's still the same as before, Jingai mocks and Kushina protects, and over time, the relationship between this man and fox will only get better and better. By the time the nine-tailed fox realized it had been tricked, it was probably too late, or it no longer cared. That's impossible to say. Jingai leaned against the door frame and told Kushina, look at the tailed beasts in the sand village. The one tail deceives its own Jinchuriki all day long, hoping that the Jinchuriki can open the seal and let it escape from the sealed space. If a tailed beast as weak as the one tail is so cunning, the powerful nine tail will definitely deceive people. While mocking, he also pulled out Shikaku, the one tail that the nine tail hated the most, and whipped its corpse, so that Kyuubi would have someone to compare himself to. After comparing myself with my archenemy, I found out that the other party was the insidious and cunning one. Isn't that a sense of accomplishment? Humph, you have some vision. Even though he was unhappy, he still benefited from Jingai's words. It seemed that he was reminding Kushina, but in fact he was belittling the one tail. It just so happens that the relationship between nine tail and one tail is the worst. Chapter 270 Shizuka 1's name is more useful than Tsunade. Although I, Kurama, don't like you, such an annoying guy, but considering that you despise Shikaka so much, I will forgive you for now. Looking at the nine-tailed fox sitting on the ground with its front paws clasped together and its head tilted up to look at the sky, Kushina couldn't help but twitch her eyes twice. Just like Jingai said, this big fox is very arrogant. Don't worry, big fox. When I master the nine-tails chakra mode and can leave the village, I will take you to teach that one-tailed Shikaku a lesson. I guarantee you will kill it. Really? Kyuubi no longer cared about being tsundere and showed a surprised smile, but unfortunately the smile disappeared the next second. Forget it. You are the village's Jinchuriki. Given Konoha's situation, you will not be allowed to leave the village. Although the big fox is arrogant, it still understands this principle. The Jinchuriki is too important to the village, so it is extremely difficult for Kushina to leave the village. You underestimated me. Kushina put her hands on her hips and yelled in dissatisfaction. That was in the past. Now no one cares about me. As long as I say the name of Jingai, these annoying guys will stay away. He, the name of Jingai is more useful than that of Sister Tsunade. Besides, Jingai promised me that as long as I mastered the nine-tails chakra mode, he would take me away from the village. Take me out to play, to go out on a mission. Kushina began to fantasize about the good times away from the village. Nine-tails looked down at Kushina who was daydreaming, not knowing what to say. But it is indeed a good thing that Kushina can leave the village. As for whether to kill Shikaku, why not fight? Shikaku is such an annoying tailed beast, he should be killed. The thought of this gave Kyuubi some motivation. Starting tomorrow, we will double our training so that Kushina can get the conditions to leave the village as soon as possible, and then travel around the ninja world and beat up Shikaku. As long as the topic of beating Shikaku comes up, Kyuubi will no longer be sleepy. Although among the nine-tailed beasts, the one it fought with the most was the eight-tail, but the one that the nine-tail hated the most was the one-tail. As for the reason? Perhaps the nine-tail laughed at the one-tail for being too weak and thought he was the boss of the tailed beasts, but the one-tail refused to accept this and stubbornly believed that the ranking of the tailed beasts should be arranged according to the order of their tails. As time went by, the conflict between the two tailed beasts became more and more serious. As for the fact that the most battles occur with the eight tails, it is mainly because the eight tails is strong and is the closest to the nine tails among the other tailed beasts, so the nine tails likes to fight with it. Sometimes the eight tails will take the initiative to find the nine tails, although the nine tails always wins the battle. As for the one tail, I'm sorry, this guy is too weak. Kurama, look down on it. There is no point in fighting with it. Come on, come on, come on. Looking at a girl rushing to the bathroom full of energy, Jing'ai wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Did this girl get excited together with Kyuubi? But that's also a good thing. Hopefully Kushina can master the Nine Tails chakra mode soon. In the original space, not only was Naruto's speed in mastering the Nine Tails chakra mode very slow, but the process was also very difficult. As a result, when it came to Kushina, it blinded everyone's eyes. Naruto's talent. Jing'ai thought it would be better not to mention it. If we don't count the factor of being the Prince of Legends, Naruto's learning ability is really weak, at least compared to Kushina and Minato Namikaze. At present, there is no Jinchuriki in the ninja world who can enter the tailed beast chakra mode. Maybe Kushina will be the first one. Killer Bee has just become the Eight Tails Jinchuriki not long ago, not to mention Yagura, he is not even a Jinchuriki yet. Therefore, Kushina's hopes were high. Yawning and pushing open the door, Tsunade was stunned to see Jing'ai sitting on the sofa reading a book. Aren't you asleep yet? Or you can't sleep when I'm not home? The previous sentence was normal, but the next second he started to make dirty jokes. Can you be more narcissistic? Jing'ai really wanted to throw the book in his hand at Tsunade's face. This woman is becoming more and more shameless. Why didn't I feel that before? Ever since their intimate relationship was confirmed, Tsunade has been acting so ugly and saying whatever she wants. Yeah, I can't sleep when you're not home. Jing'ai replied with something inconsistent in his words and a very perfunctory attitude. Hungry. Tsunade didn't care about all this. She took off her shoes, jumped onto the sofa, and snuggled into his arms, resting her head on his legs, looking at him eagerly. Get out of the way. Speechless, Shizue pushed Tsunade away, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, the fragrant noodles were freshly baked. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls of noodles, Tsunade asked vaguely, by the way, did the old man hold another high-level meeting today? Hold head high. Jing'ai stared at the book and answered absent-mindedly, the daimyo hopes that the village can accept the peace talks with the Sand Village. I don't know how the Sand Village convinced the daimyo. Maybe they sent him a lot of beauties. But your teacher doesn't want to stop like this. He wants to continue fighting. It's time to keep fighting. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although it will make the daimyo unhappy, this precedent cannot be set. Otherwise, if a village starts a war against Konoha in the future and cannot win, or does not want to fight, it will directly ask the daimyo for mediation. The existence of that village will be very embarrassing. As for the name, well, maybe he really received a lot of beauties. Tsunade knew very well what kind of person her relative was. He had a lot of women around him. There are indeed not many things that can arouse his interest and impress him, and women are one of the few. You didn't say anything? No. Jing'ai felt that the more he read Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu notes, the more exciting it became. This thing was much more stimulating than reading the Little Emperor's book. Hearing this, he shook his head. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Besides, you're not the Hokage, so why should I worry about it? Whether it's fighting or peace talks, it's all the business of the Hokage's office and the high-level meetings. I'm just a member of the group. Only a fool wants to be Hokage. Tsunade complained silently. Anyway, she has no interest in the position of Hokage. As for Noeki, he does have this dream, but it's not his turn. Even if Tsunade doesn't want to, there are Orochimaru and Jiraiya behind her. To put it another way, Heitake Sakumo had this idea. There are too many people who have the same wish, so many that Shensha can't even get a number. To put it bluntly, he may not even be able to compete with his younger brothers. After all, Tsunade has seen the little yellow-haired boy's abilities in all aspects. 2 days later, Konoha sent a letter of polite refusal to the daimyo's mansion. The third Hokage expressed his position in the letter and rejected the daimyo's suggestion. Konoha had to continue fighting this war. Even if we can't get much benefit from the Sand Village in the end, we must fight. Some precedents cannot be set. This time it is a peace talk. Will the daimyo sit on Konoha's head next time? This must never happen. As for the consequences of offending the daimyo, the third Hokage no longer cared about them. Chapter 271 Jiraiya was caught peeping. Anyway, the daimyo dare not withhold funds for Konoha's development, and that's enough. At most, the money will be a little less. Konoha can still bear this loss by gritting its teeth. Outside the Konoha village, looking at the village gate just around the corner, Jiraiya shouted excitedly, the most handsome toad sage, Master Jiraiya is back. After returning to his long-lost home, Jiraiya couldn't help but wail a few words. As a result, the ninja on duty at the door didn't seem to recognize him and scolded him with a stern face. Who are you and why are you shouting at the entrance of the village? You do not know me? Jiraiya was stunned on the spot. Should I get to know you? The ninja on duty looked impatient. Who is this guy with a face thicker than a city wall? And he is the most handsome toad sage, Lord Jiraiya. Is there such a person in the village? Never mind. Jiraiya, who thought he would be warmly welcomed, shrugged weakly and took out his forehead protector and ninja ID to hand them over to the other party for inspection. Ah, you are Master Jiraiya? Otherwise, wasn't it Jiraiya I just called out to? I'm sorry, Master Jiraiya, I just didn't remember it at the moment. Boy, stop talking. I suspect you are playing me. Without the title of Three Ninjas, Jiraiya's reputation is indeed not as loud as in the original time and space. This also led to many new generation ninjas not knowing him. They have heard of his name but are not familiar with him. Tsunade and Orochimaru are more famous. The former is the princess of Konoha and the candidate for the village's next Hokage. Needless to say, her fame is so great that people recognize her wherever she goes. Orochimaru is also quite famous. He commanded on the front line and led the village to win many battles, making the Sand Village cry out in despair. Such an achievement is not something that ordinary people can achieve. On the contrary, Jiraiya, because he got off the bus halfway and hid in the rain country for more than 2 years, directly led to his reputation in the village becoming lower and lower. Compared with his two companions, he doesn't have much presence. Jiraiya is back. The moment he walked into the village gate, Jingai knew it, because every entrance to the village was guarded by Jingai's puppets, whether it was the main gate or other entrances and exits of the Umbu. Everyone who enters Konoha will be observed by the puppets. It's the same even if you fly in from the sky. Not wanting to meddle in other people's business doesn't mean Jingai doesn't pay attention to the collection and mastery of intelligence, it's just that he generally doesn't tell others about it. As for the village's intelligence loopholes, just know it, there's no need to tell anyone. He had no interest in helping the third Hokage patch up his loopholes. Jingai was very curious about what Jiraiya would do first after returning to the village after 2 years. Report to the Hokage's office. Should I go find Shenshu to apologize, or just go out and have some fun first? Through the puppet's vision, Shizuichi observed Jiraiya walking into the village. In fact, Jiraiya himself was also very conflicted. Where to go first? Should I go and apologize to Shenshu? Or should I go and report my work to the old man first, or? No one knew what Jiraiya, who had originally had a serious look on his face, was thinking of, and his face quickly became vulgar. Seeing him like this, Jingai knew that this guy could no longer control himself. Come to think of it, after being depressed in the rain country for 2 years, now that I'm back in the village, I can finally let myself go. So, Jiraiya, who wanted to let himself go, made a bold decision. What about going to Nawaka to apologize? What about going to the third Hokage to report? All of them dispersed. Jiraiya still had important things to do. Jiraiya also turned a corner and went straight to the hot spring hotel. Do you think he went there to soak in the hot springs to relieve his fatigue? Then you are totally wrong, this guy went there to peep. 10 minutes later, a shameless guy was lying outside the wall of the hot spring hotel. He stared at the scene inside the wall through a small hole in the wall with an obscene look on his face. He kept laughing and drooling all over the floor. This guy is hopeless. Jingai withdrew his gaze. He really didn't want to observe someone who was peeping. Of course, before looking away, Jingai still controlled the puppet and threw a kunai over. Whoosh! Danger! Jiraiya, sensing the danger, didn't even bother to wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He jumped up immediately and stood steadily on the wall of the hot spring hotel. Clatter! A kunai was stuck in the wall. If Jiraiya didn't dodge, then the target of this kunai would be him who was lying on the ground with his butt raised. Who is randomly throwing kunai to attack fellow ninjas in the village? Jiraiya stared at the kunai on the wall and began to think. He quickly looked around but did not find anyone suspicious. What? Suddenly, a few screams interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts. He turned back subconsciously, and words like so big and so white flashed through his mind, but the next second, Jiraiya's face changed. Because he jumped onto the wall and squatted, he was discovered by the people who were taking a hot spring bath inside. Damn, the other party also saw his face. It's over now. Jiraiya felt that he had been tricked, because the kunai stuck in the wall was not meant to attack him, but to wake him up so that he could quickly dodge. The most direct and effective way to avoid it is to jump onto the wall, but the consequence of jumping onto the wall is that you will be discovered by the people inside. It's over, it's over, it's over. Jiraiya kept repeating this word, quickly covered his face and ran away, but it was too late, because he was recognized. Half an hour later, several women angrily rushed to the Hokage's office building to sue Jiraiya for his shameless behavior. The expression on the third Hokage's face when he heard the news was extremely interesting. I can only look at it secretly with a crystal ball, or by burrowing underground. You're so good at keeping track of others. You haven't been back for 2 years, and you didn't even come to report your return, but you went to peek at others taking a hot spring bath. It would have been fine if you just watched, but you even squatted on the wall and watched openly. Do you still want to lose face? As expected, the matter ended up in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had no choice but to apologize in person. After much persuasion, the women who came to complain chose to forgive Jiraiya, who finally got it done. Faced with several angry women, the third Hokage was also at a loss. But he had just sat down for less than 3 minutes when the Hokage's guards ran in and said, "Hokage-sama, the owners of the hot spring hotels have united and sued Jiraiya-sama, saying that Jiraiya-sama has ruined their business. In fact, the people who are most passive in this kind of voyeurism are the owners of hot spring hotels. Someone else runs a hot spring hotel, and you come here to do shameless things. Once you are discovered and the news spreads, will anyone dare to come here to take a hot spring bath in the future? If no one comes to take a hot spring bath, who will bear the loss?" Chapter 272 With or without you as my teacher, I will grow the same. You can just watch it secretly, it's not the first time anyway. But this time it was too much. He just squatted on the wall and looked down from above. Who the hell could tolerate this? So abominable. Oh my god. Jiraiya, you idiot. I've just come back and you've caused me so much trouble. The third Hokage wanted to die. The owners of the hot spring hotels have come together to file a complaint, and they are definitely asking Jiraiya to compensate for the losses. This will definitely require a huge sum of money to pay, and now the third Hokage gets a headache when he hears the word money. Because the village's finances are a bit overwhelmed. Go and bring Jiraiya to me right now. Wait, please ask the owners of those hot spring hotels to come in. I will personally discuss the compensation with them. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ninjas from the Hokage's guard team left quickly. Following his notice, several hot spring hotel owners walked into the Hokage's office. The two sides talked for a long time before the other party left satisfied. And there was an extra bill on the third Hokage's desk. A considerable bill. The old man must be furious and definitely doesn't want to see me now, so where should I go? Go find Jingai? Considering what happened just now, Zilla suspected that it was Jingai who did it. Ordinary people cannot hide from Jiraiya's perception. Forget it, I'll go find Shenshu and apologize first. As for the old man, we'll talk about it later. After thinking for a while, Jiraiya, who didn't dare to cause trouble for Jingai, could only go to Nawaki first, apologize to Nawaki, and then find a way to get Nawaki's forgiveness. As for the third Hokage, let's wait. I don't have time to deal with him now. By a small river in Konoha, Nawaki and Minato Namikaze were sitting by the river, sweating profusely due to tired training. There was a fire burning not far away, and next to the fire was a fish pickled by Minato Namikaze. When you get tired during training, take a break, eat something to replenish your nutrition, restore your strength, and then continue training. This is the training mode that Rope Tree and Little Yellow Hair have been following for a long time. A branch not far from Little Yellow Hair suddenly moved, and Little Yellow Hair jumped up from the ground. Someone is coming. Is it Jingai? Shingshu asked subconsciously. Are you stupid? The little yellow-haired boy really wanted to scold him. If the teacher gets old, will the puppets arranged by the teacher remind us that someone is coming? Who's over there? The two kids pulled out their weapons, and the people hiding in the woods saw that they could no longer hide, so they came out of the woods. Ahem, that. Jiraiya came out and wanted to say hello, but he was already prepared for Nawaki to be furious. The result was beyond his expectations. Rope Tree just glanced at him as if he didn't exist, retracted his weapon and sat back on the ground. Tisk, Shingshu's teacher is here. The little yellow-haired boy stepped back a few steps to leave some space for the master and disciple, then sat down by the fire and watched his grilled fish. There won't be a fight, right? The current Rope Tree is no match for Jiraiya. Unfortunately, the little yellow-haired boy thought too much. Shenshu was not the kind of person who would beat people up just because he was angry, and he was not a child anymore. If a child were faced with this situation, he would definitely be furious, accusing Jiraiya of all kinds of faults and venting his inner dissatisfaction and grievances. But the Rope Tree won't. For a man of his age who still throws tantrums and complains like this, it just makes people think that he has not grown up yet. Rope Tree doesn't want to be treated like a child. Therefore, when facing Jiraiya, Nawaki, who had once wanted to complain and vent his anger, behaved unusually calmly. It was so calm that even Jiraiya was a little confused. In fact, if Nawaki had been a little angrier and more furious, Jiraiya would have been easier to deal with. However, Nawaki chose to treat the situation calmly, which made Jiraiya a little unable to keep up. When Shingshu is angry, he can still find ways to calm the other party's anger, but what can you do when facing Shingshu who is as calm as water? Apologize? If an apology helps. Sorry Rope Tree, I'm not a very good teacher. Scratching his head hard, Jiraiya finally chose to break the silence and apologized to Naoki. No, you're a good teacher. Rope Tree looked at Jiraiya calmly and said lightly, it's just that your kindness is used on others. Don't worry, I won't make a fuss. I'm not a child anymore. I can grow up smoothly without your teaching. It seems that it's the same whether you're here or not. How to deal with it? Waiting online, urgent. Jiraiya started to get anxious because Naoki didn't play by the rules. Although he expressed his dissatisfaction with the Akatsuki trio to Jiraiya, his calm acceptance without making any noise made Jiraiya's inner guilt reach its peak. I am such a fucking piece of shit that I left Shenshu, an obedient and sensible child, aside for 2 years. Jiraiya wanted to slap himself twice. How about we eat something first? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly weird, the little yellow-haired boy picked up the grilled fish and shook it twice. Okay, let's continue training after eating. Shingshu chuckled, picked up the grilled fish and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Jiraiya also felt like that, but he was too embarrassed to take it. It was only when Minato Namikaze took the initiative to put a fish in his hand that he ate the fish in small bites with an awkward smile. The way he ate was like a lady from a noble family, which was completely different from his usual self. After eating and drinking and taking a short rest, the training of Shenshu and Xia Huangmao continued. Jiraiya could only stand by and watch like a spectator. There were several times when he wanted to point out the shortcomings of the two, but he didn't know how to start. He didn't know whether Shenshu would accept his advice, or whether Shenshu would ignore him. Sad. Ask Jing'ai for help. I must ask Jing'ai for help. But I didn't wait to get up and go find Jing'ai, because Jing'ai came here first. Yo, I'm training. Jing'ai, teacher. Seeing Jing'ai coming, Shenshu and Xia Huangmao stopped their training. The two panting men sat on the ground to rest in an ungraceful manner. Did you throw the canoe outside the hot spring hotel? Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly and wanted to hit someone. You are so bad. You actually framed me. I lost it. Jing'ai admitted openly, don't look at me like that. It's good enough that I didn't catch you and lock you up in the ambu. Although I haven't learned other things well, I am a first-rate peeping expert. Peeping? The two children grasped the point. For the first time, Shingshu's expression turned ugly. It turns out that the first thing his teacher did after returning to the village was not to come to him to apologize, but to go to the hot spring hotel to peek at others taking a bath. Good guy. The little yellow-haired boy exclaimed, what a good guy. Ahem, I wasn't collecting materials. Jiraiya's face turned red as a monkey's butt and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 273 Rope Tree, Where Are All My Chakras? Have I met a middleman? Although he is usually thick-skinned and can't stop peeping, he feels extremely embarrassed when he is caught. Don't give me that. If you want to collect materials, spend some money. There are many women who are willing to let you collect them. Don't make excuses like this. You did something shameless and you still make excuses for yourself. Jing'ai didn't believe Jiraiya's weird reason. Peeping to collect materials? According to your line of thought, those murderers are doing it to satisfy their own desires, so they are innocent, right? That Chong. Never mind, this kind of person deserves to die even more. Shingshu can change these bad habits, why can't you? Jing'ai did not forget to drag out Shenshu, who had turned over a new leaf, and whip his corpse. Haven't I turned over a new leaf? Why are you mentioning me again? The rope tree that was very angry just now suddenly turned into Jiraiya number 2. As for how the rope tree was changed, Jing'ai only said one sentence to him. Imagine if the person being spied on was Tsunade or Kushina, what would you do? Compare your heart to your heart. Since then, Shingshu has never done such a thing again. But the habit of reading the Little Emperor's book remains. Has Shingshu turned over a new leaf? Jiraiya was amazed by her beauty. How could this be possible? Don't look at me like that. I have women in my family too. If someone were to peek at one of my family members while they were bathing, I would definitely kill him. Noeki glared at Jiraiya unhappily. Okay, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Jiraiya decisively raised his hands in surrender. The disciples had all changed. As a teacher, he had to set a role model. Just don't peek. If that doesn't work, just spend some money and watch it openly. That should be fine, right? Cut. Rope Tree turned his head to the side. Jing'ai was too lazy to force him. I hope you will keep your promise and take out the contract scroll. What? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously took out the scroll and handed it to Shizuka. Jing'ai opened the scroll and signaled Shenshu to sign the contract quickly and then find a suitable summoning beast for himself. Shenshu has been waiting for this day for a long time. He decisively bit his finger and left his palm print on the scroll. Want to try? Shingshu had already begun looking forward to the summoned beast. Noeki was extremely envious of Minato Namikaze for having a summoning beast. Considering that he would need to practice fairy arts in the later stage, Jing'ai did not give the gold tooth to Noeki, but chose to make a contract with it himself. Let me try. Shenshu seemed eager to try. So, encouraged by Jing'ai's eyes, Shenshu started to make seals before the wound on his hand healed. As for Jiraiya, he was glamorously ignored by Rope Tree. Although he will not angrily complain about his dissatisfaction and grievances, it does not mean that Noeki will easily forgive Jiraiya. Just when he needed a teacher's care and education, the teacher ran away to teach 3 war orphans, leaving him aside and ignoring him for more than 2 years. No one can accept this kind of treatment. It would be impossible for Jiraiya to gain Noeki's forgiveness without much effort. Psychic. As Rope Tree's palm slapped the ground, the spell of spiritualism began to spread on the ground, and with a slight sound, a white smoke appeared at the spot. The 3 of them looked at the Rope Tree curiously, wanting to know what the Rope Tree would summon when it communicated with spirits for the first time, a big toad, or a tadpole. But in terms of chakra, as a direct descendant of the Thousand Hands, Rope Tree has more than enough chakra. Not to mention summoning a giant toad, he can withstand even a few of them. The problem is that you can't communicate with spirits just because you want to. It depends on whether the other party is willing. It is somewhat difficult to get those big guys out if you are not familiar with them or don't know them. As the white smoke dissipated, a tadpole the size of a palm appeared on the ground, jumping around non-stop. The expectation on Shenshu's face turned into disappointment, and his face suddenly fell. Forehead. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling something was not right. Noeki's chakra was definitely enough and his ninjutsu was also very skilled, but he ended up creating a tadpole. So what was the problem? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be a test from Mount Myaboku? The toad of Myabokuyama and the snake of Ryokai Cave are 2 completely different extremes. The toads like to conduct all kinds of tests. As for the snakes in the Ryokai Cave, as long as a snake is interested in your chakra, as long as it thinks you are a qualified ninja and recognizes you, it will respond to your spiritualism even if you are weak and don't have much chakra. The only one who asked for a sacrifice was the weirdo Wanchi. Compared to the twists and turns of Myaboku-san, Ryokaido is all about being direct. Looking at the tadpoles jumping on the ground, no, they are big tadpoles. After all, tadpoles as big as a palm are not common. Jing'ai's expression began to change with a hint of curiosity. A few seconds later, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, Shenshu. Do you want to make me die of laughter and then let your sister inherit my inheritance? Ha ha ha, what a big tadpole. Jing smiled and tears came out. I will endure. I will endure. I can bear it any longer. Sorry, Rope Tree, I couldn't help it. The little yellow-haired boy also burst out laughing. Even Jiraiya, who was trying hard to keep a serious expression, failed. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Rope Tree blushed with shame and protested loudly, damn it, I clearly used a lot of chakra. Why did a tadpole come out? Don't these toads like me? Where's my chakra? Where did all my chakra go? Did I encounter a middleman? On Mount Myaboku, Buntao was lying in the sun with a pipe in his mouth. He scratched his back and thought to himself, the person who used summoning magic just now should be Jiraiya's disciple, right? Kids nowadays are ignorant and don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Forget it, just let him play with the tadpoles first. After a loud yawn, Buntao decided to take a nap. As for the spiritualism, he could just catch a tadpole and stuff it in. No big deal. Yeah, what are you laughing at? Tell me what's going on. Jing'ai straightened his expression and blamed Jiraiya. It's all your fault that the teacher didn't explain clearly, which led to the error of Noeki's summoning technique. How can it be? Jiraiya raised his voice several degrees, and gestured. Besides, weren't you the one who laughed first? And there's nothing wrong with the spiritualism. It should have summoned a big guy. Damn it, what went wrong? Jiraiya couldn't figure out where the mistake was unless he went to Myaboku Mountain himself. Chapter 274. It really hurts wherever it hurts. I laughed because it was funny, but as Noeki's teacher, you actually laughed at such a serious moment. You are really not a human being. Shizuichi continued to blame Jiraiya. Jiraiya? What the hell? He didn't react with a black question mark on his face. You laugh because it's funny, but if I laugh I'm not a human being? Enough. With a blushing face, Noeki sent the tadpole back, loudly interrupted Jiraiya's explanation, and continued to use summoning techniques. Less chakra was used this time, but Rope Tree was horrified to find that the tadpole he had just sent back, damn, it's here again. Ha 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 ha. This directly led to a professionally trained person like Jing'ai being unable to hold back. Damn it, come again. I don't believe it, it's always tadpoles. Rope Tree gritted his teeth, sent the tadpole back, and tried again. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, all he summoned were tadpoles, let alone big ones. there wasn't even a small toad. At this time Jing'ai no longer laughed because she was tired of laughing and her cheeks and stomach hurt. It's almost the same with little yellow hair. Only Jiraiya felt the most uncomfortable. After being accused by Jing'ai several times without reason, he really didn't dare to laugh because he found that Naweka looked at him with murderous eyes. How about letting Minato try? Maybe the toads are busy today. Seeing that Rope Tree's chakra was almost drained, and the result was still the same, Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore and had to change the subject. Let's change the topic to the little yellow-haired boy. You are really smart, you are bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic. Jing'ai didn't know what to say. No need for this, I already have a spirit beast. The little yellow-haired boy smiled embarrassedly. He didn't want to continue to provoke Rope Tree at this time. It's okay, send your summoning beast over to have a look. If it's not suitable, just sign a contract with the toad in Mayaboka Mountain. The scroll is in my hand, and I can let anyone sign it. Jiraiya slapped his chest loudly, then reached out to take the scroll, but after a few tries, he found it was empty. Hey, where's my scroll? Looking around, Jiraiya saw the scroll in Shizuka's hand, so he shut up. Namikaze Minato looked at his teacher helplessly. Let's communicate with the spirit. It's a good opportunity to see how Black Fang has grown during this period of time. With Jing'ai's permission, the little yellow-haired boy had to bite his finger, but when he was making the seal, he still reminded. Black Fang is growing a little too fast, so we should stand a little further away. Shizuchi casually threw the scroll to Jiraiya, stood up and walked away, and Naweka followed with an unhappy look on his face. Jiraiya, confused, put away the scroll and followed obediently. He was very curious about what the little yellow-haired boy's spiritual beast was. It seemed to be very big, otherwise there would be no need to ask everyone to leave. As the little yellow-haired boy pressed his palm on the ground, as the smoke dissipated, a huge figure appeared by the river. Is this thing Minato's summoned beast? Jiraiya opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. He even thought he was seeing things. The growth rate of Black Fang is terrifying. After making a complaint, Rope Tree asked Jing'ai, "Are gold teeth as big as black teeth?" It seems to be a little bigger. Jing'ai didn't pay much attention to the details, because under normal circumstances, he didn't need a summoned beast at all. Gold Fang had always been left at large, but the little yellow-haired boy often summoned Black Fang. Every time, Shensha drools with envy. I thought that after signing a contract with Mayaboka Mountain, I would be able to summon a good summoning beast. However, after trying many times, all I got were tadpoles, which made me very angry. What is a psychic beast? This horse is called a spiritual beast. As a result, I always get a tadpole. Rope Tree felt like he was going to explode. Minato-sama. Black Fang twisted his huge body and lowered his huge head, which was big enough to swallow an adult in one bite, to touch the little yellow-haired boy. It can be seen that the relationship between this man and the spiritual beast is very good. Where did this thing come from? The dragon cave? Jiraiya was dumbfounded. I got 2 of Orochimaru's experimental products. I wanted to give one to Naweka, but considering that he would need to learn fairy arts later, I asked him to wait for you to come back and sign a contract with Mayaboka Mountain. After all, the toads of Mayaboka Mountain hate the smell of snakes. Jing'ai crossed his arms and explained, I don't know how Orochimaru did it, this thing grows very fast, it has grown to this size in just a few months. Jiraiya, damn it, no wonder Shingshu was unhappy just now, it turns out this is the reason. But Jing'ai was right, there were originally 2 snakes. It was okay to give one to Shenshu. Jing'ai couldn't use it, but considering the issue of fairy arts, he had to be careful with the contracted summoning beast. The toads of Mayaboka-yama are not as easy to talk to as the slugs of the wet-bone forest. The hatred between the toads and the snakes is too deep. The snakes in Ryokai Cave like to run to Mayaboka Mountain to eat toads whenever they have time, and there is a blood feud between the 2 sides. Letting someone who has made a snake contract go to Mayaboka Mountain to learn magic is definitely something that only a very smart person can do. That's true. Jiraiya nodded slightly and said, when the time is right, I will go to Mayaboka Mountain and take Naweki with me. I will also test his talent. As long as he has the talent to learn fairy arts, I will teach him personally. Then come on. Jing'ai said nothing, shook her head and left. Jiraiya wanted to stay, but he needed to know some specific information, so he followed. Jing'ai. If you have to fart, come on. Jing'ai turned around and looked at him. How about I treat you to some barbecue? It's at the Akimichi clan's restaurant. You can have barbecue, but let me make this clear. I can't make Shingshu forgive you. You left him when he needed you and didn't come back for 2 years. He is very resentful. How can you get Shingshu's forgiveness? You need to do it yourself. Although they were eating barbecue, Jing'ai still wanted to give Jiraiya a shot of prevention first. This saves this guy from wanting to dump the trouble on him. But Jingai didn't eat Jiraiya's barbecue in vain, or give him a reminder. Don't think about getting Shenshu's forgiveness in the short term. Try your best to give it to him and let him feel your kindness and your care for him. Over time, Shenshu will definitely forgive you. After all, he is already a big boy. Chapter 275. Your book is published. Where is the promised remuneration? Stop talking, I have a headache. Jiraiya poured himself a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then had a second glass, and a third glass. After 3 glasses of wine, he began to complain bitterly. I admit that I am sorry for Shingshu, but children of this age are too difficult to appease. Although they will be sensible and not make a fuss, it is very difficult to appease them once they are angry. If not. Jing'ai slowly put the meat on the grill and said leisurely, you can only take it step by step, make up for the lack of companionship, be as nice to him as possible, and let him feel your care and attention. You can't expect to reconcile in a short time, you can only rely on time to make it happen. But there is good news. What good news? I never understood why. I'm in this state, what good news can there be? Jing'ai laughed and scolded. You asked for it, you can't blame others. The good news is that Nawaki is an optimistic person with a straightforward personality. For such a person, if you are nice to him, he will remember it. You should be thankful. If someone is petty and encounters such an incident, he will hate you for the rest of his life. Jing'ai was not joking, this situation was very common. In addition, children in the ninja world mature earlier, so if you offend him, he may really hold a grudge against you for the rest of his life. But being hated in the ninja world is not a good thing. There are too many examples of people getting into big trouble because of holding a grudge against someone. After all, the ninja world is not a peaceful society like in the past. What can a peaceful society do even if it is angry? If someone stabbed you a few times with a knife, that would be considered as the end of the world. But in the ninja world, stabbing someone with a knife is just child's play. What you're afraid of is that the person you've offended will do something weird in secret, come up with some terrible ninjutsu, or keep enduring it and finally give you a big beating. Look at the future third Kazekage, he was killed by this kid called Scorpion of the Red Sand. You started a war, which led to the tragic deaths of my parents, right? The war was lost. Since my enemy, Heitake Sakumo, is dead, I cannot take revenge, so I will kill you and then make you into a puppet. Let's look at that jealous classmate of Orochimaru. Because he was sensitive, he was not taken seriously. In the end, he did some horrible research, which indirectly and directly killed many people. In the ninja world, a little karami can give you a burst of energy. Fortunately, that happens to ordinary people, and Jing'ai doesn't need to worry about this happening to himself. Explosion? I'll see how big you can get. Forget it, tell me what happened in the past 2 years. Jiraiya, who didn't have much clue, became more and more worried the more he thought about it, so he decided to ignore it for the time being and first understand what happened in the ninja world in the past 2 years. As he had to take care of the 3 members of Akatsuki organization alone, he didn't have much time to gather intelligence. The time for occasional trips out is always limited, and I don't know whether the information I collect is true or false. Nothing serious happened. You hid in the Rain Country. Jing'ai ate the barbecue and narrated slowly. With the end of the Rain Country War, a full-scale war between the village and the Sand Village broke out. By the way, the senior was rewarded by the daimyo for his great contribution and was given the privilege of wearing the Hokage half-sleeves. Wait, which senior? What is a Hokage half-sleeve? What about the one you are wearing? This is the Hokage robe, right? It looks better than the one the old man is wearing. Jiraiya was a little confused because what Jing'ai said was brief and not detailed. Who else could it be other than Sakumo-senpai? Jing'ai Shaoxiong spread his hands, looked down at the clothes, and joked, this is a reward given by the daimyo. Sakumo-senpai wore it, and if I don't wear it, wouldn't it be a slap in the daimyo's face? Do you think I like wearing this thing? It's not right. Jiraiya still doesn't understand. Why is Sakumo-senpai's reward a Hokage half-sleeve, and yours a Hokage robe? Because I have made greater contributions. Jing'ai laughed out loud. This joke is not funny at all. Jiraiya was stunned on the spot. In fact, Orochimaru also had a chance to get one, but this guy was more pragmatic. He chose the monetary reward, so the daimyo rewarded him with tens of millions of ryo. That's right. Jing'ai suddenly thought of the novel written by Jiraiya. Didn't you say that I would get a share of the royalties after the novel is published? Where's the money? But don't underestimate Jiraiya's writing of small imperial books. This guy makes a lot of money from writing small imperial books. When it comes to making money, Orochimaru and Tsunade together would have to admit defeat to Jiraiya. They have many ways to make money, and they make a lot, but the Little Emperor's book is so popular that Jiraiya's book is spread even more widely. The royalties came in like a flood. Good man, I thought you had forgotten it, but it turns out you still remembered it. This, that. Jiraiya smiled shyly. Yes or no? Jingai leaned forward a little and got straight to the point. Don't give me the fucking hesitancy. You must have made a lot of money. If you have, then keep your word and give me my share. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. Okay, here you go. I thought you forgot about it. Money, so sad. Jiraiya took out a scroll depressedly. The list is in there. This is your copy. I have prepared it long ago. Jingai didn't bring it up, and Zilla didn't say anything either, but he did divide the money, giving Jiraiya a look that said, you better know your place. Jingai put the scroll away. Money is a bastard, but we really can't live without it. Besides, who would complain about having too much money? Even though it hurts, it's impossible for Jiraiya to go back on his word, so he's done with it. So, the war between our village and the Sand Village will be over soon? Jiraiya couldn't help but smile when he heard Jingai talking about the peace talks. If possible, he didn't want to go to the battlefield to fight. Compared to others, Jiraiya naturally hoped for peace in the ninja world. Just because he was willing to fight for the village didn't mean he liked war. Jing nodded. The Sand Village is already at the end of its strength and can't hold on for too long. It's just that your teacher, our Hokage, doesn't want to negotiate directly. He wants to negotiate as a winner. According to the current situation, the Sand Village must raise the white flag in 3 months at most. The Sand Village's financial resources have been exhausted, and the period from the end of the year to the beginning of the new year is the most difficult. After all, the harsh environment of the Wind Kingdom is there. The supplies could not be sustained, there was great resentment among the people in the country, and Konoha was determined to continue fighting. The Sand Village had no choice but to surrender. Although they tried hard to persuade the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Konoha did not accept the daimyo's kindness. Alas, it would be better if the war ended sooner. Too many people in Konoha sacrificed their lives in this war. Jiraiya doesn't like war, and he dares to say this in front of the third Hokage. I think you'd better pray that the war ends later, otherwise you will have a hard time. Jingai picked up the juice and took a sip. As for the wine poured by Jiraiya, he pushed it aside. Who would drink sake if they were serious? Why? Will my life become difficult after the war ends? What kind of weird logic is this? Looking at Jiraiya, who still hadn't figured out the situation, Jingai asked with a smile, let me ask you, what was the thing that the village accumulated the most during the war? Chapter 276. The third Hokage questions Jiraiya. Task entrusted. Jiraiya blurted out. As soon as he said this, his face changed. Yes, many mission commissions are accumulated during the war. When the war is over and a large number of ninjas return, they will work hard to complete the missions. Especially for a guy like him who ran away halfway and didn't return to the village for 2 years, he would definitely be treated like a donkey. And the missions that Jiraiya performs are definitely high-level missions. This type of mission is not only dangerous, but also troublesome. This is not fair. Why are you treating me like a donkey? After drinking some wine, Jiraiya started to get drunk. In the corridor of the barbecue restaurant, the third Hokage, who had just walked out of the private room and had not yet had time to open the door, just stood there in a daze. He had been waiting in the Hokage's office for Jiraiya, his good disciple, to report in. As a result, not only did Jiraiya not report to the Hokage's office, he first ran to the Hot Spring Hotel to peek, causing a huge mess that he had to clean up with great difficulty. Jiraiya ran to find Rope Tree, and after finishing, he took Jingai to eat barbecue. After waiting for a long time, the third Hokage became impatient and had to deliver the goods himself. Unexpectedly, he heard Jiraiya's loud voice before he even entered the door. Somebody is coming, Jingai said meaningfully, because most of the strong ninjas in the village went to the battlefield to fight for the village, and you ran away for 2 years. Is this reason enough? Don't we need to carry out missions once we're on the battlefield? Jiraiya became even more unhappy. I've also been to the battlefield, although I ran away, embarrassing. But you tell me, did you go on to do it or not? Not necessarily, like me. Jingai pointed at herself and said affirmatively, I will definitely not go on the mission. Tsuneda's about the same, right? Or Ikamaru? He will most likely stay in the village, so thank you for your hard work. Jiraiya opened his mouth wide. Why do I feel like I'm the only one who's easy to bully? If you need anything, Jingai, there are indeed many tasks and commissions suitable for you in the village. The third Hokage, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, opened the door and walked in. He felt that Shizuichi was deliberately teasing Jiraiya. No need. I will not carry out any missions or commissions until Kushina can't leave the village. Jingai refused decisively. Are you kidding? Am I short of money? No shortage. Since I'm not short of money, why should I go on a mission? God knows what kind of stupid mission you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will choose for me. As a ninja of the village, refusing to carry out the mission was undoubtedly a slap in the face for the third Hokage. This is not. Jiraiya, who had just started to get dizzy, suddenly came to his senses. He felt that apart from the 2 years he had been on the run, compared to Jing'ai, he was definitely a qualified ninja and a good boy. Carrying out missions is the mission of every ninja in the village. The third Hokage said this seriously. Jing'ai couldn't help but ask, including the Hokage. The third Hokage. Although the Hokage can leave the village to carry out missions, the top leaders will not allow the Hokage to do so. If even the Hokage has to go on a mission, can this village still be saved? So the question is, if even the top Umbu officials need to go and carry out mission commissions, can this village still be saved? The duty of the Umbu is to carry out commissioned missions? Ahem, Jing'ai, the old man is the Hokage. Under normal circumstances, the Hokage cannot leave the village casually, let alone carry out a mission. Jiraiya was afraid that the teacher would be too embarrassed, so he forced an explanation. After hearing this explanation, Jing'ai laughed. Then the duty of the Umbu is to help the village carry out missions? You thought I just farted? Jiraiya decisively chose to shut up. As a high-ranking member of the Umbu, Shizuichi, like the third Hokage, has the privilege of not being able to leave the village easily, let alone carry out mission commissions. Besides, the Umbu has fewer missions to perform, right? Quite a lot. However, these tasks are basically not for making money, but for the benefit of the village. Yes, the duties of the Umbu are not to carry out tasks and commissions for the village. If all these tasks are entrusted to the Umbu will not be able to handle it, and other ninjas in the village will lose the economic income they rely on for survival. The third Hokage sat next to Jiraiya, picked up his chopsticks and started eating barbecue. I also agreed with Jing'ai's words. Old man, is this appropriate for you? I was afraid that you would be embarrassed, so I spoke up for you, but you turned around and sold me out. Damn it, I really want to overturn the table. Jiraiya, do you realize your mistake? Before Jiraiya could speak up for himself, the third Hokage started questioning him first. I realize that I was wrong. Something like this won't happen again, I promise. He ran away when there was a war in the village, and stayed on the run for 2 years, even hiding from the people in the village. This kind of thing would be incredible no matter which village it happened in. He has never been treated as a traitor, thanks to his teacher being the third Hokage. The third Hokage's face darkened. I'm talking about the hot spring hotel. Several ladies who were bathing in the hot spring hotel came to the Hokage's office building to complain. Do you know how much effort it took me to convince them? It's not because of the rain country. Jiraiya looked confused. Jing'ai laughed silently. Jiraiya really has no clue at all. The fact that your teacher didn't treat you as a traitor means that the matter is over. Then you put yourself into it. What? Is it a small matter to spy on others bathing in a hot spring hotel? Jiraiya. The disciple's slow reaction successfully angered the third Hokage. After I convinced these people, the hot spring hotel owners in the village united and reported you to the Hokage's office. They said that because of your behavior, the image of their hot spring hotels has suffered a fatal blow, which will cause their business to deteriorate. And this behavior has happened so many times that no one can tolerate it anymore, you know. Is it such a big deal? Jiraiya was a little bit unbelieving. Even if he was discovered in the past, at most he would be scolded by the third Hokage and that would be it. Unexpectedly, the hot spring hotel owner who had not reacted until now actually became tough this time. A group of people went to the Hokage's office to file a complaint and demanded compensation from him. Chapter 277 Jiraiya, a problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Incredible, right? The reason why people didn't complain about you before was because you were still within their tolerance limit. Once you exceed your tolerance limit, you will see others as barbaric. Such as now. You have done so many things like this since you were a child. How many times have you been discovered? Just because others have been enduring doesn't mean they will do so forever. When they can no longer hold back and come together to complain, Jiraiya will be in trouble. Because what others said was not wrong. I finally went to a hot spring hotel to relax, but ended up being peeped at. Who can stand that? The image and reputation of the hot spring inn will definitely take a hit. With its bad reputation, no one wants to take a bath there, so the income of hot spring hotels will naturally plummet. It would be strange if others don't complain. This money has to be paid by Jiraiya. The third Hokage couldn't possibly help him with the money, not to mention that Konoha had some financial problems. Even if there were no financial problems, the third Hokage wouldn't have helped Jiraiya with the money. Wouldn't it be great if you could use the spare money from Jiraiya's compensation to support the family and train a few more ninjas? No one knows how much money was embezzled to subsidize the family during the years when the third Hokage was in office. But from the time he came to power to the time of his death, the number of ninjas in the Sarutobi clan increased by about, I dare not say 100 times, but at least dozens of times. Not to mention the distant past, Just the fact that during the Fourth Ninja World War, the Sarutobi clan deployed 3,000 ninjas, was enough to prove how large the number of ninjas in this family was. To be frank, that's more than the Uchiha and Hyuga combined. This is just the Sarutobi family. The Sarutobi clan was not the only ninja family that benefited from following the third Hokage. But you watch it often, old man. Jiraiya suddenly had a brainwave and blurted out these words. Unfortunately, the person at the barbecue restaurant just opened the door of the private room with a smile on his face and was about to bring in some side dishes when he heard Jiraiya's words. The smiles on the other people's faces disappeared instantly. Ha 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 ha. Jing'ai burst out laughing and kept clapping the floor with her hands. The third Hokage's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Nonsense, when did I become as shameless as you? There are some things he can do, but he can't admit them because he is the Hokage and it would be too embarrassing to admit them. This bastard Jiraiya, I really want to sew his mouth shut. Hokage-sama, Shizuichi-sama, these are the complimentary side dishes from the store. There will also be some marinated meat later, which will also be a gift. Fortunately, the people in the barbecue restaurant did not dare to laugh at the third Hokage's joke. They gave an awkward but polite smile, put down their things, and left quickly. Asshole, you've ruined my reputation. The third Hokage cursed angrily. Jiraiya realized that he had said the wrong thing, but since he had already said it, what else could he do? The third Hokage scolded him, so Jiraiya stood up and said, "Will the Hokage not be punished for peeping at others bathing? I went to the hot spring inn, but you took me there. Tired, destroy it. Remember to pay the fine, otherwise it will be deducted from the mission reward." The third Hokage glared at Jiraiya fiercely, then got up and left in a rage, not even bothering to care about the meat given to him by the merchant. It's better to leave early, to avoid Jiraiya, that idiot, from digging up some negative information about him later. It would be fine if it was just the master and the disciple complaining about each other and exposing each other's dirty laundry, but the key is that Jing'ai is also here, and exposing dirty laundry is embarrassing. How could the third Hokage sit still, run faster than a rabbit? The old man is partial. Jiraiya pouted in dissatisfaction. Tsunade and Orochimaru made mistakes, and he paid the bill in the end. Now when it comes to me, I have to pay. Could it be that Orochimaru and Tsunade are your, Sarutobi Hiruzen's real disciples, and I, Jiraiya, am just a picked-up person? Jiraiya, who has always envied Orochimaru since he was a child, is finding himself unable to hold back. Because the third Hokage was really good to Orochimaru, Jing'ai smiled and reminded Jiraiya, "Don't talk nonsense. Tsunade didn't do anything wrong. Even if she did, it was Mito-sama who paid for it. Do you think Tsunade can do whatever she wants?" Really? It wasn't handled by the old man. Jiraiya was a little confused. He always thought that the third Hokage was responsible for all the troubles caused by Tsunade, but in the end it was Uzumaki Mito who had to bear the consequences. Jing'ai shook her head. Jiraiya when he was young was really laughable. The matter will definitely be handled by Lord Hokage, but Lord Mito will definitely pay for all the compensation. As for Orochimaru, has he ever made a similar mistake? Tsunade has a bad temper and sometimes can't control herself. She uses too much force when she attacks, causing too much damage, so compensation is normal. So the question is, has Orochimaru ever made such a mistake? Forehead. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to be confused. The alcohol was beginning to take effect on him and he tried hard to recall. It seems that from childhood to adulthood, Orochimaru is not only the one with the best academic performance, the most attractive, but also the most obedient and sensible one. Hiss Orochimaru, this bastard, really didn't do anything wrong. That's it. Doesn't this mean that I'm the one being taken care of all the time? Damn it, after all this time, it turns out I'm the clown. No, what clown? It turns out the old man loves me. Jiraiya, who had a gloomy face in the previous second, suddenly laughed foolishly in the next second, and Shizuka was speechless when seeing this. Could it be that this bastard has gone crazy? In fact, if you don't want to pay, your teacher probably won't force you. Deducting money is just an angry remark. Pay it. Who said I won't pay it? I have money all the time. Jiraiya, who was feeling very moved by himself, said that he had no shortage of money. It's just money. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. So, an hour later, when Jiraiya delivered the money to the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was a little bit unbelievable. Silly disciple, I said those words to force you, so that I can control you more easily in the future. But you actually handed over the money directly? After delivering the money to the Hokage's office, Jiraiya said, "Sir, I have plenty of money. There is a lot of remuneration." This really stimulated the third Hokage. "You have money, but I do." Jiraiya's return did not cause much commotion in the village. In order to negotiate with the Sand Village as a winner and to avoid being controlled by the daimyo, Konoha finally chose to continue fighting with the Sand Village. As the new year is approaching, Jingai has prepared a lot of good things, ready to spend a happy new year with peace of mind. It was outrageous. Since he traveled through time, this was the first time he spent the new year in the village peacefully. In previous years, all kinds of troubles would come to him at the end of the year. Chapter 278, Overly Virgin Heart Will Only Kill You. The closer it gets to the new year, the more expensive things become, so Jingai can only prepare in advance. Jiraiya has been following behind Nawaseki every day during this period. Regardless of whether Nawaseki dislikes him or not, he has no intention of leaving. He is always concerned about Nawaseki's well-being and is very considerate. The little yellow-haired guy gets goosebumps every day. There is only one day left until the new year. Shizuka didn't even go to work, and the same went for Tsunade. Her program of working overtime to earn extra money also ended with the arrival of the new year. But Jingai didn't expect that trouble would come to him today. But this trouble was caused by Jiraiya. Tell me, what good things have you three bastards done? Jingai folded her hands over her chest and stared at the three people who were sitting awkwardly on the sofa with a bad look on her face. It's New Year's Day, and the three of you came home with expressions as if you had done something wrong, sat on the sofa, and started stammering and not saying a word. Anyone would have felt that something was wrong. Jingai thought that Jiraiya had caused some big trouble with Rope Tree and the little yellow-haired boy. Tsunade sat aside expressionlessly, letting Jingai handle it. She was too lazy to intervene. Of course, at the critical moment, when she needs to beat someone up, she will not hesitate. Kushina hid aside, looking over here curiously. No, absolutely not. Jiraiya suddenly panicked because he saw Tsunade's fists were clenched tightly. If he was not careful in this situation, he would get beaten. In a hurry, he explained, we didn't make any mistakes. I just wanted to take them out to perform a mission. Jiraiya tried his best to please Nawaseki and gain his forgiveness, but the result was not ideal. Because Nawaka still ignored him, until Jiraiya said that he could take him out to carry out missions and gain experience, Nawaka's dissatisfaction with Jiraiya was somewhat reduced. The idea is ideal, but the reality is very bleak. Because according to Jingai's plan, Nawaki and Minato Namikaze do not need to go out to perform missions in the short term, not to mention going on a mission with Jiraiya. The missions this guy carries out are all highly difficult and dangerous. Injuries are commonplace, and death is also very normal. Rope Tree and Little Yellow Hair couldn't make up their minds, so they had to hand over this important task to Jiraiya. So there was a scene where the three of them came to the door with guilty consciences, as if they had committed a crime. So, you two want to tag along? Shizuka looked at Nawaki and Minato Namikaze. The two nodded repeatedly. After training so hard for so long, they can't stand it anymore and want to go through some missions or battles to hone themselves. Jingai continued to ask, do you know what missions Jiraiya performs? Needless to say, the missions that the third Hokage would eagerly urge Jiraiya to carry out are at least A-level, or even S-level missions. The casualty rate in such missions is very high. I know, but I still want to go. Shingshu gritted his teeth and looked at Jingai with gritted teeth. He needs to convince Shizuka first. If he can't even convince Shizuka, it will be even harder for him to get past Tsunade. The little yellow-haired boy felt guilty at the moment and didn't dare to look up at the teacher's eyes, for fear of being scolded. What about you? Why are you looking down? Speak. He kicked Minato Namikaze in annoyance, and Shizuka was so angry that he laughed. He wanted to follow Jiraiya to carry out the mission, but was afraid of being scolded, so he didn't dare to speak, right? Teacher, I want to go too, but if you don't agree, then I won't go. Compared to Shenshu, the little yellow-haired boy is too weak. Asshole, why did you back down first? Shenshu was so angry that he glared at his good brother, but unfortunately the little yellow-haired boy didn't have time to communicate with him. Jiraiya sighed, feeling that the matter was hanging in the balance. What do you think? Shizuka didn't blame Minato Namikaze, but looked at Tsunade. He wanted to know what Tsunade was thinking. Noticing Jingai's gaze, Tsunade yawned carelessly, if you want to go, just go. Since you have become a ninja, this day will come sooner or later. Wasn't it because Jiraiya was not in the village that they were not allowed to carry out the mission before? If you want to go, then go ahead. Just don't regret it. A ninja cannot grow up without experiencing various hardships and battles. Even if Tsunade is reluctant, she will let go and let Nawaki go. As for the little yellow hair, then go ahead. Be careful. Personal safety is the most important, and the mission is secondary. Jingai was most disdainful of such nonsense as the mission was more important than people. Damn it, people could complete more missions only when they were alive. Well, if the mission failed, it failed. What's the big deal, really? Both Shenshu and Little Yellow Hair showed surprised expressions. Jingai bent down and warned the two. I won't talk about Jiraiya, Even though he likes to do jerk things, at least he's relatively stable. Listen to me, both of you. When you get out there, don't act like saints and don't try to help others, because it might get you killed. Secondly, mission failure is nothing, even the most powerful ninja will face the possibility of failure. As long as everyone is fine, there will be plenty of tasks for you to do in the future, so don't get stuck in a rut, especially you, Rope Tree. If Minato and Jiraiya say that you have relapsed into your old habits, then I will forcibly bring you back, and don't even think about leaving the village for missions anymore. Zilla is easy to be kind-hearted, and the same goes for Shenshu. It's okay in the village, you can get benefits and a good reputation by being kind, but being kind outside will only hurt yourself. Jiraiya, you are the same. You like to be kind and help others for no reason. That's your business, but you are taking 2 children on a dangerous mission. Then the mission and their safety should be the main priority. I will let Minato supervise you too. If anyone makes a mistake, I will come to you personally. If you make a mistake, don't even think about leaving the village. Jiraiya, I can throw you into prison and keep you as a prisoner for the rest of your life. Holy shit, so vicious? Jiraiya's eyes widened when he heard that. No, I am a saint? Someone who is kind wherever he goes? You don't want to target me like that, do you? For other ninjas, being stationed in prison is nothing, but for a prodigal like Jiraiya, having him stationed in prison can be fatal and may suffocate him to death. Ignoring Jiraiya, Jingai looked at the little yellow-haired boy and asked seriously, Minato, do you know your responsibilities? Both of them are unreliable, so I hope you can supervise them and don't worry about affecting the relationship by complaining. In fact, complaining is saving them. Can you do it? Teacher, I can do it. The little yellow-haired boy nodded cautiously. Chapter 279. I gave them a little bit of security. He may not be able to handle other things, but complaining. It doesn't get any simpler than this. Just take out the puppet given by the teacher and report via long-distance call. I'm not as bad as you say. Shingshu covered his face in embarrassment. Jiraiya said that he had become autistic and didn't want to talk. Seeing that the 2 men had behaved themselves, Minato Namikaze also promised to be a good monitor, so Jingai felt at ease to let them go. Okay, stop looking so gloomy and pack your things quickly. If you want to leave, leave quickly so that the house can be more peaceful. I'll go. It was the first time that her younger brother left the village to carry out a dangerous mission. As an older sister, Tsunade was afraid that Noeki had no experience and might not be able to pack up things, so she took the initiative to help. Be careful. If you cause trouble again, I will beat you to death. Before leaving, Tsunade did not forget to threaten Jiraiya, which scared Jiraiya so much that he ran away with his head in his hands. Noeki and the little yellow-haired boy hurriedly followed. Looking at the 3 people's receding backs, Tsunade sighed. Her younger brother had grown up and it was time for her to let go. Jingai, aren't you worried that something might happen to them? I went to the Hokage's office, and the old man arranged an S-rank mission for Jiraiya. Shizuichi raised his hand and put his arm around Tsunade's shoulders, laughing. It's okay, not to mention that Jiraiya's strength is no problem. As long as he doesn't make mistakes or has bad luck and is surrounded by powerful enemies, the probability of something going wrong is too low. Besides, I gave Minato a scroll with some puppets in it. I can save the situation at any time. Oh, how much? After hearing that Minato had the scroll given by Shizuichi and that there was a puppet in the scroll, Tsunade's last bit of worry disappeared. Not much. Jingai grinned and said, only about 1 or 200. Tsunade, not much? Only 1 or 200? These puppets are enough to launch an invasion war, but you tell me it's not much? Playing is playing, making noise is making noise. Jingai will never joke with his own people. If Zilla wants to die, then just follow him. But Shenshu is my brother-in-law, so we should protect him if possible. Not to mention the little yellow-haired boy, he is his own apprentice. As long as he doesn't die and grows up successfully, he will definitely be a shadow-level person. He is the kind of Kage-level figure that is feared by the ninja world. Such a disciple with unlimited potential must be well protected. Finally leaving the village, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and began to impart his experience to the 2 newcomers. But as he was talking, Jiraiya felt something was wrong. He found that Shenshu and Xiaohuangmao seemed to be in a bad mood. Did I say something wrong? Do you have anything else, Jiraiya? If that's all, then don't tell me. Rope Tree sighed. The little yellow-haired boy also looked helpless. What's the meaning? What I mean is, we all know this common sense and have memorized it by heart, so. Rope Tree stood where he was and Little Bear spread his hands. Jingai had already taught them everything she could. They had to memorize and remember them carefully. They would also have to take random tests at any time. If they failed, they would be punished. It's a bit difficult for me to be a teacher. I impart my valuable experience to my students, and as a result, my students already know how to do it. Jiraiya was immediately hit hard. What else did Jing'ai teach you? Jiraiya asked frustratedly. Xingshu and Xiao Huangmao looked at each other, and Xingshu said, "It's nothing, just some basic common sense that needs to be checked and tested. There's also the geographical location, environment, combat options of villages in each country, and the ninjas that you might encounter in each village. Most of the information needs to be memorized. There's more." Jiraiya's mouth twitched wildly. Also, when carrying out missions, there are things like choosing the right missions. Jing'ai said that many missions may not look dangerous, but they will actually cause big troubles, and some missions are clearly tricky, so you have to know how to choose the missions that are right for you. Don't be too stubborn. Yes, the teacher said that there are endless tasks to be completed and life is only once, so we need to cherish it. Jiraiya, stop talking, please, really, just pretend I don't exist and do whatever you want. For the rest of the journey, Jiraiya was completely self-contained, because without his reminders, Noeki and Minato Namikaze would take the initiative to survey the route and patrol the surrounding movements. When they rested, they would also check places where people could easily hide and set traps, and dismantle the traps when they left. Both of them did what ordinary ninjas could and should do. This made Jiraiya, who wanted to show off his skills, feel very frustrated. Hinata Shizuka, are you a devil? If you do this, I won't have any fun being a teacher at all. I don't even have a sense of existence as a teacher. Ah, so annoying. After being depressed all the way, Jiraiya finally cheered up when he left the land of fire and entered other countries. Just when he decided to collect information, Noeki and the little yellow-haired boy took the initiative to go. Tired? Never mind, whatever happens. On New Year's Eve, there were only 3 people left at home. The table in the living room was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Kushina's mouth was full of oil and her little mouth was bulging. Delicious, this one is delicious, and this one. Tsunade didn't say anything, because when she wasn't talking, she was busy showing off her food. Ha! With a bulging belly, Kushina leaned back in her chair and laughed. Tomorrow, Sister Mikoto and Maihui will definitely envy me. I heard that their New Year's Eve meals are relatively simple. Don't sit still, clean up, we have guests. Jing'ai reminded the 2 people who had no image at all. Are there guests? Who is it? This is so annoying. Instead of being at home with my family on New Year's Eve, I go to someone else's house to join in the fun. Tsunade and Kushina didn't care about their full stomachs and quickly got up to clean up the dishes. Just as they had cleaned up the dishes, there was a knock on the door. Jing'ai stood up and opened the door, looking at the 2 people at the door. You two, you should be at home with your family on New Year's Eve. My father passed away. Uchiha Fugaku answered calmly. Hinata Hayashi said calmly. Father went to visit relatives in the water country. Jing'ai, good guy, you two, one of your fathers died, and the other one went out to visit relatives, so you both came to me? Visiting relatives during the New Year? Isn't that a bit strange? Jing'ai opened the door and motioned for the 2 to come in. Hinata Hayashi, who walked in first, explained the reason for the family's New Year visit. Father said that his health is not as good as before. This may be his last visit to the Water Kingdom. If he doesn't go now, there will be no chance in the future. He's really amazing, running the Water Kingdom this season. In the middle of winter, taking a boat to the Water Kingdom is simply a torture. The sea breeze blows all the way. In order to build relations with relatives, the Hyuga clan leader is really willing to take the risk. I twisted my waist while hugging a watermelon yesterday, so I missed one chapter. I hope you can forgive me. I applied a plaster and I feel much better today. I will continue to update 3 chapters. Chapter 280 unless Uchiha gives up the police department. But what's the point of trying to win over the Kagaya clan? This suicidal family will target them as soon as Yagura becomes the Mizukage. Tsunade-sama, Kushina-san. Walking into the living room, Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku greeted Tsunade and Kushina together. Kushina had a smile on her face, but she wasn't happy at all. Jing'ai finally had the chance to celebrate the New Year in the village, but 2 strange guys showed up at his door. And also, I, Kushina, am also a big kid now, so don't keep looking at me with a child's eyes. When you become the clan leader, don't go to the water country as much as possible. The water country is an unlucky place. I don't think your relative will exist for long. Jing'ai didn't want to care about the Hinata and Uchiha affairs, but he couldn't resist the fact that these 2 young clan leaders kept getting closer to him, and they were so persistent. They know how to give gifts during festivals, and Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi are even more diligent, which makes Jing'ai feel embarrassed to be rude to them. Tsunade turned her head in surprise. Kushina didn't quite understand. Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku looked at her in shock. Go to the water country less often? How long will the relatives in the Water Kingdom exist? Could it be that Jing'ai has some inside information? Seeing the expressions of the three people, Jing'ai knew that they had guessed wrong, but he did not want to explain too much, just reminded the two. The Mist Village is not like our Konoha. The situation in their village is very chaotic. The customs on each island are also different, which can easily breed conflicts and fights. Besides, the Hyuga clan is not a good thing. The Mad family is not a joke. If you get too close to them, you might end up hurting yourself. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. This is mainly to remind Hyuga Hayashi that whether the Kagaya clan is a crazy family has nothing to do with the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is known as a crazy family in Konoha. That is a nickname, a name that belittles the Uchiha clan. But the Kagaya clan is a real crazy family, without any exaggeration. As long as the third Mizukage dies, because of the chaos caused by the fighting between the Mizukages, Yagura will come to power and he will definitely bear a grudge against the Hyuga clan. In addition, the people in this crazy family are not very smart and they always want to fight and kill, so it is very easy to find something to hold against them. Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly, indicating that he would take it seriously. Uchiha Fugaka hesitated, wanting to say something but feeling uncomfortable opening his mouth. Seeing this, Jing'ai smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I can't make the decision on important matters in the village. The candidate for Hokage is sitting over there. You should go find him." The Uchiha still have a hard time. They have always been treated differently and that has never changed. Uchiha Fugaku had no other choice, so he came here on New Year's Day to test the waters with Jing'ai. He didn't expect the village to treat everyone equally, but at least the discrimination should not be too obvious. He would be satisfied if he could achieve this requirement. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku is destined to return disappointed, because the Uchiha problems are not so easy to solve. Don't look at me. I can't solve the Uchiha problem. This is the root of the evil left over from history. It can't be changed just because someone says so. Let's just forget about the Hyuga clan's affairs. The Uchiha really has no way to deal with it. Even if there was a way, Jing'ai would not run around for the Uchiha. Is there really no other way? Uchiha Fugaku directly put on the mask of pain. Seeing this, Tsunade stood up helplessly and pulled Kushina away. She didn't want to get involved in these matters. Since these two people came to find Jing'ai, let Jing'ai deal with it. Jing'ai asked Uchiha Fugaku directly, "Are Uchiha willing to give up the police department?" Forehead. Faced with Jing'ai's direct question, Uchiha Fugaku stood there in a daze. He couldn't answer this question. Even said there is no way to answer. Because the police department has been regarded as a family department by the Uchiha people, and most of the Uchiha people think so. In this case, how should the Uchiha people let go of the police department? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku like this, Jing'ai knew it was impossible. The police department is doing a thankless job. As long as the Uchiha still controls this department, you can forget about gaining any good reputation. Even if the Hokage's office does not take the initiative to target you, in the end you will only be rejected and resentful by the villagers, or even hated. Because of the police department's affairs, it's easy to offend people. The second Hokage deliberately handed over the police department to you in order to restrict the Uchiha for this day. Why? Uchiha Fugaku didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. In the police department, except for a few Uchiha people, all the other ones were restraining their tempers and doing their work, but they were targeted by the villagers. Shouldn't the Uchiha maintain public order and handle public security incidents? Because no matter who takes over the police department, it will not end well. Besides, you Uchiha people have some personality problems. Jing'ai picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, then said in a tone that I felt helpless too. Putting all the family's elite ninjas in this department to perform law enforcement tasks and handle law enforcement incidents is not only a waste of talent, but also offends people. The fundamental reason is that the second Hokage hopes that your Uchiha reputation will be ruined. The third Hokage did the same. To tell you the truth, some of the bad rumors about Uchiha were spread by the Sandaime. Good guy, is this something I can listen to? Hinata Hayashi's eyes slowly widened, feeling a little incredible. Naturally, he began to feel some sympathy for the Uchiha. Compared to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan also has a lot of internal troubles, but those are only the internal troubles of the Hyuga clan. The village rarely takes the initiative to target the Hyuga clan. On the contrary, the internal conflicts of Uchiha are not that big, but the external conflicts are scary. During this period, the doves and hawks within the Uchiha family were not as strong as they would be in the future, and the Uchiha family was also dealing with a relatively stable stage within the family. Glancing at Uchiha Fugaku with a sympathetic look, Jing'ai said frankly, "If you are willing to give up the police department and use this as a basis to negotiate conditions with the top leaders, and someone else speaks for you, then there is a high probability that other top leaders will agree to the conditions of not targeting Uchiha. If the Uchiha keeps their hold on the police department, no one will be able to solve this problem. Unless you replace him with a Hokage who doesn't have a prejudice against Uchiha. The content became more and more frightening. Jingai dared to speak, but Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi did not dare to listen. If this news got out, people who didn't know would think they were plotting a coup. Hinata Hayashi sat awkwardly on the chair and felt something on the chair biting his thigh. Uchiha Fugaku also felt uncomfortable, because what Jingai said was really scary. Chapter 281. An ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of having a jade in his arms. The Hokage cannot be changed anytime soon. You know that well. The only way out is for the Uchiha to give up the police department. As he spoke, Jingai raised his hand and patted Uchiha Fugaku's shoulder, and said with emotion, "In fact, you are already lucky, because the main force against you Uchiha, Shimura Danzo, was removed because of the conflict between him and me. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo is in the high-level circle, and your Uchiha life will be even more difficult." Although the third Hokage targeted the Uchiha, his methods were usually to cut the flesh with a soft knife. He would not cut too hard at once, but would slowly bleed the Uchiha. Even if the Uchiha knew it, they could only endure it. But Danzo Shimura is a radical who wants to trample all the Uchiha people to death with one foot. This is the essential difference. Uchiha can tolerate the former, but the latter will cause Uchiha to backlash. Of course, it also depends on whether Uchiha Fugaku, the weakest clan leader, has the courage to fight back. The Uchiha clan is lucky to have a clan leader like him who is able to endure, because many things can be overcome by being patient. At the same time, it is also the misfortune of the Uchiha clan to have such a cowardly clan leader. Damn it, death is imminent and the family is about to be destroyed, yet he still endures it. Even Gojian couldn't be as patient as you. Sir, may I know why the village has been trying to lock up Uchiha? Is it because of what Uchiha Madara did? In the eyes of most Uchiha people, the reason why the village targeted them can be traced back to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? He may be partly responsible. Jingai didn't expect Uchiha Fugaku to ask this question, so he didn't hide anything and answered directly. To put it simply, because your Uchiha talents are too terrifying, you are being targeted, and the second generation is worried that someone will become the next Uchiha Madara. The Sandaime is worried that a few more Uchiha Kagami will pop up from you Uchiha. Do you understand what I mean? Depend on, when will a family's excessive talent be targeted? It would be fine if they were worried about the emergence of someone like Uchiha Madara in the family, but why would even someone like Uchiha Kagami be targeted? Isn't Uchiha Kagami a traitor to the family? In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami is a traitor who betrayed the clan and turned to his teacher, Senju Tobirama. Let's put it this way. Jingai said it more clearly, from the perspective of strength and ability alone, if Uchiha Kagami was not a member of the Uchiha clan, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no chance of becoming the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku. Hinata Hayashi. The topic ends here. Jingai has said everything that should and can be said. As for whether to believe it or not, that is Uchiha Fugaku's business. If it weren't for the various greetings and gifts he received on a daily basis, as well as Uchiha Mikoto's face, Jingai would not have bothered to argue with Uchiha Fugaku about these things. Because there's no point in arguing. It is impossible for Uchiha Fugaku to let his clan members give up the police department and use the police department as a condition to negotiate with the top leaders in exchange for equal treatment of the family. Even if Uchiha Fugaku is willing, others may not agree. Uchiha Fugaku also understood this, and Shizuka had already been implicitly persuading him to give up the police department. As a condition, I would speak for you Uchiha for Uchiha Mikoto's sake and help you get the opportunity to be treated equally. After all, Uchiha Mikoto is a member of the Uchiha clan, and Jingai doesn't want to see the Uchiha clan targeting her and end up being blamed for it. Young clan leader, you are more courageous than him. You can improve the treatment of the branch family members, which is already very good. After all, you are only the young clan leader, but that's all you can do. Hyuga Hayashi still has some means, but unfortunately, the Hyuga clan's problems are bigger than those of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan could grit their teeth and give up the police department and still be at ease, but the Hyuga clan, the conflicts between the main family and the branch family cannot be resolved at all. Improving the treatment of branch family members and restricting the main family from being arrogant and looking down on branch family members, these measures only reduce the hatred of branch family members towards main family members. Those who should hate will still hate. Because of the dog leash, 100 out of 100 people are unwilling to wear it. You too, that's enough small talk. Happy New Year. Jing Ai didn't care whether there was tea or wine in his cup, as long as he got the idea. After receiving the Happy New Year greetings, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyaga Hayashi left tactfully. When the two left, the guards who had been waiting outside the door put the various gifts into the house. Jing Ai was too lazy to care about these people. He told them many times not to bring anything, but unfortunately the two of them didn't listen. After so many times, Jing Ai was too lazy to care about it. After all, it was not a valuable thing, just a token of his appreciation. No one would jump out and accuse him of taking bribes or something. The third Hokage knew all these things, he just pretended not to know. After all, during festivals, more people send gifts to Sarutobi's ancestral home, so Jing Ai's gift is just child's play. Gone? Let's go. I wasted a lot of my saliva. These two young clan leaders are not simple people. Ahaha, just take care of it yourself. I don't care about these things anyway. Hurry up and make the most of the time. Why are you more anxious than me? Hateful. In the bedroom downstairs, Kushina glanced at the ceiling that was shaking continuously with dissatisfaction, and pulled the quilt over her head with a puffy face. With the departure of Jiraiya, Noeki, and Minato Namikaze, the house became a lot quieter this new year. Konoha was also in a deserted state. The bustle of the new year failed to dispel the impact of the war, and the shadow of war still hung over the village. On the third day after the new year, people from the Hokage's office came on time. In order to win the war with the Sand Village, the third Hokage gave it his all. He did not go home to rest on New Year's Eve, but stayed in the Hokage's office to handle official business. I don't know if he really was so obsessed with sleep and food, or if he was afraid of his wife and didn't dare to go home. In the Hokage's office, Mito Kato-en reported his work in a serious manner. According to statistics, the supplies that the village transported to River Country during the new year are enough to support the frontline camps for 2 months. If the war can be ended during this period, then the village will not need to make any more efforts to send supplies over. Menyen, are you sure you can hold on that long? When it comes to war supplies are nothing to joke about. Don't let the frontline ninjas be left without supplies, because that would be a huge joke. The daimyo's government has been completely offended. During the New Year period, the daimyo not only did not come to Konoha in person to stroll around and stay for a few days, but he didn't even send an envoy. This was something that had never happened in previous years. In previous years, even if the daimyo did not come in person, he would send someone to deliver greetings and gifts. This year there is nothing. Chapter 282 The Price of Slapping the Daimyo. Because the daimyo felt that he was slapped in the face, he accepted the gifts from the Sand Village and solemnly guaranteed that there would be no problems with the peace talks. The results of it? The third Hokage slapped him in the face. When will you, Daiming, be able to make the final decision on matters of war? Go cool down. The daimyo who was slapped in the face was definitely holding a grudge and would ignore the third Hokage. For a person like a daimyo, face is very important. If he loses face, he will be laughed at by daimyo from other countries, which is something the daimyo cannot tolerate. Fortunately, although the daimyo was angry, he would not directly confront Konoha over such a small matter. I'm sure I've counted all the supplies, multiple times. Mitoman-en said confidently, unless something unexpected happens, or the supplies are stolen or burned by the enemy, or Orochimaru wastes them recklessly, the supplies sent to the camp will be enough to support the camp for 2 to 3 months. By adding the number of ninjas on the front line and the daily consumption of supplies, it is easy to calculate the approximate number. It is impossible to be precise, after all, there are some things that no one can predict for sure, but having approximate data is already good. This shows that Mizuto Kato-en manages the logistics department very well. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. This was the result he hoped to see. His gaze shifted from Mito Kato-en's face to Yutain Koharu. Koharu Yutain immediately said, because there is no full-scale war, there are enough medical ninjas on the front line, so the village does not need to send more people. As for medicines, Yutain Koharu looked at Jing'ai with an unfriendly look. He manages all the medical system departments in the village, but is unable to take control of the pharmaceutical department. This is a real concern for Koharu Yutain. Without the pharmaceutical sector in hand, even if other sectors of the medical system are in hand, there is no difference between us and a cripple with a broken leg. The medicines and potions needed for the front line, as well as various medicinal materials, have already been secretly delivered to Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru does not embezzle, it will be enough to support more than 3 months. Jing'ai said lazily. There is no way, the pharmaceutical department is under his control and he is the only one who knows all the data. Tsunade didn't care about all this and continued to work hard to earn her own pocket money, leaving Shizue to deal with it on her own. In the past, the pharmaceutical department had the assistance of the village's ninjas, but now, it has almost become a puppet nest. Except for a few positions in some departments that cannot be replaced by puppets, all other positions are controlled by puppets. The entire pharmaceutical department is so tight-knit that even the third Hokage couldn't get his hands on it if he wanted to investigate. More exaggerated than the dark part. Whether you feel good about it is your business, but the pharmaceutical department will not hand it over easily, so just give up on this idea. Keep on being your cripple. Without the pharmaceutical department in hand, Koharu Utane has little confidence in what she says. Without waiting for the third Hokage to speak, Shizue added. At present, the village has enough supplies. The key lies in whether the Ministry of Finance can support it. Don't forget that a new pension will be paid after the new year. This is not a small amount of money. Currently, the relationship between Daming Prefecture and the village has reached a freezing point. I suspect that the funding from Daming Prefecture will be postponed indefinitely or even reduced, so, if you want to win the war, there is a price to pay. Are you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, mentally prepared for this price? After these words were spoken, among the people in the Hokage's office, only Mito Kato-en remained calm. The third Hokage, Yuditen Koharu, and the still chubby Akimichi Tofu all changed their expressions. Hiruzen, how long can the village's finances hold out before the funding from the daimyo arrives? The outspoken Yutane Koharu couldn't help but ask. The Ministry of Finance is in the hands of the third Hokage. Apart from him, no one knows how much spare money the Ministry of Finance has and how long it can last. Everyone present can check it out, but checking it out would mean doubting and distrusting the third Hokage, so no one would do such a thing, not even Shizuka. Anyway, the Ministry of Finance is a department directly controlled by the third Hokage. Even if something goes wrong, it is the third Hokage's own business. Why bother with all this? It will also make people hate you. Who? The third Hokage suddenly felt like smoking. Fortunately, he did not smoke at this time. Instead, he exhaled heavily and said with a bad look on his face, I'm afraid I can't hold on for too long, after the pension is paid out. According to previous management, even if this pension was paid out, the village's finances would not be a problem, because the funding from the Daming Prefecture would always be delivered after the new year. But today, the money is on the line. The daimyo will not say that I will not give you Konoha money anymore, but as for how to give it and how to give it, it is worth thinking about. It's impossible not to give the money, but I can delay it. I know Konoha must be in financial difficulties, so I will delay for a while. Even if I have to give, I will give less at a time. At worst, I can give more at the end of the year. The daimyo can do this, but can Konoha's finances sustain it? The war costs money, the maintenance and development of the village costs money, a large number of ninjas need money to work, and pensions cost even more. We dare not delay paying this money. If you dare to delay, countless ninja families who have lost their family members will immediately run to the Hokage office building to protest. The third Hokage didn't say it explicitly, but smart people know that the finances won't last long and might be gone after the pensions are paid out. If the damage cannot be recovered in a short period of time, the income from various task commissions and the village's own income will not be able to keep up with the expenditure. Faced with such a difficult question, Yutine Koharu opened her mouth but dared not speak, because she couldn't conjure up a large sum of money for the third Hokage. It was rare for Chiyoda Kufone to put on a serious face. He just looked serious, with his eyes slightly lowered, as if saying, you can't see me, you can't see my reaction. Mizuto Minion kept frowning. Finances, this is no joke, but there are real financial problems. Without relying on the daimyo, is there any way to stabilize the village's finances? The third Hokage brought up the question that he was reluctant to ask. As a result, the Hokage's office was in complete silence. Akimichi Tuka or you just can't see me, Jing is indifferent and aloof, Yutane Koharu is struggling with all kinds of things, and Mitomanen can only sigh. In the end, this high-level meeting ended in a weird atmosphere. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Akimichi Torifu kept shaking his head. It's difficult. Financial problems are not so easy to make up for. In addition, Daming Prefecture. That's the price of winning. Jing'ai smiled and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about these trivial matters. Chapter 283 Even if we are relatives, we can't use them like this. The problem is, we can't set a precedent for the daimyo to influence the war. The more Akimichi Norifuge thought about it, the more headache he had. He was on the side of the village and he believed that the third Hokage did the right thing. The only shortcoming is that the financial issue has not been taken into consideration. Don't be depressed. Financial problems are not all bad news. What the hell? Is there good news despite financial problems? Chiyoda Kufeng has a fat man's expression on his face, saying, I haven't been educated much, so don't lie to me. Jing'ai patted his big belly. Have you forgotten? Shimura Danzo and Hokage-sama want to set up a new department, but there is no money in the treasury. How can they set it up? Is this good news? Another way to cut costs. This is really good news. Chiodaya Kufeng opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a long time, and finally gave Jing'ai a thumbs up. Only you, Hinata Shizuka, would dare to say that. Not long after the meeting ended, Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade, in a good mood, opened the door. Old man, do you have something to talk to me about? If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. I'm very busy. I have patients at the hospital. They have paid me and are waiting for me to come over. Because of the New Year overtime, the cost of treatment would increase, and Tsunade would earn more than usual. Tsunade could laugh, but the third Hokage couldn't. He didn't mean to beat around the bush and told his disciple very frankly, there is a problem with the village's finances. So, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. So I want you to go out. Impossible. As soon as the third Hokage opened his mouth, Tsunade knew what he was going to say, and interrupted him on the spot, and angrily retorted. I can't possibly go to the daimyo's mansion to discuss money matters with the daimyo for the village's financial problems. Old man, you can't always rely on me for this kind of thing. Since you are determined to win the war, want a good reputation, and want to be the winner, then you must bear the impact and cost of all this. Instead of relying on me to smooth things over, I am first and foremost a ninja of the village. I am the princess of Konoha, not the princess of the daimyo. You can't use it this way even if you are a relative. Besides, how many times have you used it? Is it not enough? But the village's finances will be in trouble once the pensions are paid out, and the village will have to spend money on all aspects. The third Hokage hoped that Tsunade could understand him, but Tsunade said she couldn't understand. Impossible, I won't do this again. Besides, finances are your problem, old man. Don't push the responsibility and obligations to me. I'm not the Hokage. As long as it was beneficial to the village, Tsunade would just pretend she didn't know about the behavior. But you can't go too far. Are you really going to bash my Tsunade's face as hard as you can? Don't you know that everything can be done once or twice but not 3 times? Check your conscience and ask yourself how many times I have used this face. If it is a major unexpected crisis that you encounter in normal times, just brush it off. But the consequences of all this were chosen by the third Hokage himself. You want to win and please the daimyo, but don't drag me into this. Tsunade. Don't call me. You should figure out the money issue yourself. As I said before, you are the Hokage. This should be the Hokage's responsibility, not mine. Tsunade once again impatiently interrupted the third Hokage's persuasion. Old man, you'd better not use my name to go to the daimyo's mansion to find the daimyo. If the village is really short of money, you can think of other ways. Anyway, we have to hold on until the end of the war. The problem is that we might not be able to hold on. The third Hokage explained in a deep voice. According to my calculations, the funding from the daimyo prefecture after the new year will be enough to tide us over the current difficulties. But now everything has changed, do you know that? Tsunade. I know shit. You are the only one allowed to reject the daimyo's kindness, but you are not allowed to delay paying the money. We are heading in both directions, okay? Tsunade was too lazy to listen to any more of this nonsense. Anyway, I can't possibly show up. Don't come to me if you need money. I, Tsunade, am poorer than anyone else. Oh, and don't think about Jing'ai, or you'll get into even bigger trouble. Tsunade herself had no money, and she also warned the third Hokage not to try to take the money from Jing'ai's pocket, otherwise there would be more fun. Can't I borrow it? Don't tell me, the third Hokage really had such a plan. He chose to take a two-pronged approach, starting from Tsunade and going to the daimyo's mansion to show his face. Secondly, if possible, embezzle Jing'ai's money for a while, and when the village has calmed down, return the money to Jing'ai as soon as possible. You are so bold. Tsunade walked away. I don't know, I can only ask for you. As for the result, that was not something Tsunade could control or worry about. After parting ways with the third Hokage on bad terms, Tsunade went straight home. She knew that Shizuka would not be at work at this time. Sure enough, Jing'ai was sitting in the living room with a book in his hand. There was a burning stove next to him, making the living room warm. Hearing someone opening the door, Jing'ai raised her head and took a look. Kushina asked for a day off to rest today and is currently sleeping in. After Kushina's persuasion, the compassionate Kurama finally agreed to her request to rest. Noeki and Minato Namikaze followed Jiraiya out of the village. Well, the only person who came in without knocking at this time was Tsunade. What's wrong? Who offended you? Who else could it be? Tsunade squeezed over to Shizueichi, occupying his spot before pulling a thin blanket over him. The old man is really too much. He actually wants to use me as a scapegoat and ask me to go to Daming Mansion to ask for money. He is embarrassed, but I am embarrassed too. Most likely guessed it. Shizue moved so that Tsunade could lie more comfortably. As soon as Tsunade's first words came out, he knew the result. It was the third Hokage's fault. The village has financial problems. If they want to get the money from the daimyo's mansion as soon as possible, they need to rely on Tsunade's connections. Unfortunately, after this happened several times in a row, Tsunade has become tired of it. And then? There must be something else, he said. Then, Tsunade suddenly became hesitant to speak. She was embarrassed to say what the third Hokage had said. So embarrassing. Seeing Tsunade's shy look, Jing-ai seemed to have guessed something. He couldn't help laughing and asked with amusement, "Are you trying to borrow money from me to make ends meet?" "Don't say it, it's really possible. After all, Hinata Shizuka has at least 300 million taels of cash in his hand. Anyone would be tempted." The third Hokage's idea was very simple. Borrowing money did not mean asking for money. As long as the village's finances were relaxed, he would guarantee to pay you back as soon as possible. But can we trust the words of the third Hokage? He can believe part of it, but Jing-ai will not lend him money. Chapter 284. The opportunity for Uchiha and Hyuga has arrived. Leaning her head against Jing-ai's thigh, Tsunade complained, "The old man didn't even tell me how much money the Ministry of Finance is short of, but he just tried every possible way to get the money. I really suspect that he has embezzled the money. Be more confident and remove the word doubt." "Are you serious?" Tsunade just complained casually, but she didn't expect to receive affirmation from Shizuka. "Let's not talk about the distant past, let's just talk about the Sarutobi clan. With their family's industry, can they support the family's development to its current size? How much does it cost every year to support so many ninjas?" Jing-ai gave Tsunade enough hints. If it's just a tilt of resources, everyone can understand it. After all, the Hokage is from the Sarutobi clan. But I believe that a lot of funds from the treasury must have been misappropriated, and the Sarutobi clan is the beneficiary. Other families, such as the Shimura clan, should have benefited as well. Damn it, I'm going to find him and ask him clearly. Tsunade turned over and wanted to jump up, but he was held down by Jing-ai. "What are you asking? Will you get the answer you want if you ask?" Jing-ai sneered and said, "If you dare to do this, you must have been prepared. Even if you go to the Ministry of Finance to investigate, you won't find any results. Unless you control the Ministry of Finance and check all the previous bills from top to bottom, you can find the problem. So, don't waste your time and energy, it's useless. Unless the third Hokage hands over the treasury, you will never be able to find out." "You're right." Tsunade lay down helplessly. "The village's finances are tight right now. Even if there is a problem, what can we do? Make it public? Let the village fall into chaos first? It's unrealistic to even think about it." Knowing that Shizuka would not lend the money to the third Hokage, Tsunade didn't even bother to ask. Looking at Tsunade with furrowed brows, Jing-ai knew that she was thinking about what method could help the village overcome the current difficulties. Actually, although the problems of the Ministry of Finance are serious, they are not that serious. It depends on how you look at the issue. It's just financial tension, not financial bankruptcy. There are many ways to save it. However, after this ordeal, it may not be so easy for families like Sarutobi and Shimura to suck the blood of the village in the future. Raising his hand to hold Tsunade's tightly knitted eyebrows, Jing-ai smiled and asked, "Do you want to know the solution? Can you solve the financial problem?" Tsunade felt like she was getting annoyed to death, but she didn't expect that Shizuchi actually had a solution. "Is he willing to lend the money?" "No, Jing-ai definitely doesn't want to, so, what's the price?" Tsunade felt a little uneasy. She always felt that Jing-ai had no good ideas. "Ha ha ha, how about being more conscious and cooperating from now on? Get out." Tsunade herself felt herself blushing. As expected, all men are bad. All the major events in the village are related to that aspect. You have the nerve to do that. Tsunade couldn't understand why Shizuchi, who was usually very serious, liked to do all kinds of things at night and always hoped that she would cooperate. "I feel embarrassed to cooperate with your uncle." "Forget it, figure it out yourself. I'm not worried about any problems in the village anyway." "Okay, I'll cooperate with you, but if you can't solve this problem." Tsunade blushed for once, and with a red face and gritted teeth, she clenched her fists to threaten Jing-ai. "I will cooperate with you, you can do whatever you want, but if you can't solve the problem, I will beat you to death." "Wait." Jing-ai raised an eyebrow and controlled the puppets stationed around him to head in the direction of Hinata and Uchiha. "Isn't Uchiha Fugaka still worried about how to ease the relationship between the top management and the family? The opportunity has come. It all depends on how capable the Uchiha is. The same goes for the Hyuga clan." The village did not target the Hyuga clan openly, but that was only on the surface. There must be a lot of things going on in secret. As long as he could borrow money to buy safety, I believe Hyaga Hayashi would be willing to do it. Office of the Minister of Police. Uchiha Fugaku, the minister who almost never has annual leave, sat in his office as usual, his mind full of family matters. Boom boom boom. Please come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Uchiha Fugaku perked up. Although most of the police department's affairs are trivial matters related to public security, as the director of the police department, Uchiha Fugaku still has a professional spirit and will patiently deal with all kinds of troubles. As the door opened, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, because the person standing at the door was not one of his clansmen, or the minister's secretary, but a puppet wearing umbu equipment. Excuse me, is something wrong? Uchiha Fugaku asked uncertainly. Right now, put down what you are doing and come to the Akimichi Clan barbecue restaurant. As the puppet's eyes lit up, Jingai's voice came out of the puppet's mouth. Grown-ups. Uchiha Fugaku quickly stood up and saluted. Jingai didn't respond to him. On the other hand, it was not so easy to enter the Hyaga clan's territory. After the puppet reported, the Hyaga clan guards hurriedly took the puppet to the main family compound. The same order was also conveyed to Hyaga Hayashi. Like Uchiha Fugaku, Hyaga Hayashi got up without saying a word, changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Make an appointment with someone to discuss something and have a meal at the same time, kill two birds with one stone. When Uchiha Fugaku and Hyaga Hayashi arrived, Jingai had already started eating. The two of them didn't care about it. After sitting down next to each other, they greeted Jingai and then picked up their chopsticks to start eating. After being together for so long, they have become accustomed to Jingai's habit of not talking about serious matters until she is 70% full. After a delicious meal, Jingai felt that he was almost done, so he slowed down and leisurely put the remaining meat on the grill. Before Jingai could say anything, Uchiha Fugaku stood up and left, informing the store to add more meat. The main feature is that it is considerate and reliable. So you, Uchiha Fugaku, also have the potential to be a lackey? Jingai didn't say anything, just watched quietly. After the people from the barbecue restaurant put the meat down and left, she broke the silence. Now there is an opportunity for your family to negotiate with the top leaders. The Uchiha clan has a certain chance of eliminating the unequal treatment from the top leaders, and the Hyaga clan can be considered to have reduced some of the troubles in the dark. Is there really hope? Uchiha Fugaku's poker face could not hide his joy. He felt like a pie in the sky. Hinata Hayashi was also very surprised. When they came to visit on New Year's Eve, Jingai didn't say that. It's only been a few days, has the wind direction changed? Without paying attention to their reactions, Jingai said to himself, My Hui and Mikan are good girls. For their sake, I am willing to help you. I wonder what price the Uchiha will have to pay. Uchiha Fugaku is also very direct. Chapter 285 You don't even welcome the money I give you? Then I'll leave? There is no free lunch in the world. Even if Jingai was willing to help him for the sake of a woman, he would be satisfied. But there is definitely a price to pay. Hinata Hayashi didn't say anything, but he nodded in agreement with Uchiha Fugaku. What's the cost? Money. Jingai said without hesitation. The village finances are having some problems. Because of the war, the Hokage's office has offended the daimyo. The day for distributing the village pensions after the new year is getting closer. Once the money is distributed, the finances will have problems. The Hokage has pulled out a lot of his hair for money. I understand what you mean, sir. I will return to the family immediately and gather enough money as soon as possible to support the village. If a problem can be solved with money, is it still a problem? I'm sorry, the Uchiha don't have much other things, but they have plenty of money. Are you sick? Jing looked at Uchiha Fugaku who stood up and was about to leave, frowned and shouted. Sit down and listen to me. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku's body trembled and he quickly sat down. Hinata Hayashi, who had just raised his butt a little, also sat back. He was very glad that he didn't stand up in a hurry, otherwise he would be the one being scolded. The village needs money, and I will borrow some money from your two families on behalf of the top management. Jingai emphasized the word borrow. Remember, this is a loan, not a gift. I will also take this opportunity to talk to other people and try my best to get some good returns for the family behind you. Now let's discuss how much money you can come up with. Is it a loan, not a gift? Uchiha Fugaku and Hyaga Hayashi looked at each other. They thought that Jingai meant to donate the money directly to the village to ease the financial pressure, but they didn't expect it to be a loan. As for how much money can be taken out, Uchiha Fugaku, who had become the clan leader, quickly calculated and then asked cautiously, Sir, is 300 million taels enough? If not, the family can only mortgage some of its assets first. Cough cough cough. Wow, I thought I was rich enough, but I didn't expect I was still a small fry. Look at others, they ask for 300 million taels right away. However, Jingai's money is personal, while the amount mentioned by Uchiha Fugaku is the family's money. There is no comparison between the two. Too much, too much. Jingai wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was shocked by Uchiha Fugaku's tone. Wasn't it enough to mortgage some of the family property? Damn, how many industries do you Uchiha have? And many more. The Uchiha clan seems to have a lot of industries, and so does the Hyuga clan. So the question is, how rich is Kushina, who ranks first on the Konoha rich list? 100 million taels, no, 70 million taels, 100 million is too much. After thinking about it, Jingai gave a suitable number. There is a possibility that you may not get this money back, so there is no need to give too much. If they really can't get it back, it would be a good thing for the Uchiha and Hyuga, because it means they can propose new conditions to the Hokage's office again. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Negotiate the conditions once when borrowing, and when the village can't pay back the money, negotiate again. 70 million taels, isn't that a little too little? Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. You think the money is too much, right? If you think the money is too much, then give it to me. However, for families like Hyuga and Uchiha, which have many industries and a large number of family ninjas making money, 70 million taels is not a lot. They can take out this money at any time. If you are not afraid that the guy in the Hokage's office will have an increasingly larger appetite, then borrow more. As long as you don't regret it, it'll be fine. Jingai retorted unhappily. Now both Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku were obedient. Not daring to think about it anymore, they both decided to stop thinking about it and just follow Jingai's arrangements. Just 70 million taels. Next, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi no longer had the appetite to eat, but they needed to be patient and accompany Jingai to finish their meal before leaving in a hurry. Return to the family to raise money. Jingai, who had eaten and drunk his fill, walked slowly towards the Hokage's office building with a bottle of juice in his hand. Grown-ups. When the Hokage guard ninja on duty saw Jingai coming, they quickly saluted and greeted him. Ah. Jingai nodded calmly in response, then went straight up to the second floor. Boom boom boom. Please come in. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was worrying about money. Today, he didn't even have the heart to deal with official business. Because once there is a financial problem, he, as the Hokage, will face a lot of big troubles. He raised his head, saw who it was, and asked in surprise, Jingai, do you have something to ask me? In his opinion, Jingai is a person who only comes to visit for no reason. Getting him to come to the Hokage's office without an invitation is harder than climbing to the sky. Finally it came today. I'm here to bring money to Hokage-sama. What, you don't welcome me? Then I'll leave? Jingai pretended to turn around. Don't. The third Hokage jumped up from his chair almost instantly and said anxiously, welcome, welcome, you can come anytime you want. Tisk. I still prefer your previous rebellious look, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are so humble now. Jingai shook her head, closed the door, walked to the sofa and sat down, put the empty juice bottle on the floor, and then said to the third Hokage, Tsunade came to me to complain about finances. She is very worried about the village's financial problems. But let me make it clear first, I will not lend my money to anyone. This is my fortune for building a puppet army. The third Hokage listened carefully and nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter whether Jingai is willing to pay or not, as long as Jingai can help solve the financial problems. The third Hokage doesn't care about anything else. I can't take care of it. Under the expectant gaze of the third Hokage, Jingai continued. I contacted Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. They expressed their willingness to lend some money to the village to ease the financial pressure, but there are conditions. How much can they borrow? The third Hokage was not surprised by the conditions for borrowing money. He would agree to them as long as they were not too excessive. The key is how much you can borrow. Now he is really driven crazy by money. 70 million ryo, Hyuga and Uchiha, a total of 140 million ryo. If there is still a need, I can convince Inoshikacho. 140 million taels? This is definitely a huge sum of money, definitely enough for the village to overcome its current difficulties. As for Inoshikacho, the third Hokage didn't consider it. He already had the money from Hinata and Uchiha, so why bother looking for Inoshikacho? What do they want? The third Hokage suppressed his inner joy. If you want this money, you have to pay the corresponding price. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Chapter 286, The Third Hokage, Money Smells So Good. Only Jingai helped contact Uchiha and Hyuga for Tsunade's sake, otherwise, you would be so anxious that no one would take out the money. Jingai looked at the third Hokage deeply, which made the third Hokage confused. Why are you looking at me like that? The demands of the Uchiha and Hyuga are very simple. That is, please stop targeting them and stop those intentions of unequal treatment. Hokage, please restrain yourself. No matter what, the Hyuga and Uchiha are members of the village. Don't go too far in some things. Cough cough cough. The third Hokage coughed and retorted with a red face. There is absolutely no such thing. I guarantee it has never happened before and will never happen in the future. That's good. Since the third Hokage made such a lame promise, Shizue stood up decisively and prepared to leave. I will ask Hinata and Uchiha to send the money as soon as possible. Remember, this money is borrowed. I hope Hokage can remember his promise and not take the money and continue to target others. Whether it is Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Kagami, such a person can just pop up casually. I promise that this will never happen again. The words have been said so bluntly. If I continue to target him, it will appear that I am not trustworthy and it will also be a slap in the face of Jingai, the middleman. However, the third Hokage's promise was only to not take the initiative to target them. If the Hinata and Uchiha cause trouble, it can't be blamed on him. Of course, the third Hokage would not take the initiative to give benefits to Uchiha and Hyuga. This is not targeting you. These are the conditions for borrowing money for turnover. Anything else is out of the question. But this is what the Uchiha and Hinata wanted. As for offering benefits proactively, it's almost time for the sun to rise from the west. Rather than expecting the third Hokage to give them benefits on his own initiative, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi would rather believe that the next Hokage will treat them sincerely. The financial troubles were finally solved. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair, and began to think back to his conversation with Jingai just now. It was true that he had not said anything irrelevant, nor had he made any other promises. Only then did he completely relax. Targeting Uchiha and Hyuga? Now no one in the village is targeting them, and the third Hokage is too lazy to do these things. Because he had enough troubles. As for the main forces being targeted, Danzo Shimura and Koharu Utsumi, under the pressure of money, the third Hokage believed that they would compromise. Compared to the village's financial problems, the Uchiha incident was nothing. During this period, the Uchiha clan had not yet been targeted by high pressure, so the voices of resistance within the clan were not so obvious. The emotions of both the Devs and Hawks were very stable, and no one was calling for an attack on the village. Under such circumstances, the third Hokage naturally would not take the Uchiha clan's affairs to heart. Targeting the Uchiha is just a strategy, not above all else. So when it came to money, the third Hokage decisively chose to bow his head. Not actively targeting Uchiha? Okay, no problem. Give Uchiha normal treatment? Okay, still no problem. These problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. As for the Hyuga clan, there is even less to say. Others don't fight or compete, they just want to do things behind closed doors, so why are you staring at them? Does the Hyuga clan love money? No. Therefore, the third Hokage agreed decisively to the conditions brought by Shizuka. Any hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to money. With this money, the village can pay out pensions and sustain the war and internal consumption of the village, at least until the money from Daming Prefecture is sent. At most, Daming Prefecture will delay for a while. It won't delay for a whole year and only pay the money at the end of the year, right? The third Hokage's idea was simple, but unfortunately, the daimyo had exactly the same idea. It's not that I won't give you the money, but when I give it to you depends on my mood. If you are not careful, it will be delayed to the end of the year and you will have to give it to you slowly. Anyway, you will not lose a penny that you deserve. As for whether you and Konoha have any objections, just keep it to yourself. You guys have made me lose face so much, so what's wrong with me delaying? It's not like I'm not paying. If it was something else, the daimyo would at most lose some face and throw it back to the daimyo of the Wind Country, but he had already slept with the woman sent by others. Can this be sent back? Finances were more important than Uchiha matters. There is another key factor, that is, as the main force against Uchiha, Shimura Danzo has no power and influence, and he can't jump up and continue to strangle Uchiha even if he wants to. Plus Shizuichi and Tsunade are stuck in high-level circles. They don't look at the Uchiha with any tinted glasses. As long as the third Hokage and others don't go too far in targeting the Uchiha, Shizuichi and Tsunade will just turn a blind eye. If any measures are too extreme, they will definitely stop them. Since we can't target them too harshly, and the financial problem can be solved, why not let Uchiha go for now? What other Uchiha wanted was nothing. Something that can be done in just a few words. As for the borrowed money, the third Hokage was confident that it would definitely be repaid. However, not long after Jingai left, a plan for family development was delivered to the Hokage's office, and the third Hokage's mentality exploded. Not long ago, he solemnly assured that there would be no problem with the village's finances. How long has it been since? In less than 2 hours, someone came to ask for money. The Sarutobi clan had a weak foundation and developed too quickly, making them a typical nouveau riche family. The family did develop, but its business could not keep up with the pace of development, causing the Sarutobi clan to be unable to develop itself after they lost financial support from the village. The only solution is to keep asking for money. Otherwise, the entire Sarutobi clan would tighten their belts and start living a hard life, strangling all development plans. The family's meaning is very clear. The new year has passed. Mr. Hokage, the family needs a lot of funds for development. Money is needed everywhere. Do you think so? If it were in the past, the third Hokage would definitely find ways to collect the money, embezzle some funds, and then give priority to the development of the family. But can we still do this now? No, because the remaining money in the Ministry of Finance has been locked up. Once it is given to the Sarutobi clan, the Ministry of Finance will be in an awkward situation again. As a last resort, the third Hokage had to put the plan on hold. From today on, the family's development plan would need to be shelved, various subsidies would no longer be provided, and the family's ninjas would have to start being self-sufficient. Because the village finances do not allow it. I hope it won't cause too much trouble. When he thought of his family, the third Hokage's spirit, which had finally relaxed, began to tense up again. Chapter 287. This girl wants to rebel against Tiangang. With the Sarutobi clan's limited family assets and the salaries earned from various positions, it is simply unrealistic to support such a large and bloated family. Unfortunately, the third Hokage had no choice but to transfer the money from the treasury to the family, because once he embezzles the money, more troubles will be waiting for him. Faced with the two choices, the third Hokage could only choose to suffer for the people of his family. At most, the family's death pension would be increased a little. Jingai had no idea that the third Hokage was in the trouble of robbing Peter to pay Paul again. After dealing with the third Hokage, Jingai returned home and saw Uchiha Fugaku and Hayaga Hayashi sitting in the living room waiting. Nailed it. Jingai made a gesture to the two of them to indicate that it was okay and sat down opposite them. Young clan leader, as long as the Hayaga clan doesn't make any big mistakes, the higher-ups will definitely not keep an eye on the Hayaga clan. As for the Uchiha, Jingai reminded Uchiha Fugaku, although I don't quite understand it, I hope that the devs and hawks in the Uchiha can be more honest and peaceful. It would be best if they can be dispersed. It's just asking for trouble for a family to have hawks and devs. Some disobedient old guys should be sent away. Don't be afraid of chaos. If you don't take this opportunity to solve the internal problems, the troubles of your Uchiha will happen again sooner or later. These so-called devs and hawks are the remaining poison of the family. Not only are they of no help to the development of Uchiha, but they also hinder it in various ways. At least when the Uchiha are not targeted, they will only be a hindrance. Just look at the leaders of the devs and hawks and you will know that they are all a group of elderly elders with high status. In simple terms, they are a group of stubborn old antiques. Although these Uchiha elders are not as corrupt as the elders of the Hayaga clan, they are definitely not much better. If we continue to let them do what they want, God knows what kind of trouble will arise. So Jingai hopes that Uchiha Fugaku can be more decisive and courageous, and show the same ruthlessness that he uses to kill his own people to deal with these old guys. At least the unstable factors should be dealt with properly. Letting Hayaga Hayashi deal with the elders of the family would be making things difficult for him, but if Uchiha Fugaku were to do this kind of thing, he would really dare to do it. In the original time and space, there were many internal conflicts in Uchiha, and many people were cleaned out by Uchiha Fugaku. This Uchiha clan leader who appears weak to the outside world is extremely bloody and tough in his internal affairs. I will take care of it, please rest assured, sir. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, his face tense. In the past, these people were all heroes of the family, but changes in the family are imminent. If they can cooperate and take the initiative to take care of their elderly parents, Uchiha Fugaku is willing to continue to respect them. If they don't know what's appropriate, then I'm sorry, I can only get rid of you. Whether you are a dove or a hawk, I won't say more. You two can take this news back to the family. Jingai had already chosen to see the guests off, and Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku tactfully got up and left. After the two left, a beautiful figure walked out of the kitchen. After taking a look at the other person, Jingai asked with a half-smile, Yi-sung, are you still adapting to the work in the pharmaceutical department? The person who walked out of the kitchen was Yi-sung. Originally, Jingai planned to take Yi-sung to attend the 5 Kage summit, but considering that there were too many puppets in the pharmaceutical department and someone was needed to command, he sent Yi-sung over for training. This trip will last for several months. Working in the pharmaceutical department, which is the most heavily guarded department, you are lucky to be able to go home once every few months. Look, Yitsong had to endure several months before getting a day off. It's terrible. As a warlike woman, Yitsong is obsessed with fighting and improving her strength, rather than being stuffed into working in a pharmaceutical department where she has to stay in one place for a long time even for food and accommodation. Every day I either study or daydream. After a few months, she was almost driven crazy. When can I get out of that damn place? Yitsong didn't want to return to work in the pharmaceutical department at all. She longed to train and fight, not learn management, plus manage a group of pharmaceutical workers. When you feel you are a part of Konoha, then you can leave. Jing'ai didn't indulge Yitsong either. Eager to fight and train? Then let me see your attitude. Otherwise, just stay in the factory honestly. Yitsong, I suspect that you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Am I not considered a member of Konoha now? Do I still have a choice? Putting the plate heavily on the table, Yitsong regretted running back so early to prepare dinner. He should have thrown everything into the trash can. Very angry. Sister Yitsong, you're back. Kushina dragged her tired body back home, and her eyes lit up when she saw Yitsong. Before Yitsong went to work in the pharmaceutical department, Yitsong had always been with Kushina, and as time went by, their relationship improved. In addition, Yitsong is not Tsunade. She is the type of person who is patient enough with younger sisters and can take care of them, which is an advantage that Tsunade does not have. As a result, Yitsong and Kushina became particularly harmonious in getting along. Kushina, have you started to intensify your training? Looking at Kushina, who was extremely tired and even had dirt on her face and clothes, Yitsong didn't quite understand. Kushina's training shouldn't be that exaggerated. Did you practice more? Or was it Hinata Shizuka who did it? Why are you looking at me? Jing'ai was completely confused. Your little sister is back, but you are staring at me fiercely. What does that mean? I haven't disciplined you for a while. Have you forgotten how painful your butt is? Kushina is still young, don't let her overtrain, it's not good for her physical growth. Yitsong was not frightened at all, his tone and expression were fierce. Jing'ai, this woman wants to rebel against Tiangang. Oh, Sister Yitsong, my special training has nothing to do with Jing'ai. It is an agreement between me and the big fox. I will train hard and strive to master the power of the big fox as soon as possible, and then gain complete freedom. Kushina put her hands on her hips and said proudly, the big fox said that I'm making rapid progress. I believe it won't be long before I'll be free. You are still far from it. In the sealed space, the nine-tailed fox rolled its eyes, but since it was a rare occasion for Kushina to show off, it was too lazy to jump out and ruin her show. Although it may sound like bragging, Kushina has indeed made great progress. Get freedom? Yitsong was stunned. Chapter 288, when she can sweep across Konoha, who can stop her? According to the information she had learned, it would be more difficult for the Jinchuriki to gain his freedom than for her. Only Kushina can still jump around every day, but the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is so miserable. Correct. After hugging Yitsong, Kushina didn't even wash her hands, and picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat. While wolfing down the food, she did not forget to explain. Shizuchi said that if I could master the Kyuubi's chakra mode, I would be free. This is real. Yitsong felt a little suspicious. Although Jing'ai has a high status in Konoha, can his words be so effective? Yitsong knew about the unfair treatment Kushina had suffered in the past. If she wanted to gain her freedom, the opinions of other senior officials were also very important, and it was impossible for Jing'ai to have the final say alone. So Yitsong suspected that Jing'ai was fooling people. Facing Yitsong's questioning gaze, Jing'ai said unhappily, once Kushina has mastered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, she won't be the best in the world, but she can easily sweep across the entire Konoha. Who will dare to restrict her freedom at that time? The premise of restricting freedom is that you can suppress the other party or make the other party listen to you obediently. But will Kushina listen to the other top brass? To put it bluntly, Kushina mostly chose to ignore Tsunade's words, typical of going in one ear and out the other. Once she successfully masters the Nine-Tails chakra mode, do you think she will listen to the advice of the third Hokage and others? It would be a good thing if I don't beat you up then. How can I still listen to you? So strong. Yitsong couldn't help but gasp. Having been in Konoha for so long, she is clear about some of the general situation of Konoha. If Kushina can sweep across Konoha, it means that she is almost invincible. In this case, who can restrict her freedom? Seeing that Kushina wanted to speak, Shizue answered directly. That's for sure, if some cunning fox doesn't deceive us. Nine-tailed fox. I don't lie to you. I will never lie to Kushina. Damn Hinata Shizuka, still so annoying. You wait. When Kushina masters the Nine-Tails chakra mode, I will definitely control Kushina's body once, and then I will beat you to death. Logically speaking, if a person has been ridiculed by others every day for several months, he or she will most likely become immune to the ridicule. Unfortunately, the nine-tailed fox is not a human, and as a tailed beast, it cannot bear to hear Jing-ai questioning it the most. They always say that the nine-tailed fox is a liar, a cunning-tailed beast that specializes in deceiving little girls. Am I so mean? Damn it. Aren't you humans the most cunning, deceitful, and treacherous? Since when can these words be used to describe the tailed beasts? Hateful. The nine-tails was successfully enraged and flew into a rage. Kushina smiled foolishly. This situation had been going on for several months and she had gotten used to it. And Jing-ai hadn't lied to her. As long as he was stimulated, Kyuubi was fully motivated. He wished that she could master the nine-tails chakra mode right away, so that he could prove his innocence and then give Shizueichi a good smack in the face. Open your eyes and see if I am lying. Am I a liar? After successfully completing a wave of nine-tailed fox achievements, Jing-ai did not continue to provoke the nine-tailed fox. In short, just do it once a day to keep the nine-tailed fox in an angry state. It's not good to go too far, in case the nine-tailed fox, which is full of energy, is stimulated to become bad. I'm not afraid that you, nine-tailed fox, want to slap me in the face. What I'm afraid of is that you won't listen to any soft or hard words and will keep acting like a bad person. If the nine-tailed fox really gives up, Jing-ai really won't be able to do anything about it. By then, Kushina's nine-tails chakra mode will be ruined. At most, she can learn from Uzumaki Mito and forcibly extract some tailed beast chakra for use. Both use the chakra of the tailed beasts. Can forced extraction and the nine-tails chakra mode be compared? Certainly not. Therefore, the nine-tailed fox needs stimulation, but not too much stimulation. After eating and drinking, Kushina rushed into the bathroom, washed up simply, and then returned to her room and fell asleep. Because Kyuubi intensified her training, she was really tired at this time. After dinner, Jing-ai sat on the sofa and read a book, occasionally throwing 2 pieces of firewood into the stove to ensure that the temperature in the living room would not drop. Just endure it when there are no conditions, but why endure it when there are conditions? It's just a fireplace, just burn it and that's it. There's not much in the Fire Kingdom, except for plenty of firewood. You have something to say? After Yitsung washed the dishes, he stood not far away, wanting to say something but unable to muster up the courage. Seeing how conflicted she was, Jing-ai had no choice but to speak first. Jing-ai spoke first. Yitsung breathed a sigh of relief, took a deep breath, and said seriously, I want to leave the pharmaceutical department. I don't like this boring job. I like training and fighting. Oh. There was silence and then no response. Yitsung waited for a while and found that after Jing had been silent for a while, he had already begun to catch up with Tsunade's huge size, and he became so angry that he grew a circle bigger. Even my breathing became heavier. Have you forgotten what I said before? Can you consider yourself a member of Konoha? I can. Yitsung answered through gritted teeth. Now she no longer has any choice, because she has become a traitor to the Sand Village. No one cares how she betrayed the village, everyone only cares about the result. As for the twists and turns and misunderstandings in between, no one cares. Things have come to this point, and Yitsung has no other choice but to stay in Konoha and follow Shizuka. Even if she doesn't quite approve of her own identity, there's nothing she can do. The label on her can no longer be removed. Jing-ai's eyes did not move away from the book. Starting tomorrow, your job will be transferred from the pharmaceutical department to the Umbu department. You will be the minister's secretary for a while. As for the rest, it depends on your performance. It is good. As long as she could leave the boring pharmaceutical department, everything else would be fine. Whether it was a soldier in the Umbu or a secretary to the department head, Yitsung could accept it. After all, the Umbu is a combat department, and even the minister's secretary will face battles. So necessary training cannot be avoided. It's not like working in the pharmaceutical sector, where boredom can make people panic. Although the salary is quite high. But does Yitsung care about money? Thus, Yitsung's career in esoteric arts began. Looking at her dressed in a mysterious way, Nara Shikoshin was stunned for a few seconds, then looked at Jing-ai with a questioning look. Jing-ai raised her feet and put them on the table, and said with a smile, Don't worry, senior. Since I was able to bring her into the Umbu base, into the minister's office, and make her a secretary, it means that Yitsung is trustworthy. There is no need to worry about the possibility of espionage. You take care of your own people, I'm too lazy to worry about them. By the way, you asked the Uchiha and Hinata to borrow some money from the Hokage's office? Nara Shikoshin was not sure. Can you guarantee that the money can be returned? Chapter 289-21 Add 5, if you don't agree, just fight. Although Nara Shikoshin was not clear about the specific situation of the Ministry of Finance, he believed in his own guess. This money cannot be repaid in a short period of time. It's better if you can't pay it back. This way, the Hayaga and Uchiha can come up with new conditions. How can a big family like them be short of tens of millions of taels? No, what they lack is opportunity. Jingai wished she could not pay back the money. By then, the Hayaga clan and the Uchiha clan will ask him for help again. With all this going on, Jingai will be at a disadvantage, including the Hokage's office. This is the best outcome. It's just a few tens of millions of taels. Ninja families like the Uchiha and Hayaga, which have a lot of family businesses, don't lack this little money at all. As long as you can get conditions that are beneficial to the family, the money is worth spending. Good guy, you've been waiting here, right? Nara Shikashin stared at him in amazement. Jingai chuckled and patted Nara Shikashin's shoulder. Don't worry, senior. If the village finances still don't improve, then pig, deer and butterfly will appear. As I said, it's just tens of millions of taels, which is nothing for a big family. As long as you can get benefits, it's worth it. Except for Sarutobi Shimura, these bloated families don't have any money. It would be good enough if they suck less blood from the village. How could we expect them to pay a large sum of money? Dream, is this all I can hear? Yitsung began to doubt his life. Was the first day at work so exciting? Just listen to Jingai's story about how he tricked the Hokage and the Hokage's office. The content of this conversation was a bit explosive. It even caused Yitsung's worldview to collapse a little. Is it really beneficial for pig, deer and butterfly to enter the game? Zhu Ludi didn't like to get involved in this kind of things before. To be more precise, she didn't dare to get involved at all. So Nara Shikashin seemed a little hesitant. Will the involvement of pig, deer and butterfly help the development of the family? Jingai motioned to Yitsung to make a cup of coffee. After Yitsung walked out of the director's office, Jing kept saying, Senior, doesn't Ino Shikacho want to take back the position of the leader of the Jonin squad that he lost? You mean? Nara Shikashin's heart skipped a beat. I definitely want to get this position back. Ever since the position of squad leader of the Jonin squad was created, this position has always been held by a member of the Nara clan. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable and because of the issue of standing on the right side, the position was lost, and Ino Shikacho was helpless about this. Fortunately, there is gain and loss. Although he lost the position of leader of the Jonin squad, Ino Shikacho also gained enough benefits in other places. As to whether Ino Shikacho has any intention of taking back the position of leader of the Jonin squad, the answer is definitely yes. It's a pity that the third Hokage won't give them a chance. I would rather let a loser sit in this position than allow Ino Shikacho to come up again, unless Shizuichi and Tsunade make concessions. What can Shizuichi and Tsunade do at the moment? It was just an empty position of assistant to the Hokage. It was impossible to exchange this position for the real position of leader of the ninja squad, unless the third Hokage went insane. Under normal circumstances, don't even think about it because there is no chance of it. But now, the opportunity has come. The village had financial problems. You're saying that even with the money loaned by the Uchiha and Hayaga, the village's finances won't improve? Nara Shikako heard the hidden meaning in Jingai's words. Not to the point. If one family borrows 70 million taels, then two families will get 140 million taels. There is no interest, and you just need to repay the principal when the time comes. As long as the war is over, the village should not be able to pay back the money, unless the daimyo prefecture continues to refuse to pay. Jing smiled without saying anything, took out a piece of information and handed it to Nara Shikashin. Nara Shikaksen took the document suspiciously and began to read it. A few seconds later, the elderly man took a breath and his eyes widened. How did you gather this information? Did you plant someone close to the daimyo? It was me who had someone lurking around the daimyo, not me who had planted anyone around the daimyo. Senior, please don't be so harsh with your words. Jingai reminded him silently. Also, what I placed there were not humans, but just puppets. No, it's not a person that is planted, but a puppet. Nara Shikashin reacted. Jingai couldn't possibly place people around the daimyo, nor could he do that, but as for the puppets, as long as they weren't discovered, who knew? Even if he knew, so what? For the sake of the daimyo's safety, what's wrong with using a puppet to protect him? How could it be for spying? In other words, the daimyo slept with the beauty sent by the Wind Country but failed to accomplish his mission, so the daimyo of the Wind Country was very dissatisfied and had a quarrel with the daimyo of our Fire Country. It seems that this gift was not sent by the Sand Village. The Sand Village would not send a woman to the daimyo as a gift. It must be the means of the daimyo of the Wind Country. For these daimyo, giving beautiful women as gifts is a normal practice. Jingai leaned back in the chair and said calmly, Our Hokage thought that the daimyo's mansion would at most delay the funding for a while, but in my opinion, the daimyo is very angry this time, and the money will be delayed for a longer time. The funding for the daimyo prefecture has not been in place yet, and the war and the operation of the village have consumed a lot of money. Relying solely on the village's taxes and the remuneration for various mission commissions, the income cannot keep up with the expenditure. At least until the sequelae of the war are eliminated, the village's expenditure will always be greater than its income. And how long will this money be enough for the Hinata and Uchiha to last? Pensions are paid out every quarter, plus other things like that, so there are holes everywhere and money is needed. Do you think that when the Hokage-sama is forced into a corner because of lack of money, the position of the leader of the Jonin squad can be taken back? Narashika thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, yes. If it's just pure money, it definitely won't work, but if the money plus the vacant position of the Hokage's assistant, I'm sure the Hokage will agree to such an exchange. If it was just giving money, even if the third Hokage was short of money, if Ino Shikacho gave him a large sum of money, the third Hokage would not let the position of leader of the Jonin squad fall into Ino Shikacho's pocket, unless the position of assistant to the Hokage was added. Regardless of whether this position is just a nominal one, it is at least one of the positions in the high-level circle. With the added bonus of the position of Hokage's assistant, the third Hokage was able to shut up the others. Senior, do you want to take it back? I think you can continue to be the leader of the Jonin squad. You can do it for at least another 20 years. Jingai's persuasion was like the whisper of an underground devil, making Nara Shikako unable to resist. Done. Damn it, even though it's a bit risky and there's suspicion of betraying the Hokage, but Nara Shikakoshi feels uncomfortable seeing the position of the leader of the Jonin squad fall into the hands of a loser. In that case, we might as well find a way to get it back. Chapter 290, The Third Hokage, Don't ask, the answer is no money. As for the position of Hokage's assistant, Akimichi Tofu had long wanted to strike and go home to retire. It's just that Shizuichi and Tsunade disagree. As long as both of them agree, the fat guy Chiodea Kofang will definitely be happier than anyone else. Then let's just wait quietly, but Zhu Ludi needs to pay for it herself. Jing'ai can come forward to operate and negotiate the terms, but he and Tsunade will not pay for it, so Ino Shikacho will have to pay for it. Unfortunately, Zhu Ludi is not short of money. Each of the three families has its own family business, which is particularly profitable. As for money, that's not a big problem. After making the coffee, Yitsung walked into the minister's office. Jing'ai was sitting calmly in the minister's chair, looking at the documents, while Nara Shikakoshi next to him looked anxious. Yitsung was confused. What did the old man and the young man talk about after I left? Just as Jing'ai expected, the village had too many places to spend money, and with the payment of pensions for the first quarter, the treasury was completely drained. Fortunately, there is the money lent by Uchiha and Hinata. Yutain Koharu was somewhat dissatisfied with the condition that the top management would no longer deliberately and proactively target the Uchiha. However, under the pressure of lack of money, she still lowered her proud head. At this time, we can't say whoever has money is the boss, but the actual situation is that the village needs a large sum of money to operate. What made Yutain Koharu unhappy was that the years of targeting plan was broken, and the third Hokage had not yet negotiated with her. Maidamanen said he didn't care. Anyway, I am already neutral. As long as no one touches the logistics department that I am in charge of, I will not worry about other things. You can do whatever you want. In addition, another person who expressed strong dissatisfaction with this matter was Danzo Shimura. When Danzo Shimura, who was being raised at home, heard the news, he was so angry that he smashed a table. Sarutobi, when will a little money make you, a ninja hero, lower your proud head? Have you forgotten what the teacher taught us? Shimura Danzo's eyebrows were trembling with anger. Do you have money? Or can the Shimura clan come up with a large amount of funds sufficient for the village to operate? Faced with Shimura Danzo's ridicule, the third Hokage did not get angry. Instead, he calmly smoked and asked a question in return. Forehead. I have a fucking ton of money. Danzo Shimura was simply silenced. He has no money, and the Shimura clan has even less. It's good enough that he doesn't ask for money from the Hokage's office, but he still wants to take money from them. It's just wishful thinking. So you have money? Can the Shimura clan behind you come up with so much money? If you can't come up with it, please shut up. With just one sentence, Danzo Shimura was completely defeated. Looking at his old friend who was silent and looking down in anger, the third Hokage's bad mood improved a little. Danzo. The third Hokage sighed and said, I have not forgotten my teacher's advice, nor will I forget about the Uchiha. But right now the village's finances are in trouble, and we need to solve the financial problem first. As for the Uchiha, as long as they don't give up the police department and no one helps them, the Uchiha will be controlled by us at any time. Do you understand? Are you sure that you're good disciple and that Hyuga Shizuichi will not help the Uchiha? Shimura Danzo sneered, I heard that there is a girl named Uchiha Mikoto who runs to his house all day long. The relationship between her and Shizuka. The third Hokage sighed nonchalantly, Danzo, why should we old men worry about young people's affairs? It's okay for a boy to like several girls at the same time. Didn't you have this idea at the beginning? Think about it. That's you. I'm still single. Shimura Danzo wanted to curse. Seeing his old friend trembling with anger again, the third Hokage smiled with satisfaction. I know everything about this child Jing'ai. But according to my investigation, even though he had a close relationship with the Uchiha girl, he never took the initiative to help the Uchiha. This time, he just helped to connect the dots in the matter of borrowing money. One person cannot represent the entire Uchiha. What about Hinata? Shimura Danzo kept asking. The Hyuga clan is really willing to sacrifice a girl from the main family and let her follow someone like Hyuga Shizuka who suffers from the blood disease. Aren't they worried that the bloodline of the main family will be polluted? Putting down the pipe in his mouth and tapping it twice on the edge of the stool, the third Hokage said slowly. This is the Hyuga clan's own business. It's not for us to deal with. Even if the Hokage's office wanted to intervene, the Hyuga clan would not allow it. Humph, I only saw your weakness. Danzo Shimura now feels uncomfortable when looking at the third Hokage. In the past, he felt that the third Hokage was worthy of being a ninja hero and his strongest competitor. Now it seems that it is extremely weak. Always try to compromise in everything. He doesn't have the bearing and dignity of a Hokage at all. Stop talking about this. When can I start to set up the department I want to form? No money. Aren't you laughing at me for being weak? Then I'll tell you the truth, I have no money. Want to set up a new department? Sorry, no money. Does the Shimura clan need subsidies? Sorry, still no money. In a word, if you have no money, you are done. You can laugh at me as much as you want, I won't even frown. I'll turn around and tell you that I have no money. So Danzo Shimura experienced the pain of being without money. Without money, even if the third Hokage was willing to support him, he would not be able to establish the route he planned. Not to mention other things, even building a route base is difficult. Not to mention that the route needs to purchase a large amount of equipment. Because Jing'ai not only opposes the establishment of this new department, but also will not allow the route to wear dark equipment and cheat everywhere like in the original time and space. He can always blame the Umbu for any stupid things he does. First of all, we must oppose the formation of the route. Even if it is finally formed, we cannot do things under the banner of the dark department. Damn it, damn it. After the third Hokage left, Shimura Danzo was so angry that he started cursing. No, we can't go on like this. Realizing that his existence was passive, Danzo Shimura was unwilling to place his bets on the third Hokage anymore. He felt that the third Hokage was becoming increasingly unreliable. He needs to take the initiative. Otherwise, according to the current situation of the village, God knows whether Shimura Danzo will be able to step into the limelight when he dies of old age, let alone become the Hokage he has always dreamed of. There is no chance at all. So he needs to take the initiative. That night, through the puppet's vision, Jing'ai discovered that someone could no longer hold back. Pushing away Tsunade who was hugging her like an octopus, Jing stood up and began to put on her clothes. Tsunade woke up from her daze and asked lazily, "Where are you going?" Chapter 291, Shimura Danzo's attempt to steal a chicken fails and he is blocked. There's an old guy who can't hold back anymore. I need to go and remind him and warn him to behave himself. Bending down, he kissed Tsunade on the forehead, tucked her in, then Shizue opened the window and jumped out. Oh. Tsunade was too confused to think too much, so she responded and continued to sleep. She believed that Jing'ai could handle these things. As for who the old guy Jing'ai mentioned is, it does not matter. After all, there are only a few people in the village who are worthy of Jing'ai calling them old guys, and she can guess who they are with her toes. In the dark alley, accompanied by two guards, Danzo Shimura, wearing a black combat uniform, walked towards the Uchiha clan's territory along various hidden paths. His purpose was simple. To take the initiative and cause trouble for the Uchiha, not giving the Uchiha and the village a chance to ease the situation. Only by grasping the Uchiha can his roots be successfully established. After all, only when there is threat can there be motivation. He understood the character of the third Hokage, and only by putting enough pressure on him would the third Hokage go along with him. But the Uchiha and the village have shown signs of easing, so what to do if there is no pressure? Then create your own. Therefore, Danzo Shimura chose to take the initiative. As long as we go through 2 more alleys, we will be able to approach the Uchiha clan's territory. During this period, the Uchiha clan had not yet moved out of the center of the village. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the alley, and the vigilant Danzo Shimura stopped. As the 3 people stopped, the dark shadow in the alley slowly raised his head, and eyes with green glow appeared in the eyes of Shimura Danzo and the two guards. My lord, he is a puppet of the Umbu. Shimura Danzo's guards didn't dare to call Jing'ai by his name, so they had to choose Umbu. After all, Jing'ai is the head of the Umbu, so his puppets are just puppets of the Umbu, right? There's nothing wrong with calling it that. Why? Wherever I want to go, I will be monitored. Shimura Danzo looked unhappy. When he took the initiative to attack, he bumped into Jing'ai's puppet halfway, which meant that he was being monitored, but the person monitoring him was a puppet, so he couldn't detect it. This is definitely bad news for Shimura Danzo. The very bad kind. The puppets in the alley didn't move at all, just quietly watching the three sneaky people. Soon, two puppets appeared at the other end of the alley, and also on the houses on both sides. Danzo Shimura and his guards were surrounded. Hinata Shizuka, what do you mean by this? Do you want to spy on me? Being surrounded means that tonight's plan is doomed to fail. When he thought about having Jing'ai's puppet watching him at all times, Danzo Shimura felt goosebumps all over. This means that nothing he does can escape Jing'ai's eyes. These puppets are so damn good at hiding that you can't even detect their existence unless they are deployed. It's simply weird. Answer me, Hyaga Shizuka. I know that you can control these puppets for communication. Unfortunately, the surroundings were still quiet. Apart from a few dogs barking, no one paid any attention to Shimura Danzo. The puppets simply surrounded him and had no intention of taking action. In a house not far from the alley, Jing'ai looked at the yelling Shimura Danzo and said to the people around him with a smile, "What did I say before? Shimura Danzo will not let you Uchiha go. Look, it's only been a few days and you can't hold back anymore." Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing next to Jing'ai, did not speak, but from his gloomy face and clenched fists, it can be seen that he was not calm inside. After Jing'ai came out of the house, he went straight to the Uchiha clan's territory, woke up the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, and asked him to follow him to watch the fun. Then Uchiha Fugaku saw the scene of Danzo Shimura being blocked in the alley. "Sir, is Danzo planning to frame me?" Uchiha Fugaku couldn't understand why Shimura Danzo came to the Uchiha clan's territory in the middle of the night. It's not a frame-up. After all, he himself is in trouble. Few people believe what he says. Jing'ai crossed his arms and said confidently, "According to my inference, he will most likely sneak into the Uchiha clan and meet some Uchiha people, such as the elders. After all, he doesn't want the relationship between the village and the Uchiha to ease. If he wants the relationship between the two sides to become rigid, either the village leaders will take action, or there will be problems within the Uchiha, resulting in the leaders being threatened. At present, the village leaders have all bowed their heads. There is nothing they can do. Without money, they are powerless. So let Uchiha go for now." The attitude of the third Hokage of the top leadership is already very clear. "Do you, Danzo Shimura, have money? If you don't have money, just keep it to yourself. I won't accept your advice at this time." Koharu Utane was unhappy, but she knew that no one would be happy without money, so she endured it. Maida Manen, who is already neutral, doesn't care about this. The other senior executives are all Shizuichi and Tsunade's men, so the senior executive's approach is not feasible. If Danzo Shimura wants to take the initiative, he can only start with Uchiha. It just so happened that the situation within the Uchiha clan was not peaceful either. Although no major conflicts had arisen, minor frictions continued to exist. This was Danzo Shimura's opportunity. As long as he could get in touch with people, find a way to convince them, and support them to stand up and make a scene, and challenge Uchiha Fugaku, then the opportunity he was expecting would appear. Jing'ai reminded Uchiha Fugaku, "I have said this before. The Uchiha are not at peace. The doves and hawks had better disappear. Otherwise, these people will sooner or later become the target of others. Look, it's happening now." Jing'ai reminded Uchiha Fugaku like this, not because he was deliberately doing something bad and wanted Uchiha Fugaku to raise the knife against his clansmen, but Uchiha Fugaku had to do this. If these internal conflicts are not handled properly, they will sooner or later turn into a disaster. Since you Uchiha have no intention of resisting, then be decisive and nip all crises in the bud. Don't wait until the danger is upon you before you start to regret it. As a result, just a few days after the reminder, Danzo Shimura showed up. "You guys deserve to die." Recalling the reactions of some family elders in the past few days, Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally hesitant, made up his mind. For the sake of the family's stability and inheritance, don't blame this young patriarch for being cruel. All unstable factors within the family must be cleared out. Hyaga Hayashi didn't dare to raise a knife against his clan members, but Uchiha Fugaku did. It's just that he hasn't been forced into a corner yet. Now Danzo Shimura appeared and gave him a push invisibly. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been unable to make up his mind, finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Point the knife at your own people. Chapter 292. If it happens again, prepare for the funeral. Hinata Shizuichi. Shimura Danzo was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. This damn kid blocked him in this alley, and would not attack or let them leave. He just kept blocking them like that. What are you going to do with him, my lord? Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Jingai. Looking at Shimura Danzo, who was furious and powerless but didn't dare to attack the puppet, Shizuichi smiled playfully. Why should we deal with him? He didn't do anything, did he? Just block him, and when I think enough is enough, I will let him go. But Uchiha Fugaku hesitated and said, his incompetent and furious shouting will attract others. Then let's provoke them. I really want to know how many people will come. Just like Uchiha Fugaku said, Danzo Shimura did not dare to attack the puppet, but was in a dilemma, so he attracted a lot of attention in his helpless rage. Some awakened ninjas wanted to come over to check. As a result, before he got close, he noticed the equipment worn by the puppet, so he slipped away decisively. When the Umbu are carrying out a mission, ordinary ninjas can only stand aside. Don't be curious about what the Umbu are doing, otherwise you will be in trouble. So those ninjas who wanted to check the situation slipped away, pretending that they knew nothing. The end result was that the third Hokage was woken up in the middle of the night. What? Are you saying that this guy Danzo was blocked outside the Uchiha clan territory by the puppets of the Umbu? The third Hokage was still a little confused when he woke up. After listening to the guard's report, he subconsciously asked. He went to the Uchiha clan's territory for no reason and did, Before he could finish his words, the third Hokage himself was stunned. Yes, why would Danzo Shimura go to the Uchiha clan's territory for no reason? You don't have to think about it to know that it's not a good thing. This guy, considering Shimura Danzo's dissatisfaction with him, the third Hokage knew that his old friend was up to no good and must be holding back something bad. He was planning to act quietly, but was blocked by the Umbu's puppets. After Danzo Shimura was released, he was watched by people from the Umbu. Later, these people withdrew and were replaced by a group of Shizuichi's puppets. The third Hokage knew about this, but he didn't tell anyone else. Who could have imagined that these puppets would trap Danzo Shimura in an alley, leaving him with no way out? Danzo. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, the third Hokage almost fell headfirst onto the bed. The situation in the village is already unstable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is begging everyone for help, hoping to stabilize the situation and get through this most difficult period as soon as possible. Danzo Shimura, on the other hand, couldn't hold back and directly increased his strength, thus holding him back. Fortunately, the action was blocked by Jingai before it could even begin. If Danzo Shimura were really allowed to mess around, the third Hokage couldn't imagine how much trouble and conflict would result. He might even be scolded by others. He took other people's money and then asked Danzo Shimura to cause trouble for Uchiha. How dare you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? As for whether Shimura Danzo acted on his own initiative or on orders, does it matter? Everyone knows that you, the third Hokage, and Danzo Shimura are in cahoots with each other. Without your orders and permission, how dare Danzo Shimura do this? Offending the Uchiha is no big deal, because there are many ways to calm the Uchiha's anger. But if you fail to please Shizuichi and Tsunade, it will be a real trouble. Shizuka connected the Uchiha and Hyuga to lend money to the village to tide over the difficulties, but Danzo Shimura turned around and started to mess with the Uchiha. What is this? Not only will he break his promise, but he will also treat Jingai, the middleman, as a mere decoration. Holding onto the bedside table, the third Hokage shook his dizzy head, and without caring about anything else, he quickly put on his clothes and hurried over with his people. When the third Hokage arrived, Danzo Shimura was still blocked in the alley. Jingai, I am not aware of this matter. Everything was done by Danzo on his own. I will give you an Uchiha an explanation on this matter. The third Hokage ignored Danzo Shimura and brought his men to Shizuka. Glancing at Uchiha Fugaku, who lowered his head and said nothing, Jingai shook his head and said, Hokage, you're making it very difficult for me. As a middleman, I took the initiative to persuade the Uchiha and Hyuga to lend money to the village, hoping to help the village overcome the current difficulties. The village also agreed to the Uchiha's conditions. Why do you turn around and start scheming against others? You may be used to not keeping your word, but as a middleman, what should I do? Should we kill that bastard in the alley, or pretend we didn't see it? To be frank, Lord Hokage, can I still believe what you say? As the Hokage of the village, all the promises you made are bullshit. It's really interesting to be a Hokage. You can trust me completely. Danzo will not have any chance to cause trouble again. The third Hokage suppressed his anger and made another promise. He felt that he was too good to Danzo Shimura. It was so good that Danzo Shimura often did things behind his back that embarrassed him, and the key was that he still had to bite the bullet and help Danzo Shimura clean up the mess. I thought that after being locked up in prison for so long, Shimura Danzo had learned to endure, but now it seems that he has learned nothing. Shimura Danzo is still the same Shimura Danzo as before. He does things without considering the consequences, nor does he care whether it will make things difficult for others. He only cares about himself. Let's hope this time he blocked someone's way. Next time, Hokage-sama can help him hold a lively funeral. Waving his hands, Jingai was too lazy to argue with the third Hokage. The old guy was very angry. If nothing unexpected happened, Shimura Danzo's good days would come. Jingai left with the puppet. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the third Hokage with deep distrust, saluted, and left with his guards. The third Hokage was left standing on the roof, furious but unable to vent his anger. He was not a threat from Chi Jingai, nor was he distrusted by Chi Uchiha Fugaku, but he was afraid that Shimura Danzo was still causing trouble for himself at this critical juncture. When the puppet left, Danzo Shimura knew he was safe. But he did not leave, because he knew that the third Hokage was coming. Only if the third Hokage arrives in person will Jingai remove the puppets that are blocking him. Danzo. Walking into the alley, the third Hokage stared directly at the other person with eyes that were almost flaming. Faced with the furious third Hokage, Danzo Shimura had no intention of admitting his mistakes. Sarutobi, look at what the Umbu is like now. They even dare to spy on the village leaders. As the Hokage, you are derelict in your duty. The Umbu have too much power. We must cut away their privileges. Enough. Chapter 293 Danzo, Sarutobi, are you serious? The third Hokage, whose blood pressure continued to rise, roared in anger, and saliva spurted out of his mouth. If it were any other time, the third Hokage would definitely not lose his composure like this, but today he was so angry that his head was dizzy, and he would not look at Shimura Danzang in a good face. Since its establishment, the Umbu has had the privilege to monitor anyone. This is the right of the Umbu, including the village's top brass. Let's not talk about the power of the Umbu for now. Tell me, why are you running here in the middle of the night instead of resting at home? Is there something about Uchiha that attracts you? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his head away. He was not interested in listening to the nonsense from the third Hokage. Anyway, the plan had failed, so you can do whatever you want. Shimura Danzo is so fearless. You know what I am doing here, I just got discovered. That's it, whatever happens, you can't do anything to me anyway. Hard, the fist is hard. Seeing that Shimura Danzo didn't even give an explanation in response to his questioning, he turned his head away with a disdainful expression as if he didn't want to hear it. The anger in the heart of the third Hokage was completely ignited. Very good. Since you have nothing to say, I will handle the matter in a businesslike manner. What do you mean, just business? You still want to do me? Danzo Shimura turned around in surprise. He felt that the third Hokage was going crazy. It's not a big deal, is it necessary to be like this? Danzo Shimura didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior, but his reaction made the third Hokage laugh. Still no repentance. Yeah, this way, I won't be soft-hearted. Danzo, this is the last time. I have helped you as much as I can. From today on, you should stay at home and have a good rest. After saying that, the third Hokage waved to the people around him before Shimura Danzo could react, and then walked out of the alley. Take the criminal Shimura Danzo who attempted to destroy the unity of the village back to his residence. From today on, no one is allowed to contact him. Whether it's the Shimura clan or other high-ranking officials in the village. Are you really riding a horse? Danzo Shimura, who had never believed that the third Hokage would punish him severely, was a little confused. Yes, Hokage-sama. Upon hearing this, all the guards gathered around and surrounded Shimura Danzo. They knew about the relationship between the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, but so what? They were members of the Hokage Guard and only followed the orders of the third Hokage. Not to mention taking Danzo Shimura back to his residence and keeping him under guard. Even if the third Hokage asked them to kill Danzo Shimura here, they would do it immediately. Sarutobi, are you serious? Until this moment, Danzo Shimura still couldn't believe that the third Hokage really wanted to imprison him, or indefinitely. Being locked up in a residence and not allowed to contact anyone, what's the difference between this and being locked up in prison? Maybe the conditions are just a little better. Other than that, it's no different from being in prison. After all, he was treated well when he was in prison. Faced with Shimura Danzo's belated questioning, the third Hokage ignored it and left directly. Danzo-sama, please. The third Hokage can say that Danzo Shimura is a criminal, but the members of the Hokage Guard dare not do so. They still have to give him the treatment he deserves. The prerequisite is that Danzo Shimura can know what's interesting and not resist. Go tell Xiao-chun and Minion to come see me. The third Hokage, who had reached the point of being fed up with Danzo Shimura, was determined to crush him to death. Danzo Shimura was right. The third Hokage would not kill him, but he would not tolerate his messing around either. He finally understood that his old friend was a jerk who had no memory. Hiruzen, what is the matter with you calling us so late at night? Mizuto Minion arrived the fastest. Since he became neutral, he felt that he had fewer things to worry about, the pressure in his heart was much less, and even his sleep was much better. I can eat and sleep well, and I feel healthy. No need to worry about this and that like before. If I had known that being neutral would be so cool, Mito Kato-en would have jumped out long ago. As for Danzo, let's talk about the details when Xiao-chun comes. The third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth and smoked heavily. His heart was almost filled with anger and he needed to smoke some cigarettes to relax his tense nerves. Seeing this, Mito Minion did not ask any more questions, but just signaled the ninja from the Hokage guard to bring in 2 cups of hot tea. I had just taken 2 sips of a cup of tea when Koharu Tsuchiya arrived. Seeing the 2 people sitting in the Hokage's office, Yutane Koharu didn't waste any words and sat directly next to Mito Kato-en. What she didn't expect was that Mizuto Minin subconsciously moved the chair. This reaction made Yutane Koharu's old face turn dark. Menyen, you have changed. You were not like this before. Now you even feel uncomfortable sitting next to me? The third Hokage didn't care about these things, and said straight to the point, you all know about the financial problems of the village. Jingai helped me. He acted as a middleman to connect the Hyuga and Uchiha and lent the village some money to help the village overcome the current difficulties. The Uchiha and Hyuga also mentioned some conditions that were not excessive. Although it is our duty to help the village, it is also our duty to stand up and mention some small conditions at this time. Mizuto Minion touched his conscience and said something more fair. In response to this, Yutane Koharu chose to remain silent. Silence means approval. The third Hokage suddenly changed the subject. But Danzo couldn't bear to see the village doing well. He stubbornly believed that I was wrong and shouldn't have agreed to Uchiha's conditions. Despite my persuasion, he still stubbornly went to Uchiha to cause trouble. As a result, he was blocked by Shizuka's puppet on the way. He's crazy? Mizuto Minen widened his eyes in disbelief. Good guy, don't you, Shimura Danzo, know the current situation of the village? The village needs money, and other Uchiha are willing to lend it. They just made a small request, which is not even a request. Why are you targeting others? You are mentally ill, aren't you? In the past, Mito Kato-en didn't think there was anything wrong with what Shimura Danzo did, but now looking back, Shimura Danzo is just a complete lunatic. Even crazier than that old bitch Yutane Koharu. Fortunately, I woke up early enough. Thinking of this, Mizuto Minion secretly felt fortunate that he took the opportunity to jump out, remain neutral, and no longer care about these messy things. Otherwise, you won't know when you will be killed by Shimura Danzo. Why don't you pick a good time to cause trouble for the Uchiha? Jingai was acting as a middleman between the 2 families, and you jumped out to cause trouble for the Uchiha. Isn't this a slap in the face of Jingai, the middleman? Crazy crazy. Koharu Yutane kept repeating these 2 words and shaking her head. She was not as decisive as Mito Kato-en, but she still realized that she was right not to pay attention to Shimura Danzo who had just been released from prison. This guy is crazier than me. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. Chapter 294 As long as you don't die from practicing, practice until you die. About this matter. The third Hokage sigh swept across the faces of his 2 old companions, and after a pause, he continued. I have decided to imprison Danzo indefinitely. No one is allowed to see him during this period, whether it is the Shimura clan or you. This is an ultimatum. The third Hokage called them over to inform them, not to discuss things. Shimura Danzo must be dealt with seriously. Heh, Mizuto Minion laughed at himself and said, how dare I go to see him? Are you talking about me in a roundabout way? Yutane Koharu felt that Mito Kato-en was making fun of her, but she had no evidence. Hiruzen, you can rest assured that I will not go to see Danzo. Even if he sends someone to look for me, I will not pay any attention to him. Yutane Koharu also expressed her opinion, so that the third Hokage can rest assured, and at this time, Yutane Koharu really didn't dare to see Shimura Danzo. She was already scared, afraid that Shimura Danzo would do something weird again. Having gotten into this situation, the worst that could happen to Shimura Danzo is that he would give up, but she didn't want to be dragged down into this situation. Not only would she be dragged down, but she might also drag down the family. You can't do such stupid things. I am relieved that you can have such awareness. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief and said in a helpless and angry tone, Xiao-chun, Minion, To be fair, you all know how I treat you and Danzo, but the village is in an unstable period, so I have to let Danzo down. Stability is more important than anything else. Thus, it was decided that Danzo Shimura would be imprisoned for a long time. Afterwards, Mizuto Kato-en and Yutang Kohara chatted with the third Hokage for a while. Seeing that the depression in his heart had dissipated a little, they left with peace of mind. Menyen. After walking out of the Hokage's office building, Yutang Kohara wanted to call out to Mito Kato-en and have a serious talk with him, hoping that he could forgive her. What Yutang Kohara didn't expect was that when he didn't speak, Mizuto Kato-en was walking at a moderate pace. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Mizuto Kato-en was as if there was a monster chasing him from behind. His legs uncontrollably sped up and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. As he stared blankly at Mito Kato-en's back disappearing around the corner of the street, Yutang Kohara's old face slowly turned red. After returning home, Jing'ai decided to take a nap. As soon as she lay down, Tsunade asked, "Is it that old guy Danzo?" "Well, it's him." Shizue glanced over and saw that Tsunade didn't even open her eyes. He decided to go looking for trouble with the Uchiha, but was blocked on the road by my puppets. The Hokage-sama came over and gave me a guarantee before I left. This time, the old man Danzo will probably be imprisoned for a long time. I was just worried that I couldn't find a chance to knock on it. As a result, Danzo Shimura came to the door himself. Now, there is no need to set up a new department. Those who want to set up a new department have been locked up. What's the point of setting up a new department? Besides, Jing'ai hasn't given in yet. Oh. Tsunade was not very interested in this, and she said oh and then stopped moving. Just when Jing'ai thought she had fallen asleep, as soon as she lay down, a hand reached out from under the quilt. "Hiss, woman, you are playing with fire, do you know that? Who can stand this so early in the morning? What sound?" In a daze, Kushina felt the house shaking, as if someone upstairs was knocking on the floor. This made her sleep very uneasy. Ahaha. Sitting up dazedly, Kushina rubbed her eyes. "Big Fox, is someone knocking on the floor? It's so noisy." In the sealed space, Kyuubi grinned. "Someone is making deal upstairs." "No, they are doing something important to reproduce." Feeling that his words were a bit vulgar and Kushina was still a child, Kyuubi quickly corrected himself. "Reproduce and thrive?" Kushina was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face turned red the next second. She looked at the ceiling and spat, shameless. "Humph, you know I'm still a child, but you still bully me. Damn it, why am I still a child? It's so annoying. I really want to grow up quickly." Aspiring to grow up quickly, Kushina, who was to be Jing'ai's bride, felt annoyed. "Kushina, you didn't sleep well." Early in the morning, while having breakfast, Tsunade looked curiously at Kushina who was taking a nap. Kushina rolled her eyes at her and said pointedly, "Yeah, someone started pounding the floor early in the morning. How could a child like me sleep?" "Really? Then I'll keep my voice down next time." Tsunade turned her head and laughed secretly. "You little bastard, you still want to make fun of your sister." Kushina, mad, that's enough. Jing'ai was speechless and kicked Tsunade with her foot, signaling her to eat quickly and stop talking nonsense. After Shizuichi and Tsunade left for work, Kushina wailed loudly, "Kurama, can I take a break today? I'm so tired and annoyed. I want to sleep so badly." "Go to sleep." Kyuubi said considerately, "If you don't work hard, then that annoying Hinata Shizuka will be the man you will never get. Do you think a domineering woman like Tsunade will give the man to you?" "Hiss, makes sense. I'm not sleepy anymore, let's train. Double the training today." The stimulated Kushina became more excited. It was just training. As long as she didn't die from the training, she would beat him to death. Mock up. The corners of the nine-tailed fox's mouth slowly rose, and it became more and more satisfied with Kushina. It has a kind heart, knows how to counsel people, is willing to chat with it, and likes to consult nine-tailed fox when there is something. It seemed that it was not unacceptable to open up to such a Jinchuriki, even though she was a girl. "Go, go, go, Kushina, I believe you can do it." "Yes, I can do it, Kurama, let's work hard together." A man and a fox are like they were injected with chicken blood. The third Hokage thought that the village's troubles would soon be over and the situation would soon stabilize as he had hoped. But he didn't expect that the trouble had just begun. The payment of pensions caused some financial problems, but fortunately, there was the money loaned by Uchiha and Hinata to support it. The war on the front line is still going on, but the impact of the war on Konoha is somewhat large, because the battle line is a bit long and supplies are more difficult. On the other hand, although the Sand Village had almost exhausted all its wealth, the fact that the war took place within the borders of the Wind Country was actually beneficial to them. Others do not want war to break out in their own country because they are worried about losing face and causing serious damage to the country. But does the Wind Kingdom need to worry about this? It's a vast desert, what can you destroy? Changing desert terrain? If this is really possible, then the Sand Village will have to kowtow to Konoha and say thank you to Konoha. You people in Konoha are pretty nice. You know that our wind country is poor, so you come here to help us. There is no need to worry about the environment being affected. Apart from the loss of face, the Sand Village has nothing to lose. So the war became like this. Konoha kept on attacking, while the Sand Village was playing hide-and-seek, going around in circles and taking Konoha's people everywhere. They are familiar with the terrain of the wind country, but Konoha is not. Sir, 3 of our teams have lost contact. I don't know if it's due to bad weather or an enemy attack. At the command center, Orochimaru frowned. Ever since the Sand Village started to play badly, he found that the war was becoming increasingly difficult to fight. He is not afraid of a head-on confrontation with the Sand Village, but he is afraid that the Sand Village will use tricks. Chapter 295, The Wind Country Daimyo does not play by the rules. During this period of time, there was heavy snow in other places, but the territory of the Wind Kingdom was still the same as usual. Even if it snows, it will melt quickly. It will be extremely hot during the day and extremely cold at night. The terrifying sandstorms blew up from time to time, causing great trouble to Konoha's combat troops. If you are not familiar with the terrain, encountering such a natural disaster would be like being in dire straits. After fighting each other, the ninjas of Konoha would rather encounter the enemies of the Sand Village and fight them than encounter such a natural disaster and then look for a place to hide with their heads in their hands. Many teams died in confusion. He didn't die at the hands of the enemy, but was killed by the bad weather in the Kingdom of Wind. The Sand Village is also good at using terrain to fight. If I can't beat you in a head-on fight, then I'll use tricks. Don't you, Orochimaru, like to use tricks? Now it's our turn. The costs of war are no longer proportional to the benefits. Orochimaru has already realized this problem. The most sensible thing to do is to stop the war immediately, because there is nothing good to be gained by continuing the war. Unfortunately, this was Orochimaru's personal idea, and the village's order was to continue fighting until the war was won. Orochimaru had nothing to say about this. He had already gained enough glory and established enough prestige in this war, and his contributions were great enough. Whether the war stops or continues has no effect on him. Even if Konoha is defeated in the end, Orochimaru will not be affected. However, the Sand Village began to become cowardly, which did make the war a little difficult to fight, and Konoha became timid. Advance quickly and worry about the retreat. But when it comes to a head-on confrontation, the Sand Village refuses to cooperate. Following the enemy around, you are likely to be ambushed by the enemy and be affected by bad weather. Interesting. After staring at the map for a while, Orochimaru suddenly laughed out loud. Let someone from the logistics department come to see me. Yes, my lord. The ninja on duty quickly ran to the logistics department to look for someone. Soon, the person Orochimaru wanted to meet arrived. I need your logistics department to build such a windbreak fortress in the Konoha combat zone. Can you do it? Orochimaru picked up a simple blueprint. Although the blueprint was very simple, an experienced person could tell at a glance what kind of fortress Orochimaru wanted. The fortress doesn't need to be too big, nor does it need to be too strong. It just needs to be able to allow our people to rest in it and protect them from the cold and sandstorms. As the war entered its final stage, the biggest threat to the Konoha ninja was no longer the enemy, but the severe weather and frequent natural disasters in the Wind Country. The person from the logistics department looked at the blueprint carefully, studied it for a moment, and replied, Lord Orochimaru, it is not difficult to build a fortress like this, and the materials used are also very simple. All it requires is a group of ninjas who are good at earth escape techniques. But are these fortresses all built on our positions? If you don't build it on your own position, do you want to build it in front of the enemy? Orochimaru made a joke. As a result, the people in the logistics department were scared out of their wits. The joke was not funny, at least the ninja from the logistics department could not laugh, because he was not sure whether Orochimaru was really joking or blaming him. Forget it, you go down. Seeing that the other party was frightened, Orochimaru immediately lost interest. For some reason, he began to miss the days when Jingai was around. Among so many people in Konoha, he got along best with Jingai alone. You don't need to care about other people's identities, you can make jokes casually without worrying about the other person getting angry. We can also sit together and discuss some ninjutsu and so on. Such a pity. He was the only one in the camp. Orochimaru looked up at the map with a slight smile on his face. Like to play dirty? What a coincidence, I like it too. Are you from the Sand Ninja Village planning to do something shady? Well then, I will proceed openly. Aren't the environment and weather bad? There are frequent natural disasters from time to time. Well then, I will just build fortresses wherever Konoha is attacked. These simple fortresses will only be enough for Konoha's ninjas to take a temporary rest. Is the temperature difference between day and night too big? It's okay, just go to the fortress and rest when you're tired. A natural disaster is coming? It doesn't matter, just rest in the fortress. In this horrible weather, the enemy has no ability to attack them, so just rest in peace. The fortress does not need to be too big, just enough to accommodate 6 or 7 people to rest. The more you build, the better. Anyway, it's just a temporary fortress, so we don't need to pursue too high quality. As Orochimaru's order was given, the people in the logistics department became active and began to run around the battlefield. So in the shortest time, a number of hexagonal fortresses, only 2 meters high, appeared on the battlefield. With these fortresses, Konoha's ninjas fighting on the battlefield no longer need to look for places to hide and rest at night. Just go into the fortress and rest. Even leaving people on guard duty is better than looking for a place to rest everywhere. We can still withstand the low temperatures, but we really can't withstand the frequent sandstorms. However, with these fortresses, everything has changed. Just as Orochimaru said, most ninjas can endure both low and high temperatures. When faced with terrible natural disasters, they can simply hide in the fortress to rest. In this kind of weather, it is difficult for the ninjas of the Sand Village to take the initiative to launch an attack. Then the Sand Village discovered that Konoha's attack became radical again. After finding out the truth, the third Kazekage was silent for a long time. At this moment, he admitted that Orochimaru had a talent for war. As more and more fortresses appeared on the battlefield, the third Kazekage knew that the Sand Village had no chance at all in this war. Unless they continue to retreat. But, can they still retreat? Even if Konoha sent people to destroy these eyesores, it could still rebuild them quickly. With the cooperation of the Earth-style ninja, it was so easy. It is possible that the speed at which you destroy cannot keep up with the speed at which others build. How is this still playing? There is no way to fight, and there is no way to retreat. How long can the village hold out? As the Kazekage, the third Kazekage was well aware of the village's current situation, but he was unwilling to bow to Konoha and admit defeat in the war. This was the final bottom line, his bottom line and also the daimyo's bottom line. Therefore, even if you can't hold on, you must persist. Fortunately, after the Fire Country daimyo suffered a setback, the Wind Country daimyo also became angry and began to provide a lot of assistance to the Sand Village, which allowed the Sand Village to continue to hold on. Otherwise, the Sand Village will need to raise the white flag just after the new year. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen, how long can you hold out? The third Kazekage raised his head and looked in the direction of Konoha. The Sand Village was in great torment, holding back their anger and unwilling to bow their heads. Konoha wasn't much better. At this critical moment, the daimyo of the Wind Country gave certain support to the Sand Village. Will the daimyo of the Fire Country support Konoha? I'm afraid I'll be lucky if I don't hold you back. Since you people from Konoha are unable to invade the Land of Wind on a large scale, then just wait and see. The Sand Village resisted stubbornly, and Konoha also gritted its teeth and persisted in the attack. As time went by, the problem was put before the third Hokage. Konoha advanced step by step, pushing the front line towards the interior of the Wind Country bit by bit, but the Sand Village never gave up, kept resisting, and never gave up the war. On the surface, Konoha still has the advantage and is constantly expanding its advantage. But the third Hokage knew that as it was his own family's business, Konoha would suffer heavy losses if the war was pushed forward like this. When the third Hokage learned that the daimyo of the Wind Country had begun to provide assistance to the Sand Village, his mentality collapsed. Why, you didn't help earlier, and you didn't help later, but you helped just when Konoha was about to win and the Sand Village was about to collapse. This is not intentional bullshit. The third Hokage, who never showed his inner emotions, was so angry that he tore the information to pieces. Chapter 296 Opposition voices rise one after another, and the third Hokage is in a state of panic. No one had ever seen the third Hokage so angry before, and the Hokage guards were so scared that they dared not even breathe. Why is the village still fighting? Before the new year, the Hokage-sama gave a speech saying that we would soon be able to win the war. Why is the war still at a stalemate so long after the new year? The war, which was thought to be over quickly, fell into a stalemate again with the support of the daimyo of the Wind Country. The Sand Village gritted its teeth and persevered, and so did Konoha. As time went on, the impact of the war continued to expand, and anti-war opinions began to emerge in the village and intensified without anyone pushing them behind the scenes. Jingai, everyone is against the war. Kushina was holding a large bag in her hand and looked up at Shizuichi beside her. How much did you spend on these things? Jingai lowered his head and asked Kushina a very simple question. Kushina glanced at the bag in her hand and calculated it while recalling, it seems, about 5,000 taels. How much would the same thing cost before the war started? Perhaps. Kushina was a little confused. Although she liked shopping and buying things, she had never paid attention to the specific prices of these things. Seeing that Kushina was a little confused, Shizue had no choice but to tell her the answer. Less than 3,000 taels. In other words, the same things have almost doubled in value as the village has persisted in the war for several years. Moreover, the war has affected not only daily necessities, but also the income of many people. This will double the stress on the lives of most villagers. That's it. Kushina was confused. Jingai continued, in addition to the increased pressure of life, more ninjas have sacrificed their lives, and the number of families affected has also begun to increase. These people who have lost their loved ones will become the main force against the war. There were some even crueler words that Jingai didn't say because he was afraid of hurting Kushina's fragile nerves. The second quarter pensions were about to be paid, but the village's finances, instead of recovering, were getting worse and worse. Even though the third Hokage cut off many sources of expenditure, the consumption of war, the daily development of the village, and the heavy pensions were enough to make the treasury suffer. Even if the war ends, the village's finances are unlikely to recover in the short term, because pensions need to be paid for a long time. This is the bulk of the village's expenses, even more than the current war expenditures. Jingai didn't know exactly how much pension was paid out each quarter, but he could calculate the approximate amount. Money was difficult to calculate, but the Umbu could check the statistics of Konoha ninja sacrifices. The compensation can be calculated based on the number of ninja sacrifices. Even if there are some discrepancies, there is no problem in calculating the general amount. Give me the bag. Shizuichi took the bag from Kushina. Kushina asked curiously, so, Lord Hokage is short of money now? Lack of money? Jing was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud, raised her other hand and rubbed Kushina's little head. He's almost going crazy from poverty. This is no longer a question of whether you have money or not. There are more and more voices against the war in the village, and voices of dissatisfaction with the Hokage's office are also beginning to surface. If the village cannot pay the second quarter pension in time, I am afraid that this wave of speech will become even more terrifying. Then the problem is coming. Can the third Hokage raise the money to pay out the second quarter's pensions? Jingai can answer with certainty, it's difficult. Maybe you're short of money, but that's something that Hokage should consider. Don't worry about it. Just train hard and don't skip classes anymore. Jingai tapped Kushina's little head. The sound is crisp, so it's cooked. Maybe she was influenced by the little yellow-haired boy, or maybe she felt that her classmates at school were too childish and they couldn't play together. Plus, the content taught by the teacher was boring and dull, so Kushina started to skip classes secretly. It goes without saying that Nine-Tailed Fox contributed to this. Kushina skipped classes and spent her time on training, so Shizue chose to turn a blind eye to it. You can skip class, but you can't skip class to be lazy. Of course, there should be some criticism, otherwise skipping classes out of guilt will turn into skipping classes openly and without any scruples. Got it, I won't do it next time. Kushina covered her head in grievance and pouted. But I was saying in my heart, I will dare to do it again next time. When she returned home and saw Tsunade lying on the sofa, Jingai asked her curiously, don't you need to work overtime today? Or have you been paid? Don't mention it. Tsunade sat up straight, looking unhappy, and complained. There have been fewer and fewer patients in Konoha Hospital recently, and the old man was very angry today. The Hokage's guards were scared and asked me to go over and persuade him. What's the situation? Is there such a big melon? Jingai knew best what kind of person the third Hokage was. Normally, when the third Hokage encountered something that made him angry, he would just smoke in silence or look sullen, and at most he would just curse a few words and be done with it. Getting angry in front of the Hokage's guards was something that was rarely seen in the past. What else could it be? It's because of money in the war. The war is at a stalemate, and the Sand Village is unwilling to give in and accept the defeat of the war. The second quarter's pensions are about to be paid out, and the old man is under a lot of pressure. Kushina, come here. The teacher has come to talk to me about you skipping class with your classmates. Kushina was eating the melon with gusto, but unexpectedly the flames of war suddenly spread to her head. She was so scared when she heard Tsunade's scolding that she quickly shrank behind Jingai and hid, exposing half of her head and yelling, I didn't. They followed on their own. It has nothing to do with me. Fart. Tsunade was so angry that she cursed. Your teacher said that you were the one who instigated it secretly, so everyone followed you to skip classes, and the number of people is still increasing. Chapter 297 You have to hold back your unhappiness. With Tsunade, a great god who protects her child, the teachers will not choose to call Kushina's parents unless she makes a serious mistake in school. When Tsunade goes to the parents' home for trivial matters, she will definitely scold the teacher first. Kushina, you must have the courage to admit your mistakes. Jing'ai laughed loudly, pulled the little girl behind him out, and walked into the kitchen with the bag. As for the living room, it was better to leave it to Tsunade for now. Princess Konoha hasn't trained her children in a long time. It's a rare occasion that I'm in the mood today, so let her have her fun first. Besides, Kushina's recent skipping of classes was a bit excessive. Not only did he skip classes, but he also brought his classmates along. It was hard for the teacher not to complain to his parents. Clap clap clap. The sound of spanking was soon heard from the living room. Luckily it wasn't very hard, and as she was getting older, Kushina wouldn't cry out like she used to. Will you skip class again next time? I'm going to skip class. The teachers at school are so stupid. I've already learned all the knowledge in the textbooks. And I have Geolama, who can teach me. How dare you talk back? Ah, Sister Tsunade, if you spank me again, I will spank you too in the future. Wait until you can beat me. Tsunade is right. The strength of kids nowadays is improving too quickly. While you can still beat them a couple more times. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it to them in the future. It might turn into a fight. If it were Nawakya, he would definitely not dare to fight back. As for Kushina, if the little girl gets angry, there is a high possibility that she will fight back. Alas, the Nine Tails, lying in the sealed space, looked at Kushina howling after being beaten, and couldn't help but sigh. This generation of Jinchuriki is becoming increasingly difficult to lead. Fortunately, the cooperation between it and Kushina is getting closer and closer. The nine-tailed fox believes that the day when Kushina's magical powers will be perfected is not far away. When the time comes, it is not certain who will beat whom if a fight breaks out. After beating up Kushina, Tsunade, who was about to fart, felt relaxed all over. While eating, Tsunade suddenly asked when she picked up her chopsticks, "You told your senior before that you wanted to take back the position of the leader of the Jonin squad." "Correct." Jing'ai put the picked up food in the bowl. "Senior, I am very excited, and the opportunity has come. As for whether we dare to make this decision, it depends on the internal consultation of Ino Shikacho. The position of Hokage's assistant is useless to us. But if this happens, the high-level situation in the village will tilt towards us. Do you think the old man will give in? The imbalance of power is not what the third Hokage wants to see." The third Hokage was already very uncomfortable with the Umbu and the pharmaceutical department. If even the leader of the Jonin squad was taken away, the third Hokage would probably go crazy. I don't think Kohara Yuditan would agree either. He certainly wouldn't have done that before, but now. Jing'ai took a big bite of rice and smiled confidently. It's not up to him. It's a simple choice between two. Jing'ai believed that the third Hokage would make the right choice. Should he watch the financial problems and be forced to negotiate with the Sand Village, or give up the position of leader of the Jonin squad and receive a large sum of money and the position of assistant to the Hokage? Don't worry about whether the position of Hokage's assistant is just an empty title. Just tell me whether this position is a position in the high-level circle. The position of Hokage's assistant is not valuable, but it can save the face of the third Hokage. This is enough. Then the financial situation will be relieved, the village can smoothly pay out pensions, and support the continuation of the war at the same time. This is definitely a good deal. If Tsunade was determined to become Hokage, the third Hokage would never give up the position of leader of the Jonin squad, because it would pose a great threat to him. Don't underestimate this position. If used properly, it can make the Hokage very uncomfortable. It is not too much to be restricted everywhere. But does Tsunade have the determination to become Hokage? Looking at Tsunade, who had already started eating with a hearty look, Jing'ai couldn't help but shake his head. Just her? Still a Hokage? Don't waste your saliva. It was because he knew that Tsunade would not pose a threat to him that the third Hokage gave up the position of leader of the Jonin squad. I sat in the Hokage's office all day. It was not until the early morning that the third Hokage, who had done nothing all day, got up and left the Hokage office building. Instead of going home to rest, he sent someone to find Jing'ai. So, the village's Hokage and the head of the Umbu stayed up late at night. The old man and the young man stood in a park looking at the gloomy sky, as if a flower had bloomed in the sky. His hands were behind his back. The third Hokage, still holding a pipe in his hand, looked up at the sky. "I have received an application for promotion to the Umbu. Tsunade plans to withdraw from the Umbu and hand over the position of Umbu chief to you. Oh, it's only a matter of time." Even though Jing'ai is only the deputy minister, he has always been doing the work of a minister. Tsunade, the minister, doesn't even go to the Umbu base once a month. So after some friendly consultation with Jing'ai, the application report was sent to the Hokage's office. Tsunade withdrew from the Umbu and handed over the position of director to Shizuka. This was no big deal for the third Hokage, he just signed and stamped it. The third Hokage mentioned this matter just to find an excuse to open the topic. Hokage, you know that Tsunade is lazy and indolent. Apart from being somewhat motivated in making money and gambling, she is almost unreliable in other matters. It is a normal choice for her to leave the Umbu. Ah. The third Hokage nodded slightly, agreeing with Jingai's statement. It is said that Nara Shikashin is still determined to become the leader of the Jonin squad. The real show is coming. The third Hokage came to him in the middle of the night, definitely not to chat or to build relationships, but for money. For money, yes. Jingai smiled and tilted his head to look at the third Hokage. Senior feels that he still has the ability and can work for the village for at least another 20 years. 200 million. We are all smart people, there is no need to beat around the bush, just talk about the price directly. 100 million at most. Jingai directly cut the price in half, not because he was a hard bargainer, but because he couldn't come up with so much money. Even if Zhu Dai can afford the money. The third Hokage did not speak. Jingai continued. 100 million. The Uchiha will cancel their complaint with the police department and clear their debt. The Hyuga clan has expressed their willingness to help the village and clear their debt. This is a good opportunity to make conditions. Hyuga Hayashi rarely shows courage and chooses to sell the third Hokage. No conditions, just clear the debt directly. All I need is a favor from you, the third Hokage. It's really frustrating. It's frustrating, but is it useful? It's useless. Unhappiness and unwillingness can't be exchanged for money to help the village overcome the current difficulties. After a long silence, the third Hokage finally spoke. How long do you think this war will last? Is there any chance of easing tensions in the daimyo? Previously, the third Hokage had been able to conclude that the war would soon be over and that the daimyo would not hold back on the money for too long, but now he felt guilty. Because his inferences were all wrong. The war was still not over and the daimyo prefecture did not give any money. War? Jingai shook his head. I don't know, but the daimyo mansion. As long as the Hokage dares, I guarantee that normal relations will be restored within 10 days. Chapter 298. Do you dare to eat poison wrapped in honey? You are not kidding. The pupils of the third Hokage's eyes trembled. He couldn't believe that Jingai had a solution to the problem that had troubled him for several months. Looking at Jingai, who looked confident and smiled without saying a word, the third Hokage knew that this guy was waiting for him to show his sincerity. I have a solution, but I won't tell you easily. Either you guess it yourself or show your sincerity. Damn, he was caught again. The third Hokage cursed inwardly. As long as Inoshikacho doesn't cross my bottom line, the position of the Jonin squad leader will always belong to them. Is this sincerity enough? What is the bottom line of the third Hokage? The throne of the Hokage. As long as this bottom line is not touched, he will not attack Juludi. Now Juludi can rest assured. After all, they were the first family to take sides, although it was because of Uzumaki Mito, but the fact that Inoshikacho was able to stand resolutely on Tsunade's side was also a sacrifice of a lot of benefits. Jingai remembered all these things, but she just didn't have a good opportunity to make up for them. Arranging Inoshikacho's people to enter the Umbu is just a matter of both parties hitting it off. It's a win-win for both of us. When there is a way to benefit Juludai, Jingi will not ignore it. As for alliances, you get what you give. As long as he doesn't cross the bottom line of the third Hokage, the position of the leader of the Jonin squad cannot be touched by the third Hokage. This condition is definitely good news for Inoshikacho. The third Hokage expressed his sincerity. Jingai raised her head, looked at the sky and said casually, Hokage, you can write an apology letter to the daimyo, telling him the impact of the village accepting peace talks at this time. Make the impact more serious. When that happens, Konoha will have a hard time, and neither will the daimyo's mansion. Also, tell him that you were wrong and shouldn't have refused the peace talks. But it's too late to say anything now, so you decided to reduce the size of Konoha Ninja after the war is over. What? The third Hokage exclaimed. There is nothing wrong in asking him to write an apology letter privately in the name of Hokage, and it is okay to exaggerate a little, but when it comes to Konoha's plan to reduce the size of ninjas, the third Hokage will not remain calm. This kind of thing is no joke. If there is any movement, the whole Konoha will be in chaos. It's fake, it's fake. How could the number of ninjas in the village be reduced? Jingai silently comforted the third Hokage. This is for the daimyo to hear. Let him know that the village's finances are very tight and development has stagnated. Without money, the village can only choose to reduce the number of ninjas. Be direct and tell him the consequences of eliminating the ninja. What will happen if Konoha massively reduces the number of ninjas? The answer is clear, wars will continue to break out. The decrease in the number of ninjas means that Konoha's war potential has come to an end. Without the war potential, would they dare to start a war? There is no way to fight a war, and then everyone can take a bite of the Fire Nation. You know, the resource-rich Fire Nation is a big piece of fat meat in the eyes of every village, and everyone wants to take a bite. Will the daimyo restrain himself and give the village enough funds for development? The third Hokage was deeply suspicious. You want to eat shit? Pay back enough money. It would be great if I could give you the delayed grant. Pay back enough money. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are so shameless. It's impossible to have enough funds, but the delayed funds will definitely be delivered to Konoha in time. If the daimyo mansion does not make any moves within 10 days, then withdraw all the ninjas from the camps near the Land of Earth and the Land of Iron, and find someone to spread the news. It would be best if the ninja world knew that Konoha was preparing to reduce the number of ninjas because of a lack of money. This is forcing the emperor to abdicate. The third Hokage was filled with black lines on his face. How dare you say that? Jingai nonchalantly spread his hands like a little bear. Besides this, is there any other solution, Hokage? Forcing abdication depends on the circumstances. If you do as I say, it will only scare the daimyo, and it will not be considered a real abdication. As long as Daimon knows and is scared, he will definitely send the money over. Besides, the one who forced the emperor to abdicate was not me, Hayagashi Shizuka, but you, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It doesn't matter what the result is, because the daimyo will hold you responsible, and the frightened ninjas in the village will blame you too. In short, this is a poison wrapped in honey. It won't kill people, but it can make people feel like they are in ecstasy. Eating it can solve the big troubles in the village. Although the follow-up impact is great, it is nothing compared to the current troubles in the village. As long as we are prepared, it is easy to calm down. It just affects your reputation. So, choose. You want to eat it or not? I need to think about it. The third Hokage did not express his opinion on the spot. According to Jingai, even if the problem could be solved, he, the third Hokage, would definitely be hated by the daimyo and would be resented by many ninjas in the village. Ninja is a full-time profession. Reducing the number of ninjas in large numbers means that many ninjas will become ordinary people. The question is, how can these ninjas who have no life skills and no ability to make money survive? Even if it was just a lie, the ninjas would curse when they found out the truth. Jingai doesn't care about the subsequent impact, because he is not the one who is hated, nor is he the one who is scolded. Hokage-sama, please take your time to think about it. Jingai waved her hand and withdrew decisively. It's the late night now and we've finished our business. Who's interested in accompanying an old man like you to watch the stars here? If you want to worry, just worry about it yourself. As I said, whoever is the Hokage is the one who is worried. The next morning, Jingai arrived at the Umbu base. As soon as he entered the door, Nara Shikashin stood up anxiously. Jingai had already sent someone to deliver the news to Ino Shikacho about what happened last night. As for the details, Jingai had not yet said them, so Nara Shikashin came here early in the morning to wait. This number. Jingai raised a finger and shook it at Nara Shikashin. Fortunately, he raised his index finger instead of the middle finger, otherwise it would not be a hint but an insult. Why does it feel weird to shake this finger? Nara Shikashin didn't think much about it, but asked, are there no other conditions? Sitting on the chair, Jingai motioned Yitsung to make a cup of tea. After Yitsung left, Jingai said, the position of assistant to the Hokage must be returned. Regardless of whether it is an empty position or not, it is one of the high-level positions after all, and it can provide a safety net for the Hokage's office. Secondly, I gave the Hokage some suggestions, and he promised that as long as Ino Shikacho does not cross the line, the position of leader of the Jonin class will always be yours. Since you chose to keep someone by your side, why do you deliberately send her away when something important happens? Regarding the relationship between Jingai and Yitsung, Nara Shikashin can only say that he is old and can't understand it anymore. Chapter 299 Nara Shikako. Fortunately, this guy and I are allies. However, this is a matter between Jingai and Yitsung, and Nara Shikashin will not interfere. After Jingai gave a brief account of what happened last night, Nara Shikashin looked convinced. Shocked, he silently raised his hand and gave Jingai a thumbs up. It has to be you. He strangled the Hokage to death. This dilemma would probably keep the Hokage awake for several days. Do you think this is a deliberate attempt to do bad things, or is it a genuine suggestion? Nara Shikashin thinks it's both. Jing's suggestion seemed sinister and might even be a scam, but as long as it was done well, it could really solve Konoha's problems. Why does the Daimyo Prefecture give Konoha so much money every year for development? Isn't it just to strengthen Konoha's strength and then rely on Konoha to protect the Land of Fire? Once Konoha reduces the number of ninjas in the village for money and withdraws some ninjas from the border camps, these places will lose protection and the enemy can sneak in at any time and attack the rich fire country. The daimyo, who had just been robbed by the sand village 2 years ago, definitely didn't want such a thing to happen in the land of fire. As long as he was afraid, he had to stop Konoha from reducing the number of ninjas. Aren't you short of money? I'll give you the money right away. Promise not to delay. Even if the daimyo would be filled with hatred, he would still have to hand over the money obediently. At this time, even if the daimyo was cursing in his heart, he had to persuade the third Hokage with a smile on his face to give up the idea of reducing the number of ninjas. This kind of thinking is too dangerous, don't do it. If Konoha becomes weak, how can it protect the safety of the land of fire? This suggestion. Nara Shikako hesitated. Even if it succeeds, Hokage-sama will be hated by the daimyo and even the ninjas in the village. Does it have anything to do with us? Jingai asked. Forehead. Nara Shikakusen was completely convinced. This kid was so mean and mean. Fortunately, Juludi and he are allies. If they were standing on the opposite side, Nara Shikako couldn't imagine what means Jingai would use to torment them. There are so many weird and deceptive methods emerging one after another. Although it can solve the problem, it can also cause great harm to people. Fortunately, Juludi and Jingai are allies. As long as this relationship exists, there is no need to worry about Jingai targeting Juludi. Will the third Hokage choose to use the advice given by Shizuka? Based on Nara Shikashin's understanding of the third Hokage, he believed that the third Hokage would do so. The third Hokage could no longer care about the consequences of completely offending the daimyo and making the village ninjas hold a grudge against him. The most important thing was to overcome the current difficulties. As for other things, he could put them aside for now and deal with them slowly later. Being hated by the ninjas in the village? I believe that if we give out more benefits in the future, we can save our reputation from the crisis. As for damning few, if the relationship cannot be eased, then the stalemate will continue. As long as Daming Prefecture pays the money on time, it will be fine. Ahem, now that it's settled, I'll go back and negotiate with Chufeng right away, and then send the money to the Hokage's office. As long as he can get back the position of leader of the Jonin squad, Ino Shikacho can afford the mere silver. With the support of the village policies and Juludi's own efforts, these three families have made a lot of money over the years, and their family businesses are growing. Taking out this money will not have much impact on Juludai. Nara Shikashin left in a hurry. After he left, Yitsung came in with tea. The two of them were perfectly staggered. Next time just come in directly, no need to avoid it. Jingai really had no intention of asking Yitsung to avoid him today, he really wanted to drink tea. But Yitsung was very sensible and waited outside under the pretext of making tea. She didn't come in until Jingai finished talking to Nara Shikashin and Nara Shikashin left. Aren't you afraid that I will leak the village's information and send it to the Sand Village? Yitsung placed the teacup on the desk and then walked to the side of the desk and stood there. As long as you are happy, everyone in the world knows that there is a problem with Konoha's finances. It doesn't matter even if this information is leaked. Jingai picked up the tea and started drinking it, but Yitsung fell into silence. Emotional information is not important, so it doesn't matter if it is leaked, right? What a weird logic. By the way, take off your secretary uniform tomorrow and go to the logistics department to get a set of equipment. Follow the team out to perform tasks first. Recently, the Umbu has had more tasks that are not suitable for puppets to handle. It is good. Compared to being a secretary, Yitsung is more eager to fight and improve his strength. It would be best if she could go out on missions with the Umbu team, and she likes this arrangement. Instead of sitting in the minister's office every day as an eye-catching secretary. Who designed this damn secretary uniform? It's so strangling. In terms of body shape, Tsunade is far ahead in the ninja world, and there are many people chasing after her, and Yitsung is one of them. The secretary uniform customized by the Umbu seemed a bit tight on Yitsung. Although it can show off his figure perfectly, Yitsung doesn't like this outfit very much. Too tight. Tisk. Putting down the teacup in his hand and putting his feet on the desk, Jingai's eyes wandered around Yitsung, then he shook his head and said in surprise, I admire you too. You wore the clothes even though they didn't fit you. You didn't say anything when you felt uncomfortable. Isn't this what you wanted? Yitsung was stunned for a moment. She had always thought that Jingai deliberately made the clothes smaller and then wore them tightly to show off her figure perfectly. As a result, Jingai suddenly said this, and she felt that her brain was not enough. Am I that fucking boring? Several black lines appeared on Jingai's forehead. The clothes you're wearing were custom-made when you entered the pharmaceutical department. After so much time has passed, have you grown taller or bigger? Don't you know? Or do you think that I, Hinata Shizuka, have nothing better to do than to have my secretary walk around in front of me in tight clothes? Am I wrong? Yitsung thought about it, and it seemed like a long time had passed since she last measured her body to make clothes. At her age, her body is still growing, so it is normal for clothes to be tight and constricting. She just needs to measure a new size and have it customized. As a result, she thought Jing'ai did it on purpose and made her wear extremely tight clothes just to make her look comfortable. Go to the logistics department right now and let the female ninja there measure your size. When you come back from your mission, you can continue to be the secretary. Jing slammed the table in anger. What kind of train of thought is this? Although secretary attire is attractive, can it compare to formal tights? If you want to see a good figure, just let you wear tights. What a mess. Feel sorry. Realizing that he was overthinking, Yitsung was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a place to hide. His face turned red and he turned around and ran towards the logistics department. The clothes need to be remeasured and the equipment also needs to be custom made. She and Tsunade are of the same type. If the equipment is not customized according to the new size, it will strangle them. Chapter 300, No Choice, the Daimyo Furious. After suffering from insomnia for several days, the third Hokage, with dark circles under his eyes, held a small meeting with Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato-en in the Hokage's office. Just as Nara Shikashin predicted, the third Hokage didn't sleep well for several days. Jing'ai's proposal kept spinning in his mind. He wanted to give up on it, but he had no other option. Choosing Jing'ai's suggestion means that your reputation will be affected and you will be hated by the daimyo. Therefore, the third Hokage, who had been worried for a few days, had to call his two left and right arms over to hold a small meeting. Tell me what you think. Do I need to accept this suggestion? After relaying all of Jing'ai's suggestions in detail, the third Hokage's anger finally dissipated a little. Because once he said it, it wasn't just him who was worried, but three of them. Damn it. As the third Hokage finished his words, this word popped up in the minds of the two. This suggestion is a bit toxic. Not only does he offend people, but he also cheats them. This is simply nonsense. After Yutin Kohara cursed, she had no other words to say. Midaman En looked at the third Hokage with complicated eyes and expressed his own opinion. If we really do this, the daimyo will most likely not dare to continue blocking the funds to the village. However, this suggestion is a bit offensive, offending both the daimyo and the ninjas in the village. I'm afraid the relationship in the Daming Prefecture is difficult to ease. It's fine here in the village. As long as we get the money and issue a notice to explain that all this is just to confuse the enemy's intelligence, I believe everyone will understand. Giving some subsidies afterwards will, I believe, help ease everyone's unhappiness. The ninjas in the village are easy to deal with. As long as the announcement is issued from the perspective of the village, the ninjas who are almost unemployed have to endure it even if they curse in their hearts. Once the subsidy benefits come out, they will definitely let go of their unhappiness. But there was no room for salvation in Daming Prefecture. Because you, the third Hokage, are forcing the emperor to abdicate. To put it nicely, it is forcing abdication. To put it bluntly, it is making a joke of the safety of the Fire Nation. Therefore, if you accept this suggestion, the benefits to the village will outweigh the disadvantages. However, from the perspective of the Hokage, the disadvantages will be greater. From the perspective of the village's interests, Midaman En hopes that the third Hokage will accept this suggestion. No matter whether it is a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that can catch mice at a critical moment. Even if this advice is a bit poisonous, at least it can solve the problem. Just from the perspective of the third Hokage, this suggestion can be thrown directly into the trash can. It's such a ripoff. I have said what needs to be said. As for how to choose, it depends on the third Hokage. As elder advisors, Mito Kato-en and Yutin Koharu can only make suggestions and persuade, but cannot help the third Hokage make decisions. But doing so will have a great impact on Hiruzen's reputation. Koharu Yutin opened her mouth, but she couldn't say the words that were stuck in her heart. She knew it would have an impact on her reputation, and the third Hokage knew it too, but did they have any other choice? No. Konoha has urged the Daimyo Prefecture many times, but unfortunately there has been no movement from the Daimyo Prefecture. The Daimyo Prefecture is determined to delay. Even though they knew Konoha had financial problems, they continued to delay. The relationship of power has been analyzed, and the third Hokage has also thought carefully about what Mizuto Minen was thinking in the past few days. Write a letter to the Daming Prefecture in my name. Let me write it. Midaman En, who thought he had good writing skills, took on the task. Men Yen. Don't say anything that will affect the reputation of the Hokage. Hiruzen has no other choice. I don't, and neither do you. Right now, internal stability is the most important thing. As for the rest, just do your best to save it. Once again, when leaving the Hokage's office building, Yutin Koharu just raised her hand and called out to Mito Kato-en. Mizuto Minion stopped and silenced her with just a few words. If there's nothing else, I'll get busy now. Mito Kato-en turned and left, leaving Yutang Koharu on the street. Ever since he made up his mind to remain neutral and stay away from the two evils, Yutang Koharu and Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato-en has never thought about easing relations with the other party in the future. In the face of several attempts by Yutang Koharu to get along, Mito Kato-en chose to ignore them. 2 days later, a letter written in the name of the third Hokage was delivered to the daimyo. After reading the contents of the letter, the smile on daimyo's face completely froze. There is something wrong with this letter. Very wrong. In the first half of the letter, the third Hokage was still complaining about his own mistakes, but problems arose in the second half. The words that due to financial difficulties, the size of the village ninjas was to be reduced and the border ninjas were to be withdrawn made the daimyo feel heartbroken. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you fucking crazy? After sitting in the chair for a while, the daimyo suddenly exploded, pointing at the third Hokage's daimyo and starting to curse, scaring the people around him so much that they lowered their heads and dared not go to the furious daimyo. At the same time, everyone was very curious about what kind of letter the Hokage of Konoha wrote to the daimyo that made the daimyo so angry. You have to know that Konoha refused to negotiate with the Sand Village, and the daimyo was just sulking for a few days, not cursing. But now, the daimyo has disregarded his own image and insulted him in various ways, even involving the relatives of the third Hokage, which shows how angry he is. Damn. The furious daimyo tore the letter to pieces and turned back to stare at his aides fiercely. Someone, chop him up for me, chop him up. The aide who was deeply trusted by the daimyo was stunned. No, what does this have to do with me? Why did you chop me? The staff would be confused, but the daimyo's guards were not. When they heard the daimyo yelling in frustration that he wanted to chop the staff to death, the guards rushed forward, grabbed the confused staff and dragged them outside. Asshole, it's all because of you. If you hadn't suggested this to me, I wouldn't have blocked Muye's development funds. You deserve to die. If Konoha really reduces the size of the ninja force and transfers the ninjas from the border, who will protect the Land of Fire?
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.